Salutes. Salutes. What up, y'all? Back again. What's up, y'all? About to hit y'all with some shit. That I just happened to come across in my little, I would say investigations, but it's not really an investigation if the information is there. I don't see why we keep on acting like we got to really search for shit. We got the internet at the tip of our fingers. This shit's really distracting. Be like water. But yeah, man. So I just wanted to show you guys something I thought was really interesting. And I'm going to start off with ChatGPT first. Just there at this point right here, I'm going to start off with ChatGPT. And I'm going to go over something that language, we're not taught in language. And some of these stereotypes that we have that we depend on so much for our identity. So first off, let me go ahead and share the screen. Hope y'all having a good one. Let me know if you guys can't see what I'm doing or if the sound goes bad. Let's go ahead. All right, here we go on ChatGPT. And you can see I already have some stuff on here already, but I'm going to go over it. I'm going to redo it that way that I can show you guys what I'm talking about. So, I don't know if you guys can see this shit. Is it too small? Because if it's too small, you're not going to be able to get it. But what I got highlighted right here, I'm about to copy it. And I'm about to paste it back into the message with ChatGPT and see what it says. And the message is, what does ivory mean, right? And this is a really important word because
ivory is a term in Hebrew that means Hebrew. It is used to describe something or someone related to the Hebrew language, culture, or people. The term has historical and cultural significance, often referring to the ancient Hebrews or Israelites, and it is also used in a modern context to denote Jewish identity.
All right, you see that? See that word right there, ivory? It's actually the word Hebrew, but that's how they say it in their language, ivory, right? Now you see all the stuff that it says about it, right? So now what if I type in this part right here? Now I'm gonna go up here and do it. What is Eve ivory?
And I apologize for the confusion in my previous responses. It seems there was an error in my explanation. Eve ivory does not have a standard meaning in Hebrew. If you are referring to a specific term or phrase, could you please provide more context or details? It's possible that there might be a specific reference or usage that can help clarify the meaning.
I ain't got time to go through all that bullshit. But look, for one, look at this sentence. Look how I spelled it. And look at this one up here. Same way. It's spelled the same way. Now let me see if I can redo this one right here. What does Eve ivory mean? Oops, sorry. All right. So let me highlight it.
Eve ivory translates to Hebrew servant or Hebrew slave in English. This term is found in the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, and refers to a specific type of indentured servitude among the ancient Israelites. In the biblical context, the laws regarding the Eve ivory are outlined in the book of Exodus, Exodus 21:2-6. An e-Ivory is a Hebrew servant who voluntarily sells himself into servitude for a specified period, usually 6 years, to pay off a debt or address financial difficulties. After the designated period, the individual is entitled to be released, and the master must provide certain provisions to help the person restart their life. This form of servitude was regulated by specific laws to prevent exploitation and to ensure humane treatment of the Hebrew servant. It's important to note that the concept of e-Ivory in the biblical context is distinct from the more oppressive and perpetual forms of slavery found in other historical and cultural contexts.
You know why? Because the one that's told in historical and cultural context is a fabrication. You hear how I say it right here. It says that after the designated period, the individual is entitled to be released, and the master must provide certain provisions to help the person restart their life. Ain't that like the story they told us in Exodus when the Hebrews got ready to leave Egypt? That the Egyptians gave them a bunch of gold and treasures and stuff like that? Same story. But why is that significant? Why am I talking about that? Well, because along with this fabrication about the cultural context and historical context here in America, we never recognized why the Hebrews were called slaves. We just thought the story meant we were slaves. That's not the story. The story don't mean that American black people are slaves. It didn't have anything to do with us. This was their own story about how they would indenture servitude themselves. And the reason why we didn't hear about that word or hear about that story is because we didn't hear about this word. This word right here, Eve Ivory, was never brought up because when we get taught the Bible, we don't get taught Hebrew. So we don't really know the context in which they're talking about their subjects in the Bible. Plain and simple. So that should give a bunch of Bible scholars and preachers a little something to think about when they're telling that slave story and the relations between the black people over here and the Hebrews of ancient time. It didn't represent us. Now, I'm a black person and I'm not ashamed to say that, because I don't hold no allegiance to any religion. Now, another thing too as well. Why was it Eve Ivory? Right? Or it's because that was considered a certain occupation. Like the word Eve in this, it has nothing to do with the female in the Bible in Genesis. It has nothing to do with that. This is like a labor term, a term of labor. All right, so if that didn't, pique your interest, check this out. After I found it, I wanted to see if there was any other information about that because you can't trust everything you hear or you read on ChatGPT. This stuff is flawed. AI is not as intelligent as we think it is. It's called artificial for a reason. It's artificial because it doesn't have the same capabilities as a human for deductive reasoning, meaning that at a certain point, it stops acting off of its knowledge and starts acting off of its instructions. Humans, we act off of our knowledge and understanding. We don't really follow instructions unless it's what what we have to do. But that's what ChatGPT does. So I went in and I checked out some more stuff and I came across a couple websites. As you can see, the top of this thing is full of websites, right? And I'm going to take my time and go through them and explain to you guys exactly what I found. For example, this is a Jewish Action. This is a magazine of the Orthodox Union. So this is like a Jerusalem or Israeli magazine online. So I figured that it's pretty credible since it's talking about something that pertains to its culture and its people. So I looked into it and it says, what is the truth about when the Eved Ivories goes free, right? So there's a couple facts and backgrounds about that, and it talks about And even Ivory works 6 years and goes free at the start of his 7th year of servitude. Now, why is that important? Because they do the same thing with us with the credit system. If you have something bad on your credit, it takes 7 years, well, six plus that last year for it to be considered non-void. You know what I'm saying? And so the entire time you're paying off that debt over a 7 year period, if it's been paid off before the 7 year period, you were considered still under obligation into the 7th year, right? They didn't tell us that either. Well, that's how things work in this system that was created by, believe it or not, us. We created this system. And the reason why it's so important to understand that we created it, well, it's the same thing applies when you get ready to destroy it. You got to know the system that's in place in order so you can perform the right duty to abolish it. Okay, so I was looking at this stuff and I was thinking there's a lot of similarities on how we carry things today from Jewish culture. So what we think of as white America, it's not actually white America. It's actually even Ivory America. It's Hebrew or Jewish America. This is the system we're brought up in. And I've been noticing a lot of inconsistencies with the way things were explained to the generations that came after the people that established all of these rules and shit. And I think that we should address some of them, and that way we can give some clarity to the older folks that are still following these rules and regulations and shit. So it says the modern era, the notion of slavery is an anathema. I think that's how you say it. And it may even be troubling to modern Jews that the Torah permits such as institutions. Yet, in discussing the concept of ivory, the Ama Ivaraya, I think that's how you say it, and a Hebrew maidservant, the Torah is, in essence, taking what was an accepted and almost necessary institution and regulating it to make it more humane. Now, check it out. So, if that's the case, if we're looking at this the way we were taught, that means that slaves had no rights. But in actuality, even in religion, slaves had rights. And this entire system we're living under is a Judean system, which means that we basically fall up under Talmudic laws. And that's why I want to point this out, because what people are saying is it's an exaggeration, which in my case means that is a lie. You know, I don't any truth that has any type of lie in it, from my understanding, is considered a lie. Period. I don't care if it is some truth in it; it's a lie. And what I'm looking at here is that we weren't taught these words that gave us the understanding of who a certain people was, or a typical or a type of person was. For instance, we got a lot of Black Americans here who are claiming in America to be Hebrews. And you know what? For a long time, I thought that they were lying. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to eat those words. I'm going to eat crow right now. And because I put my foot in my mouth and I should have did a little bit more research. So I'm admitting on my show that I was wrong about the Black Hebrews. But this is another thing too. Those people that are claiming Hebrew, they're not Black. They're not us. And this is the thing. They can trace their family lineage back to these cultures and subcultures that lead them back to Hebrew. That means that they're not from America, first of all. And second, right? Second, they're claiming their true heritage. They're claiming their true religion and their true stake as a Hebrew, but They're trying to include everybody else as if it's one shoe fits all. And that's not how it works. They tell us that they here to prophesy to the blacks and Hispanics of America because they're the lost tribes. No, they're not. The lost tribes are the Evit Ivories, the people that actually know that they descended from the Hebrew nation. And those are the Hebrews, the people that are claiming Hebrew. Now, everybody else that comes along after them that can't claim or prove their family lineage, they're all converts. So don't feel bad if you're not one of the few and you're claiming, because it's nothing wrong with being a convert. But I do think there's something wrong with the deception that comes along with that. Because to tell you the truth, this nation has been infiltrated by two different types of black people. Well, not two different, but by one different type of black person. All right. The black people that were already here were infiltrated and deceived by the black people that were brought here or came here as indentured servants. Like Chat GPT said, uh, Evit Ivory is a Hebrew servant or Hebrew slave, but the terms were for a certain amount of time. That means that they agreed upon that servitude, which was probably contractual, tell you the truth. And then on top of that, they were part of the entire colonization. Now this wasn't millions of people. Now this were probably at the time that all of this started, and this is what I'm saying about slavery, because it's not actually something that was universal like they said it was, and like they keep saying it. This is how they sucker us in. They say slavery has and always will be or always was a part of society. No, it hasn't. Okay, because if slavery was always and has always been or always will be part of society in the form of servitude, then why were they getting paid? Because they actually had to get paid. And not only did they have to get paid, but they had to be treated a certain way. So all of those movies we watched, like Color Purple, Kuta Kinte, and all that shit, were all lies. And guess who they were lies from? And this is just what my understanding is. This were foreign black people that came here as indentured servants and they wanted to exploit their plight, meaning that when they got here and they saw the luxuries of being in this civilization, they didn't feel as if they deserved their treatment or they deserved to serve their term of indentured servitude. So as soon as they came here, they saw other black people walking around doing what they want to do, running their own shops and businesses and farms and families and stuff, and they wanted the same thing. The reason why that's important, because it's happening right now today with the immigration policies that are occurring here in this country right now. For instance, at that time, all of the Evit Ivories that were black, that were Negro, were young military age males. They didn't come here with families. As you'll see later on, as I go through all these tabs, I'll show you that they had to be assigned wives or they had to purchase wives from their supervisor or from their who they call master. Now look, this is what we need to understand. Master in that time frame meant teacher. Just like it still means here today, if you're not trying to put out propaganda and say master means your slave master. No, master means somebody that mastered the trade, or an occupation, and was able to take on apprentices and teach them the trade as well. Hence indentured servitude. That's what the job was. It was you when you became a a student of a master, you became an indentured servant. That means that anything that needed to be done, just like we do today, where you have people that's learning a job and they're usually the gophers when they first start off, and then they'll be that in that position until somebody new comes along and takes their place, and then they start to move up in the organization. Same thing, just like the military. When you first go in the military, even police officers, take for instance the sheriff's department. When you first join the sheriff department, and I learned this from word of mouth from other sheriff deputies, that when they become a sheriff, they have to actually serve time in the prison. They have to work in the prison for a certain amount of time, or until they get somebody new in, or until the rotation comes up that they can move out and start learning the different parts of their job. But they first start off as a prison guard, as a CO, as a jail keep, which means that uh, anytime they needed prisoners transported, they needed somebody to be, taken up or brought to the jail or something like that, picked up, or some supplies or something. Guess who's doing it? The COs. They're doing it because the senior personnel are out on the streets, performing the jobs that they were assigned to do after they went through the probationary period. So I should have said that in the beginning about, it being a probationary period. Same thing with the indentured servitude. That's a probationary period. That's why it only lasts for 6 years. And on the 7th year, not only are you set free, but you're also given a dowry or some type of pension. Same thing what they did in Exodus with the Hebrews back then, with the Israelites back then. So I don't see why we didn't interpret that the right way. Oh, I know why. Because we were deceived. Deception is why we didn't get that. So check it out. Back to this Jewish magazine right here, right? It tells you where in the Torah you can find this stuff. Shemot, the Torah, Shemot 21:2 through 6 and 22 2. I don't know how to say that. Valkyrie, I guess. 25 through 39. So if you want to go and do some research and find this stuff for yourself and find out about this word ivory, because I think a lot of people, including a lot of people that are claiming to be Hebrew and including Christians, don't know the words that they're reading. They're reading it in an English tongue from a translation that hasn't been fully, decoded. The translation hasn't been decoded because it was written out for people that weren't real Hebrews, i.e., the converts. That's what the Bible was for. It was for converts to learn the word of the Torah. So I remember when they started putting the New Testament into the Bible. When I was a kid, I found the only Bibles we had in my house was Old Testament. We didn't have an Old Testament combined with New Testament Bible. But when I became a teenager, I started seeing that they started including the New Testament in it. When I was younger, they used to give out in Sunday school the Bible, a little pocket-sized Bible, and it was only the Old Testament. It wasn't the New Testament. And this was around the early to mid 80s, when I was like maybe 10, 11 or some shit like that. But at the same time, I wasn't taught that the things in the Bible had a certain meaning, that it had to be decoded, meaning that you would take the Bible and then you would compare it with the Torah, and you would have an English to Hebrew dictionary or somebody that spoke it so they can break down every significant point in the scriptures, because there are certain points in the scriptures that aren't significant. So, again, the reason why that didn't occur is because if you know the secrets and you don't want somebody to know them because, knowledge is power, you are able to fabricate whatever message you want. And believe me, there's a lot of fabrication in it. All right, let's move on to the next tab. So I was typing in Ivory and Freeman because they talked about a free man. So check it out. In here, if I search this text, it talks about being free, over 34 times. So let's go through and find out where it says in Ivory, of course, works for 6 years and goes free after the start of the seventh year, right? Nothing different there. But then in the Torah, it goes a little bit further after it says about the 6th year. And that's down here where it says, Davarim 15:12, and he shall serve you 6 years, and in the seventh year you are to send him free. Meaning that they were supposed to be sent out. There was no choice because that was the law. The Torah also states in Vaikra 25:40 that until the Yovel year shall he work with you. Now the Yovel year is a certain time frame. It says the Yovel year is a fixed date and one that is linked to the Shemitah cycle. The Shemitah cycle. It is thus understandable that one might entertain the possibility that an Everett Ivory works until Shemitah, and the standard 7 year is then freed, So that's where that word freed came in. That's how I started looking up that freedman. Nonetheless, Jewish tradition is monolithic in its understanding that an Everett Ivory has a count unrelated to Shemitah and goes free after working 6 full years. So they were really strict on this. And this is the thing. How does another nation that supposedly enslaved you, right, follow your rules and traditions and allowing you to be freed after 6 or 7 years, and then not only that, give you a pension after you leave? And you know how I know this is the truth? That the Egyptians followed the Torah and the Judeo's laws? It's because they did the same thing in scripture with the Israelites during Exodus. That's the proof right there. That the Egyptians weren't on a different page than the Hebrews that they so-called enslaved. They actually followed the Torah and the Judean laws by honoring that process. Now, it doesn't say how long the Israelites were working or were in indentured servitude. Now, just imagine a whole nation of people indentured to another nation of people, but they follow the same Talmudic laws. You know why? Because they were the same people. Even in this story right here, let me show you something, what it says about this. We'll come back to the freedmen. We'll come back to all of this stuff. See, as you can see, I got some good stuff open. Bible law. See, slavery right here. Look at this. Check this out. It says right here, Hebrew slaves, right? A Hebrew could not become a slave unless by order of the court, for which under criminals below. So it says, for which see under criminals below. So that's this little tab right here. Or by giving himself voluntary into bondage, for which under certain papyrus, etc., below Yad Evadim 1:1. I guess that's in the Torah, the scriptures in the Torah. Other slaves were always recruited from outside the nation. Why would it say recruited? Because this wasn't something that was involuntary. This was voluntary, and this comes from Jewish virtual libraries, right? So from outside the nation, it has been opined that the epithet Everett Ivory and the laws relating to Hebrew slaves, Exodus 21:2-6, would apply also to such non-Jewish slaves as were born into the house as the offspring of an alien slave. See, for instance, this right here. But look, you see what it says? A non-Jewish slave, this also applied to him. So this is where the confusion came in. All of the black Africans that wanted to indenture themselves to the Jews, right? They knew that these laws applied to them as well. That's why they were able to call themselves the lost tribes. So this is why most black people that claim that they're a Hebrew Israelite is because they were indentured servants to the Jews or the Hebrews and became part of their family. As you'll see later on, it talks about how slaves can become free slaves. Like right here, the father may sell his daughter into slavery. Exodus 21:7. Usually, apparently, for household duties and eventually marriage. You see, it talks about that. And this is Exodus 21:7 through 11, where the father could sell his daughter to a free slave in order to maintain that labor as a family member. Okay. And that means that the Africans that were enslaved or indentured to the Hebrews at the time became honorary Hebrews or converts through marriage through the daughters of the Hebrews. Here it is right here. And this is straight out of the Hebrews right here. So the black people that are claiming that they're Hebrew Israelites here in America are actually converts that were Hebrew through marriage. They were Hebrews through marriage. And I'm going to show you something else about this too. It says the Bible mentions the son of a handmaiden, right? Exodus 23:12 had that is born in he that is born in the house, Genesis 12:17 to 12, right? The 13, Leviticus 22:11, indicating that the status of a slave developed upon their children. All right. So, devolved upon their children. I don't know if they said wanted that to be developed or not, but look, if a female was sold into the indenture, even if that is your family, right, and you have married someone that is free, your child automatically becomes an indentured servant. So if an African married a Hebrew as an indentured servant, right, and then they had a child, even though she gained her freedom, and this is also plays into the Anunnaki and the Agigi gods too. This is an old tradition that stretches all the way back to Mesopotamia, because the Agigi gods did the same thing. They bred a bunch of servants to serve them so they wouldn't have to serve the Anunnaki. And that right there shows you that this is an entire conglomerate right here, bro. This is an entire conglomerate. And a lot of people don't like to hear this, especially Hebrew Israelites, because their claim to fame is that the whole slavery thing identifies them as the Hebrews, when in actuality, it shows their connection to the Hebrews. But then when you search deeper into it and you start to find out that the Hebrews themselves enslaved and indentured their own families because of either debt or because they stole from them. And sometimes the way that they got freedom is by marrying an ex-indentured servant. Like if a servant is getting ready to get his freedom after his 6 or 7 years and he gets his dowry, if the master doesn't want to lose that money that he has to give to his ex-slave, he would offer his daughter, knowing that if they had a child, the child would automatically be an indentured servant to him. And see, this right here, you got to have discernment to be able to see this and understand this, because preachers, the ones that we're supposed to be the resident expert, the Hebrew Israelites, the ones that are supposed to be the resident experts, and also the Jews themselves, they're not explaining this because, believe it or not, if you didn't know that you could, opt out of your indentured servant through marriage, then you would just be a slave for the entire time, and there would be no relief. Now, even though they had to follow certain rules for slavery and protect the slaves and everything, and it was still an undesirable occupation. Okay, so check it out. The children. After the children are born and they become an indentured slave, they didn't have a time frame as if the other slaves did. Now check it out. Alien slaves served as what? Perpetuality. They served in perpetuality. All right. I don't think that's perpetuality. I think it's perpetuity.
Perpetuity, may make them an inheritance for your children after you, to hold for a possession, but then may take your bondmen forever.
You see that?
Leviticus 25.
See, so they said the child, after being born to an ex-slave and the indentured family member, their child will be a bond servant forever, man. So it behooved the master to pawn his daughter off on a freedman, right? In order for that perpetual servitude to continue. Because once they have a child, like it said right here, slaves served in perpetuality or perpetuity, ye may make them an inheritance to your children after you, right? That means that now they become part of your family. To hold for a possession of them, ye may take your bondman forever, meaning the child. The same rules would appear to apply for prisoners of war. So now look, check it out. The reason why that occurs is because it is debtors. Whenever an amount of debt for which the debtor sold himself, he must be freed. And this is how they got this freedman thing, this claim of fame that most or most black people are falling onto, trying to claim today as an honorary freedman. Now, if you're a freedman and you're on the freedman list, you're on the rolls, that means that you are either were in an indentured or you were a family member of an indentured ex-slave that puts you into perpetual servitude. Now, check it out. The rules still apply to this day. We're still up under a Christian Judeo system. That's why most of these rules still apply. And we think that this gives some type of advantage over the other races that are here in America or over in these other countries, but it doesn't. Matter of fact, it puts you a step below them as being a freedman on the first ensuing Jubilee year, right? So it says, the debt sold himself, he must be freed on the first ensuing Jubilee year. So that's usually like every 7 years, Leviticus 25:40. The same is true for the pauper, right? Somebody that's like a day laborer. Well, back then, the day laborers they could sign contracts to make a day labor for a certain period of time or even match the 7-year tenant that that the freedman had to follow. In that year, he regains his lands and holdings, Leviticus 25:10. So a lot of these people indentured themselves to pay off debt so they wouldn't lose their family inheritance or their assets. And this followed them over here to this country as well. Now, how can I say that it was the Africans that were enslaved and not the Americans? Well, we're going to get to that too as well. But I think I beat this one up a little bit too much right now. Let's go to where it says freedom, right? And in here, if I search this document, why can't I do it? We got freedom and all this stuff in here over 26 times. So let's look at what we can get out of this, right? Because it's not that long. But let's go back up here to the top. It says the concept of freedom in the Bible is found in the injunction that an advent of the Jubilee, liberty, this is where we get our liberty thing from, was proclaimed throughout the land unto the inhabitant thereof. So look, once they get their freedom, they were proclaimed throughout the land unto all the inhabitants. So what does proclaim means? The same thing proclamation means. So this is where Abraham Lincoln got his justification for the Emancipation Proclamation from these laws, from Talmudic laws and Judaism. Now, was he freeing people that were slave? No. What he was doing was he was following Talmudic law because, believe it or not, Abraham Lincoln was a Jew. He was a Hebrew. He was what they called a Melungian, which was a Hebrew. So he was just following Talmudic law. And over the time period that he was in office, which was only 3 years, he proclaimed this a little bit earlier than the rules were stated. That's why he wasn't liked amongst the other, Jewish inhabitants. For instance, all the colonies that were here at the time were a mixture of colonial and Jewish settlers. For instance, all of the Native Americans were claiming to be the Jews at that time. They were the tribes of Judea, all of the Native American tribes. And see, the reason why it was done that way is because they had to claim nationship. They had to claim a nationhood here in America. So the only way they could do that is by claiming that they were an offset from another nation in order to start their nation here in America. Don't believe that the United States was the start of America. It wasn't. America was its own country. It had its own rules and regulations. And when they came here, they had to establish themselves with the original Americans. And that was the non-Jewish or non-Hebrew black people. Non-Hebrew. See, so this is a history that's not being told to people because it's been written out with the fabrications of slavery, Jim Crow, and black codes and all that shit. It's been written out because of these stories that were passed down through the generations, and also these laws that were inducted into our society by who? The Ivory Ivory, that are known today as the Congressional Black Caucus. Believe it or not, these people have a lot of power. The Evie Ivory, right, were not only Caucasian Jews, but they are also black Jews too, as well. And those are the people that are in charge of the Congressional Black Caucus right now today. So, two different peoples. You had the people that came here as indentured servants that eventually, once they received their dowries, were wealthy people. I mean, you worked for 7 years and you were given land, you were given money, you were made part of their families because they wanted to further the indentureship of the person that was being freed. So by marrying into the family, your child automatically becomes a perpetual servant to that family forever. That's what it meant when they said perpetual servitude. And they also passed these rules down through the Catholic Church through these different edicts called papials or papal bulls. And they made sure that these laws were followed. So it didn't have anything to do with race. What it has something to do with was laws. And these laws were set forth through the Torah and the Judean laws. We just thought that it applied to us because other black people were subject to it. For instance, the Africans, they were subject to it. Right now, if you look at everybody that's in the Congressional Black Caucus, none of them, right, ancestry are from here in America. They're either from South America, the islands, or they're from Africa. All of them, which is not a bad thing. More power to them. Kudos. If nobody wants to step up to the plate and you feel like you have the opportunity to do so, go ahead, do it. But don't rope everybody into this situation that you're in, because just like the kids from the arranged marriage, They are the descendants of these slaves, which makes them servants perpetually. That's how they're able to be coerced and told what to do in government. And they have to follow this shit out because they are still following the rules of this society that once was powerful. Meaning that the Egyptians were Hebrews. They followed the Talmud. They followed the Torah. They followed Judaism. If they didn't, they would have never done what they did in Exodus by releasing the Hebrews and giving them gold and jewels and gifts on their departure. And where did they release them to? Just like it said right here. All right. Liberty was proclaimed throughout the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. That means that they were released out into the wilderness. Just like this rule right here says. And ye shall return every man unto his family. See? Leviticus 25:10. Thus the freedom emphasized, encompassed not only the emancipation of slaves. You see how they threw that emancipation in there? Because this is where the original Emancipation Proclamation came from, right? The freedom. Let me make sure I'm saying this word right. Envisaged, encompassed not only the emancipation of slaves, but the return of one's ancestral land, which had been alienated by sale. Now check it out. This is why the people that are claiming Hebrew are saying that they are the lost tribes, because they are promised land. They are promised land. And that land is promised to them by the Hebrew law or by the Torah. This is why it's so hard for these people to gain acceptance, because now they're trying to recall that claim that they were supposed to get when their family was released. And by doing this, they're admitting that they're still up under these rules, which makes the children of the slaves, the ex-slaves that married into the family, the Hebrew family, perpetual slaves, which makes this so dangerous. You see what I'm saying? So if you don't know if your family has lineage that goes back to the Hebrews and Jerusalem and the Israelites, you shouldn't be claiming that. Because if they're trying to recall the land that's owed to them, where do you think it's going to be? Where do you think it's going to be redeemed? This goes out to all the black Americans. Where do you think that land is going to be redeemed at? It's not going to be redeemed here. Because Israel has its own nation, has its own land. And that's why they've been fighting over. The part where Israel exists right now is such a small piece of the map over there. And if everybody that claimed to be a descendant and wants to receive reparations for their family's lineage, they can't support that. They can't support that increase in bodies. Hence why we're going through this immigration crisis right now today. So instead of giving them their due where they're supposed to have it at, they're spreading them out to the four corners. Sounds familiar, right? That's scripture. That's scripture. They're spreading them across the four corners. They're making these people that's supposed to have a claim to Israel, they're making them countryless. They're making them nationless. And now they have to seek asylum in other countries. And they don't have a country to go back to because, they didn't claim the land that they were supposed to get. And see, this is why it's so important to learn the language and the history of this stuff. Because if you are those people that are claiming this, you're owed land in Israel. Because your family's land was was occupied or it was taken over during the indentured servitude, either by because of debt or because of some type of crime. You know, if you ask them, it's going to be because of a crime. But it could have been because of debt. That doesn't mean that every black person here in America has claim to that. Only the people that can trace, only the black people that can trace their heritage back to the Hebrew nation and the tribes. And that's very few here in America, believe me. Very few. Because all the Israelites are over there. All the Israelites are over in Africa. There are all the people that are Egyptian, Arabic, African. You know what I'm saying? These are all the people that are the lost tribes. Well, they're not really lost. They know where they're at. It's just that, you know, they don't have the knowledge to trace their family lineage, or they don't have the capabilities of it because they don't keep records that far back. But, you know, it's easy to claim something if you share the culture. See, if you speak the language, if you write the words, you know, if you celebrate the holidays. See, and this is what the problem is right now today, because all of the holidays that we have that we're celebrating are all Judaic holidays. It was never American holidays. For instance, Thanksgiving was a Judean holiday of celebration when two parts of the tribe came together, which we call the Pilgrims and the Indians. The Pilgrims were the remaining tribes still in exile, still in exodus from the land. And, you know, a lot of people don't know this because they're not looking at the true history of what actually is happening. When these people can write this stuff out and it can be in their religion and in their text, and there's no contradictions to it, meaning that you can't come up with a rebuttal to their history, then how can you complain about that? How can you, you know, say that they're lying when you don't have a history of any of the shit that they talking about? Hey, Squid, if you think it's bullshit, come up and show me what you got. I see you putting boo in the chat. Come on up, bro. Come on up here and tell me why this is bullshit. I posted the link at the top of the page. Don't be a chat bot. Come on up here and tell me why this is wrong, because this is coming straight from the Jewish virtual library. I'm not making this up. They are. And if it is made up, they did a good job of making it up, because ain't nobody else been able to fabricate it the way they've been able to do it. So kudos to them people, man. And shame on them Hebrews that's trying to encompass every dark-skinned person into their affairs. They need to take responsibility for their actions. That means that they're claiming that they're Hebrews, they're still indentured servants. So they need to redeem that contract, and they need to I hate to say it, claim their land. That's what they need to do. Redeem that contract and claim their land. But see, there's some stipulations to that, because guess what happens? You're still considered a perpetual servant. And this is why the Hebrews want to involve every black person in America and Hispanics. It's because if they go back and they say we want to prove our heritage, then guess what's going to happen? They're going to be put back into servitude. They're going to have to join the Israeli army and do all the shit that a servant does of that nation. And they were going to have to purchase or spend their 7 years in servitude and be rewarded after their time frame on the Jubilee. Now, if that's a lie, then they need to, as men, because them the only ones that be out on the corners screaming at people, trying to force them to do shit. As men, they need to step up and address that shit. If they're not gonna address that, they need to. That's a private mission. Salutes, Red.
Salutes to you, Lord. What's up with you?
Hey man, just going over some information, bro.
Yo, man, I was just booing, man. I just didn't want you to think that I was cool with the shit. You know what I mean? In case I had left or something. So I ain't, you know what I mean? I
That's
wasn't
fine.
trying to like start, you know what I mean?
But tell me though, Squid, do you have any information or documentation to rebut what they're saying?
I mean, the mere fact that you got that from a Jewish source kind of makes that void to me in a way,
Okay.
in a lot of ways.
So hold on. Isn't this inside? Because they're quoting the Bible scriptures. Check it out.
You went a couple of places, Loyal.
Uh
You not familiar with the Jubilees in America? How the Israelites slavery was over, but then nobody tell them.
That's because it wasn't over, bro.
Mm.
Check it out. The part that confuses me is that the Hebrew Israelites are supposed to know the culture. They're supposed to know the language.
No,
And
the
if they
fuck,
knew the
no, they're
language,
not. No,
they're
they're
not
not.
supposed to know it.
No,
So how you gonna call yourself a Hebrew then?
because you know your ancestors. You call yourself a Hebrew. I don't use the term Hebrew personally
Okay, Israelite then.
because you know what that is. It's an ancestry. So I mean, it's world history. It's like being woke is with that connection straight from the program. You feel me? Like, yo, it say in the scriptures that the Israelites will not know who they was when
Yes,
they
that's
get taken
exactly.
into bondage.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Right.
And
So I mean, mm-mm.
the reason why they don't know who they were is because the Israelites that descendants are all still in perpetual servitude until they reclaim their heritage.
No, yes, that's exactly what the fuck I'm. Yeah, right. That's
Yes,
to do that, they would have to claim to be Israelites.
exactly. They not doing that.
They're not doing that. They're doing everything but that, and that made me think that the government might be involved.
Well, it is the government is involved. We fall up under a Judean Christian system. So check it out. The reason why this is deceptive is because they know that they're not claiming their heritage because they know there's a price to pay in order to be that Hebrew or Israelite.
And you know what that price to pay? That price is to pay what Nick Cannon and young Pharaoh had to put up with.
Oh, come on, man.
Yes, that's the only price.
That is
That's
not the only price, bro.
yes, it is, because if they was to claim themselves as Israelites, they would be in direct opposition to the ones who claim to be Israelites and ain't. But
So
they
check it
seem
out.
to not be ready for that fight yet.
So what young Pharaoh and Nick Cannon went through was a scolding. They didn't go through no trauma, man.
I mean, look, that's that anti-Semitic nonsense,
Well, they were claiming to be
right?
Hebrew.
Look. Let's
Yeah,
say
go.
YP young Pharaoh was an Israelite.
Mhm.
He would be asking Israelis or Israel, or, Jewish people to sup with him or some shit, right? It's like, yo, we got a bill. And then you got two people on the panel that is on different opposite ends of the spectrum, yet they still claiming the same heritage, and there's no peace between them. So they don't see themselves as Jacob and Esau. They see themselves as black and white. And then, according to the Jews, there's a couple versions of that. And according to some black people, there's a couple versions of that too. So the word of God really is the binding factor for anybody. But if it's a problem that they have to listen to black history, then they got a problem. That's what the world been suffering from. They got a problem with that. That connection that's connected to both Africa and America for real. You know what I'm saying? This shit is. It's like if you replace Arab, I don't know. If you replace some of them words with what they was, then it'll be a clearer little idea about why they don't know who they is today for real. Like, yeah, it's in the book though, man.
It
So
is. It's in
yeah.
Leviticus, and this is where I'm getting it from. And they're referencing Leviticus too as well. They're referencing Exodus and Deuteronomy. So check it out. It says alien slaves, right? That's the black people. That's the Africans that became the slaves to Israel. Okay, alien slaves serve in perpetuity, right? That means that they serve forever. Ye may make them an inheritance for your children after you to hold for in possession. Now look, this right here, people think that that means that you can hold a slave, right, for as long as you want, but that doesn't mean that. See, because what it means is your children, the children of the slaves were held as a possession, not the slaves, because the slaves were able to buy their freedom or wait to the Jubilee to be set free. Now, if they were did refuse to because you weren't a convert, if you weren't a convert, they would say, well, you're still a slave until you pay for your freedom. Now, check it out. What they did was they allowed their daughters, you see, as female slaves, sold into bondage by their fathers, go free if their master's son denied them their matrimonial rights. That means that they couldn't stop them from marrying anybody they wanted to marry as long as they paid for them. Slaves must be released for grievous bodily injuries caused to them. That means that the whipping and all that shit was false, bro. If they
No, I don't know about that. See, look, just because it's a law, don't mean that people follow the law. And
oh
so the law exists, but I don't know, man. That you said that's out of Leviticus.
yes,
Okay, so
the part right here.
the people that claim to be Israelis don't listen to the New Testament, right? They only listen to the Old Testament, so they have not upgraded. I acknowledge the upgrade that Christ brought forth. So they really technically can't, like, they couldn't even apply Jewish law for real, because for one, for them to do that, they would be claiming something they're not, and for two, for them to claim something they're not, they would have to be applying that to somebody else, and that would be directly implicating who really is the people of the book. So it's the time got it to where they got less opportunity to hide. If you boil it down, let's say if the shit get confusing about who's an Israelite and a Hebrew, you could always break it down by people's actions.
Well, you say New Testament. I never said anything about the New Testament. This is the Old Testament.
Right. And that's my
Leviticus,
point. All right. And my
Leviticus is
point,
Old
my
Testament.
point is that Jewish people, Jews, right? Not Hebrew Israelites, not Christians, but people who are the Jewish, they do not subscribe to the New Testament.
Yeah.
Right? Right. Okay, so them not subscribing to the New Testament got them with the need to update status.
Yeah, but
So mhm.
Leviticus is Old Testament, so they subscribe to that.
No, but they can't listen, they can subscribe to the Old Testament all they like, but that does not give them salvation, which Christ, who was an Israelite, taught. So they would not be up to date. You understand what I'm saying? It's like saying they stayed on yellow belt, never achieved black belt. They made an occult out of the yellow belt. They made a race that practiced culture off yellow belt shit. You see what I mean? So
I
there'll
mean,
never be black belts as a yellow belt. That's nature, right?
I understand the
Mhm.
metaphor, but it doesn't have premise in this situation, though. I'll say it.
Yeah, it does, because the Jewish people, don't acknowledge the update, which is Christ. So that
Yeah, but
means
God
that
acknowledges the old laws. He even said the laws stand.
he said he came to fulfill them.
Yes.
And yeah, right. The Pharisees and scribes tried to condemn him for performing miracles on the Sabbath day.
So if he came to fulfill the old laws, that means that he came to reinforce them.
Right.
Yeah. So that would mean that he believed that they were telling the truth as well. That the slaves and the old slaves had to have children in order for their children to be in perpetual servitude. Now, the only way the perpetual servitude can end is if you claim your birthright and do your 7 years and be released at Jubilee.
Yeah, but we talking about kind of two different things because it's the Jews who keep the law, and you talking about laws, but we talking about how what Christ did to the law, which was fulfill the law and introduce what we call living in faith, whereas he provided a way whereas people who was living upright would still be blessed by his God, so to speak, right? So this is how Gentiles and other nations is able to achieve the kingdom of God, even though they might not genetically be related to the Israelites or whatever.
Well, see, it has nothing to do with whether they have faith or not. It just has something to do with whether they follow the law and whether
No, see, that's totally opposite.
we're
Those
not
things,
talking about religion right now, bro. We're talking about civilization.
right?
All right, so the only people that's making it about religion is the Hebrew Israelites. They not
You know what?
religion. Israel ain't making it about religion. They making it about the law.
You know what? See, denying Christ, you could all be about the law, but you don't see God in works or actions, and then that would be the judgment, like the Pharisees and the scribes, the Israelites. What did you say just now? You said something.
The,
You was
Is-
like,
the Hebrew Israelites, the American ones, they're making it about religion, but the Israelites that this actually applies to, they're
mm.
making it about law.
Not at all, not at all. The Hebrew Israelites in America, those are the tribes, of the lost children of Israel, bro. They
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying it. I'm saying
then
that
then there is no two. It's only one. There's no. All right. There's the Israelites here in America that's woke, using the sword to knock people down. And if anybody can debate what they say, then they should debate that per line. But if that can't be done, I've never seen it done, and it probably will never be done. So how wrong could they be
well,
about
they
anything? And I can't speak for groups. Like I don't know what everybody's saying. I don't fuck with all the Israelites who claim
well,
to be Israelites. You know what I mean?
any of
It's
them
like Black Panthers or some shit. People claim a lot of shit, bro. It's about how they living.
exactly, but
Mhm.
they're prophesying and saying the Mexicans and the blacks of America are the lost tribes, and that's a fabrication. Unless you can trace your family back to Israel and back to the Hebrews, that's your claim right there. Because this part right here in Exodus 23:12 and Genesis 17:12 says the Bible mentions the sons of the handmaiden, right? Which is the what? The daughters sold into slavery by their fathers. And this is because what they did was they sold the daughters into slavery so they can marry the slaves that were being released so their children can be perpetual slaves. It says it right here in Leviticus 22:11, indicating that the status of slaves devolved upon their children. And the
Well,
reason why
I'm not going to argue with you or talk about Mexican Israelites. You feel me? I know they exist. I know
yeah,
there's some people they claim in the Northern Kingdom. I know that some people, the Israelites that I listen to, they recognize them as well. But I think it's more of a diplomatic thing for real. You got these concepts of Moors in Mexico, and it's like, yeah, I mean, let's keep it a buck. The motherfuckers is cabbage. And so it's like, everybody is going to be cabbage, or somebody got cabbage in all these other nations, man. Like, remember, all the other nations are said to be slaves, supposed to be slaves to Israel.
No, no. See, that's
Yeah, yes, that's in the scripture, man. I read that shit the other night.
where it in the scriptures.
I don't
Because
know. I read it the other night though.
hold on, look, Leviticus 25:44 talks about alien slaves. See, of the nations that are around you, about you, of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondwomen. That's the same thing the
That's what.
Israelites.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I think that's the verse right there.
Yeah, you know what
So
this? You know what that is?
I know
That's
that's all the Gentile nations around them should be their slaves.
no, bro. That's well. Then why are the fathers of the Israelites selling their daughters into the same indentured servitude?
Man, listen, you got this concept of corruption. You can't avoid that. Now,
Well, bro,
what they did, now, well, look, there's reasons why Christ came. You know what I mean? And like real talk, it's a upgrade that people might be able to catch them on some old shit dealing with that law. Obviously, the Pharisees and scribes was on that law, but they was assholes. So here goes a concept where what I mean. It's you talking about laws and dealing with slaves.
mm-hmm.
Look, whatever that is, right? That's been worked on by the Muslims who came up after Israel,
What?
right? Those are the guys that perfected the concept of slavery language. You know what I mean? And that shit is kind of like Israelites already in bondage at that time. So look, you know what I'm saying? It's like there's no competition with what a Israel is, taking the fact that there's only one, and anything else other than that claim that is a lie. And like there ain't nobody that's out of any of these religions claiming to be some of these people. Everybody claiming to be Christ. Everybody claiming to be a Messiah. That's the words that come off their lips. And it's all cabbage. And that's what non-believers do, they cap. So I don't know. I'll have to hear your question rephrase like what you're saying, because you said something that I disagree with when you said about Africa, and you said all the Israelites is over there, and I disagree with that.
No,
But other than that, yeah, you got it.
all right, let me re-clarify. I'm not saying all the Israelites are over there. What I'm saying is that the majority of Israelites are over there. You know
The
what I'm saying?
majority of people of color is over there.
Yeah, that's true as well. But just because you the same color, don't mean we the same people though.
That's facts.
Okay, so check it out. Where it says right here in Leviticus 25:44, it says you can make them bond men and bond women. But then in that same scripture, it says, moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them may ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they have begotten into your land, and they may be what? Your possession. Now, who are they buying these people from? If let's say you was a slave, right? And I wanted to buy you, who would I have to buy you from?
Yo, that's some shit that the families did. That shit was business back then, man. Like, I
Yes,
don't
it
know,
was.
man. I
And that,
wasn't around back then, but a person would talk to their handler, I guess. You feel me? So
you're right.
if a man was trying to buy a slave back then, they would have to find somebody who got slaves to sell, bro.
That means they
So
got family members that they can dispose of. Because
if
look,
that's how they feel about the shit, like what I mean, like that's kind of cruddy, but
bro,
yeah.
it's all family. It's all ran by
Yeah,
family.
that's how Krampus is a thing.
Well, Krampus, come on, man.
Oh, look, I'm just saying that's how they come up with stories and say if you ain't good, then somebody gonna come get you. when really they was making back end deals with people to come get their kids because they couldn't afford them. So they sold their kids, but instead of telling everybody, they would be like, "Oh, it's Krampus," or shit like that.
No, they
That's
didn't
why.
even have to do that. It was part of their religion. Leviticus is part of the religion.
That's hilarious. Well,
Straight, it's
you
part of
know
their
what? They did that shit to themselves for real, and
exactly.
people in the back in the day was cruddy, man. For real, for real. I ain't going cap for them.
And look, they're trying to manipulate it today as well. The reason why I say that is because of this. If you know for sure that you're a Hebrew Israelite, right? But your friend is the same color as you, but you don't know he's a Hebrew Israelite, why would you talk him into being something he's not, knowing that
Well,
it. Go ahead.
well, a person should be able to find themselves with either side of that book. If they're not melanated, then they should find Christ, and that's pretty much what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't go wrong. If a person pick up the Bible and read the whole thing and they don't get it, then they just ain't meant to get it, and we good with that. You know what I mean? It's like with all the material taken in consideration, there is no other source that put out that wisdom and them gems that record. Maybe the Sumerian tablets would be a competitive time stamp, but other than that, the Bible got hella gems and is intelligent. So I mean, that's
Yes.
what people been fighting over. So I don't understand why people can't acknowledge the fact that these aliens, as you put it, these aliens definitely are against whatever's black and whatever's the truth is. The Bible tells us that they was liars since birth. So who the fuck fits that description? I think it's easy.
Where do you get that they were black though? Where do you get that from?
What
Because
you mean?
nowhere in scripture it says that the Hebrews, the Jews, or anybody is black. It don't say what race these people are besides that they're Israelites and Hebrews and
Yeah,
Jews.
it don't mention nobody's color.
Exactly.
It's
So to jump to the
except for
assumption,
one, and
what?
that is in the Song of Solomon.
Oh, talking about when they're giving the description of Jesus,
No, black and calmly,
black and what?
calmly,
What's that?
Comely.
Black in Comlin?
Yeah, huh? So
C O what?
Comely.
L-Y. Black in Comly. Okay. So Song of Solomon's I am
And that's
black but
and
comely.
calmly, and that's the only ones I'm familiar of.
Okay, so Solomon, right? King
Right.
Solomon was a Hebrew or what?
Uh, he was
Because
an
he's thinking
Israelite.
about
He was an Israelite.
he was a convert, bro.
How you figure that?
Because he married into the freaking faith.
How he did that?
He married
He was
Israel.
Solomon is the son of David, bro.
Okay, so you're telling me that Solomon, right, is saying that he's black, but nobody in his family is. David. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so why would you say that though? Even though there's no descriptions of race, why would you make the assumption that that means that they're not black?
Because this is the indicator for some black people to believe this is talking about them. That's
Well,
the
no, well, it's not an indicator that's artificial per se. It is an indicator. People use it, all right. But look, there's no description that said it was a white man or there was a black man. Nowhere in that book, except for that one verse right there and that one with Jesus that you mentioned.
exactly. So they don't discriminate against color or race. They only discriminate against whether or not you are Jew or not a Jew.
That's not true.
What?
The discrimination comes against those who ain't of God, bro. Right?
No,
Jewish people can fuck up and be criminals and get their head chopped off. That's what it's about. It's about holding it down no matter where you at, you don't change up. And so we supposed to treat ours and our enemies the same if they transgress the law. You see, and that's why the concept of civilization and law is synonymous, especially working with people that's uneducated, and that you can trace back to melanated people. Can I get an amen?
you can get an amen, but you can't get
All
a
right.
fact. You can't get factual because
Nah,
check it.
that's an amen. Amen is a fact. Hey, look, the mere fact that law over others, right? When
Uh,
nobody else had laws or nobody followed these laws, right? They separated themselves from the people that was of law. And so, you know what I mean? Like that is the concept of civilization when you tell them that they can't do that. They gotta do this. Like giving them rules,
so
right?
how does that determine whether the person is black or not, though?
Because civilization came from cosmic dark people.
Come on.
Life period. Like the existence on the word and all of that period come from
Uh,
darkness first, just like it's saying scripture. It
I
was
don't.
darkness first.
I
It
don't
was
believe.
darkness. Okay.
Come on, that's not factual, bro.
How is not factual?
Because
Oh,
every race of people didn't come from black people.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said that the people who civilized and started the whole jump off was dark skinned.
How you figure that?
Ancient evidence.
So hold on. So the Egyptians were black, right?
They were dark skinned.
Okay. So and the Israelites were black, right?
They were dark skinned.
So who were the Gentiles?
Everybody else.
Who was
No. The Gentiles was the variations of white Orientals and mixes, probably.
okay? So why are they speaking Hebrew today?
Because they copycats.
How they copy?
And
Well, you would think
because
the original
they was
people.
taught, listen, they was taught. And then what they did was you see the kung fu movies where they kill the teacher, burn down the dojo, and then now they walking around like they got like they the grandmaster of their style, like they made it up.
Yeah, and then next
It's-
episode, the dojo's rebuilt and they warring again.
well,
So
look, this
uh,
episode, you know what I mean? Them motherfuckers is out there bluffing, acting like they the ones that kickstart civilization when it's clear they didn't because they can't even hold on to what they got.
okay, so check it out. So if the Hebrews were black and all the other races were Gentile, right? Why not? Why don't the Hebrews, the ones that's claiming that they're Hebrew, know their language or their history? So you mean,
Because of the diaspora that was put through, so saith the scripture, yeah.
bro? You can
It,
beat somebody. You can threaten to kill them, but that's not gonna make them forget their language or
yes,
their
it fuck it will. Yes, it
how,
did. Yeah,
bro.
what you mean? You act like it's so difficult.
It
You act
is.
like it's so difficult. No, it's not.
Change what you think, bro.
Nah, yo, listen. You don't know what to think about when it comes to shit like that. It's keep the kids and the women alive type
Yeah,
shit.
that actually speak the language. So you mean to tell me the kids wouldn't
They
learn
don't
from their
fucking. They
moms,
don't.
and their
They
moms
don't
didn't know the
fucking
culture of
speak.
the language?
They don't fucking pass down shit, man. They ain't pass down nothing.
Oh, bro, see, because I know
You know what?
hands
I
down.
bet I'll say this. If there was ever a time that Americans had some shit to pass down, it got destroyed in Hurricane Katrina.
Oh man,
Because in those old family
come
Bibles
on,
was
bro.
probably the truth.
Come on, bro.
Real shit.
So what
I
you're
don't know
saying
what
is
you're talking about. You act like that shit crazy.
it is crazy because I'm talking about what's in the scriptures. You're talking about something
What's
that
in, what's in the script? I'm talking about what's in the scriptures.
okay. So where in the scriptures it said they was black? And look, you said it said it black
Look
and
up.
commonly.
Right,
That
look
right
that up.
there. Look, black and commonly, bro, doesn't mean that I'm black.
What does it mean?
Commonly, I'm gonna read it straight to you what commonly means.
Uh,
Commonly means descent, suitable, proper to the time, place, circumstance, or person.
and so what does black mean?
Black means a color. It
Okay,
means
so if somebody say that's what they is,
uh
and it's in the Bible of all books, right, which is very popular.
hmm
Why? What is you doing? Making? What are you arguing against that? What are you trying to prove against
I'm not
that?
I'm not arguing against it. I'm verifying it.
Well, you just said, how can I prove if they was black? And I gave you an example, and now you verifying it.
You
So
talking
is it
about a
verified?
phrase? You talking about a phrase that was spoken in one sentence now. I
Right.
am black, but commonly.
hmm
Okay? And then it's talking about old daughters of Israel.
Okay,
Almost
then.
like
What's
saying,
your
look,
problem?
what I'm saying is, bro, is that it doesn't say that he was black just because it mentioned a black color. Commonly,
It literally say, I am black. What is this?
bro, that commonly word, if you would let me finish earlier, it also means handsome, fair, graceful, pleasant in appearance of a man or woman or thing.
Okay, does that sound like a fucking Edomite to you?
That sounds like a person bragging about how he looks.
Oh, okay. So when he said he was black,
Uh-huh.
that's how he looked. So I mean, that's it. It's over, man. I mean, what else you want to do about that?
What I'm reading is this right here, bro. Let's go back to Solomon, where you got that from. It says it's verse 5, and it's Solomon 1 and 5. It says, I am black, but commonly, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tent of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Look upon me because I am black, because the sun has looked upon me. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keeper of the vineyards, but mine own vineyard have I not kept. Now, you mean to tell me I'm a black person from all of those parables?
You ain't get that?
No,
Oh,
bro. When you look up the
it
word,
sounded like he said he was black twice.
bro, he's saying because the sun looked upon him. That's called a tan. That's
Oh, all
not.
right. So, all right. So that's what you're saying, that that's a white man.
I'm not saying it's either one, man. All I'm saying
All
is,
right. Well, you ain't saying it's not black. It's
hey,
just that was you just arguing that shit. I bet you we took a poll in America, 70+% will agree with me.
there you go again, fabricating stuff because you don't know if they will do that or not, bro.
I ain't fabricate. I said I bet.
Hey,
I
but
didn't
look,
say that's what would happen. And I don't fabricate shit. I'm the one using scriptures, and you the one trying to beat it.
I'm not, bro. You see the word black, and you don't even see my people or none of that saying they black. Matter of fact, his people shunned him because he was dark and made him work laborers' jobs. So that means that he was the only black person in his family.
So listen, let's go to the point where then who is the people? Some mixed brown people like you?
It doesn't matter what color they are, bro.
It don't matter. Then what? Tell them white people it don't matter.
Why should I say
See,
that?
that's the thing. That's why I feel like when people can't call themselves Israelite, they scared
Look,
of the fight. You
ain't
feel me?
no
They
white
scared.
people saying that
Hey,
they the
look, it's
chosen
scared.
one,
They're gonna let these Jews talk
and
and
no other
claim.
race is chosen. Look, check it out.
This
Hey,
shit
even
crazy.
if you are black and you become a Jew, guess what? You are a chosen person in their eyes,
Man, that's not true.
bro.
In their eyes, you talking about Jewish people?
Yes,
They do not fucking accept people who's not Jewish, bro.
bro. Man, there's black Jews all over the place. Half the ones and half the black people in Hollywood are Jewish.
Man, and what is their angle?
What do you mean with their angle? They converted to the religion, so it makes them a Jew.
They're fucking idiots. Sammy Davis Jr. Jews.
Hey, it
Listen,
doesn't matter, bro.
I don't care
It's a
about
fact.
Shine.
It's a
Shine
fact.
calling himself a Jew. Lil Wayne calls he an Israelite. So look, man, it's
Uh-huh.
like, look, if you ever think that what come out of the Khazars is something that the people naturally gravitate to and copy off of, you wrong, man. That's what they're doing.
Bro,
And you can tell by DJ Vlad, Adam 22, and all them other cats what it really is. See, Bootsy, he don't understand his history, so his stupid ass doing what he doing. Don't that make sense? Reverse engineered shit.
okay, let's reverse engineer this. So the only other claim of fame that the Hebrew Israelites have that they're the Jews is that they were enslaved. Now,
Right.
if that's
Well,
the
not
case,
innocent only, but go ahead. Yeah.
well,
I ain't
if that's
interrupting.
because that's where they're getting that from. If that's the case, bro, that means that they're still in slavery. They're in perpetual servitude. Now, the only way you can be in perpetual servitude is if you were a bondsman or a bondswoman. That means your family sold you into slavery. Your family sold you into slavery. Nobody had to go out there and capture you. It even talks about it in scriptures that they would recruit the other nations around them.
Mm-hmm.
Recruitment
So
don't
guess
sound
what?
like. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, that's the African slave trade right there, bro.
That's recruitment, bro. That's just like a recruiter for the military, bro.
Yeah, the Africans sold the Israelites out. Not everybody was an Israelite.
The Africans
So
are the Israelites, bro.
listen,
They are
listen,
the
listen.
conquered Israelites.
Listen, Israel is out of there. So I mean, yo, look, you can't call all the Africans the same people. You were saying the same shit earlier about black people.
Okay,
So
so
when
you
it
call
came
the
to
Americans Africans.
look, when it came to the Jews slash Israelites slash Moors kicked
Mhm.
out of Europe, yeah, the Africans helped them get enslaved into with the Europeans and the Mongols.
Bro, what we're
All the
talking about
ops,
is
all the ops was in confederation to put Israel in bondage, and that's how they got dispersed.
so who are all the ops?
All the other nations that wasn't dispersed in the diaspora.
So hold on. So you mean to tell me they were dispersed? They don't have no proof of their his heritage. All they have is that they black, and that's what makes them a Jew.
The Bible is proof, and the Bible is testimony to their heritage. That's
Bro,
why them claiming the Israelites is claiming their ancestors and the technology that they using right in front of their face, called the
the
Bible,
only
or
scripture.
any type of, or any, you know what? Not just the Bible, but just any science book. Period. You know what I'm saying? Take it back to them on that, right? Because when they study alchemy and occult, and when they study all the satanic shit, like all that shit is Bible language. It came from Bible scientists. It came from the original man who taught other people, and then they backstabbed them, and now they running shit like they was running shit. Like it's a hijack. That shit look clear to me. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
it's because you got shades on. So check it out. Look, you said that they not going by the Old Testament. What part is Solomon's in?
Old Testament.
It is?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me look it up.
Okay.
Let me check. I don't know. I see Samuel. Okay, Songs of Solomon. Yeah, you're right. So check it out. You're going by one scripture in the Bible, right? And then on top of that, this is in the Torah as well. Now, in the Torah, you know how I be researching these words. Like black don't mean black in the Torah. You know that, right?
No, I don't know that.
So if we're gonna dissect the Old Testament, we need to know all the different versions of the dissection.
You
Meaning like
know, they had an issue with that. They're called translations, And that's why the King James translation is the most accurate translations of all the previous translations. And people that are biblical scholars verify that. So it's not that King James authorized, like it's like it's just his version. That is the best version ever. And I don't know how he got it. I ain't gonna talk on that, but I'll just say that since then they've been making up. Well, at least they've been making up new versions ever since then, but they don't hit like that one. So that's the fulcrum point. That's the point where it was better than the Tinsdale, and ain't nothing better than it since. So, and it works. It works on many levels. So I know about the Blue Bible or whatever they call it, the Strong's Concordance or whatever, but I know people that use it and things and stuff like that. But I don't, and you know what? I'm not saying that the differences are small either. Like, there's some things in there, like how the Hebrews read it is totally different than how Americans or English people read it. So I get that. That was one of my, I don't know, that I was on to that point early about the difference. Like, these people was reading this book in a way that we can't, and that that gives you the idea of their different frequency, their different mind state. Because when they see the book of Malachi, they see angel, and we see Malachi. You know what I mean? For example. So it's not the whole thing,
So
but
do
it's
you
a lot of parts in there like that.
so do you think they're talking about the same angel as a man with wings, or you think they have another interpretation of what that angel means, or what Malachi means?
Well, the people that speak Hebrew today would probably associate everything with some type of dark art or arcane craft. You know what I'm saying? Hence the whole swag. So they probably would avoid Malachi, because the book of Malachi speaks directly to them and about them, actually, right? It speaks directly about them, the book of Malachi. So the book of Malachi is a hard hitting book. And when it comes to who these Idumeans is, the book of Malachi smashed them, yo.
So I looked it up, man. That word that they have for black in the Bible is a word like it's a certain word, man. It's a shaharharut. It's talking about a dark skin or a dark person. Now, our interpret is dark skin. Even it doesn't even say dark skin. It doesn't even say black skin. None of that stuff. The word is Seharhoret. See Harhoret. And that means am dark. That doesn't mean that my skin is black. He could have been talking about, his personality or something. And it
Okay.
says that word multiple times in the scriptures. Solomon 1:5. It says it in 1:5. It says it in 1:6. Yeah. And that's the two times it said it was black in King James Version. But in actuality, they're saying dark, not black.
Okay, so is somebody to believe that with all this ancient wisdom that come from these ancient peoples that leave these ancient reference sources, that
Mhm.
there was just no vocabulary for what we call people today? Like how we live and we see black, yellow, brown, purple people. Wouldn't they have a language to comprehend that same type of thing?
Yeah, they would have a language to interpret that. But look, this is a
Okay,
language
but wait. Oh, I just my point is that
on the screen.
the narrative makes sure that I don't know. I've never heard that language, right? You said it yourself that you could see that there was some type of language for that. But you know what? It's funny how we never really hear and actually get a good example or clarity on those languages, swarthy and ruddy, these vague ass concepts, right?
Yeah.
That's what we got to deal with.
Well,
That's
see,
suspicious.
swarthy and ruddy, because they didn't call the people over here in America black.
Well, I'm sure they probably didn't. You know, black is like an English word, and you know what? As a matter of fact, that shit might be Balak from Balak from the Bible and shit. Balak. And so
Like,
you got Balak, you got Balaam Shalom in America and shit. Like, look, at the end of the day, when them racist, white supremacists and Oriental supremacists, when they aiming, whatever the fuck they thinking about, that's who the Israelites is. When they aim at dark skinned people and hate on them for no reason, they warn with God and they self because they got demons in them, and so they wrong. And so yeah, like all the cool people in the world that is worthy, they is counted amongst the 12 tribes. They count amongst those children of God, right? So it's not about race, it's about what type of person they is. Now, with that being said, who's the type of people that fit the description in this scripture? You got one side where the diaspora and everything that would happen to them fit people we call African Americans. And then on the other side, in that same book, you got the Edomites who fit the description of the motherfuckers calling themselves Israelis. Now look, past that shit is just insanity to contest this.
So
But what you got though?
You think that the Edomites are different from the Israelites?
I know there's an Edomite out there somewhere. I know there's an Israelite out there somewhere. You know the reason why that they're at odds is because somebody is from the devil. So the children of the devil and those who they got influence over can be considered Edomites, just like left-sided people, or how you say negative people that work for the system, agents, shit like that.
Yeah, but they work for the system on a commercial or technical level, not on a spiritual level.
How you know that? You can't speak for people. You don't know that. You don't know. You gotta use everybody as an example. Then you're like, you have to break down the person.
Everybody's not religious.
And you know what? Everybody's not religious. So I mean, what you saying? Not everybody is non-religious.
Yeah, not everybody is religious.
Right. Not everybody is religious. Not everybody is irreligious.
Yeah, but the Edomites are the ones that came from Esau, right?
Right.
And wasn't Esau Jacob's brother? So that would make him a Hebrew too? But look, what I'm looking at right here is in the actual Hebrew tongue, right here.
You know what? No, pause right there, yo, because I think you verbally came across a good benchmark, right? When you had just said something and it was, I think it's right. And that is the separation between an Israelite and a Hebrew, because Jacob became known as Israel, and Abram was definitely father of nations. You know what I mean? And guess what? Red and ruddy Esau, who I'm saying is Edomites, and I'm not the only one that say that, but guess what? That fits the same descript still. With Edom, and even though that version of red hair that come from them and all that, even the hair all over their body, like all these things match up to a type of person. Facts. And so to call them Hebrews too, because they're from the same father, that's Interesting. Salutes. That's a good one. I don't know if you caught that. You said it.
I know, and then I was going to go on to this part right here because we can't just say that these people are different just because they have certain characteristics. It says right here, Solomon says this, right? If we read it in Hebrew, this is the closest translation to what the word means. It says, of my mother's son, the son, because has tanned me, am black or dark. So why would he say the sun has tanned him? That's why he's dark. Because it has nothing to do with his skin color. Solomon was an outdoors person. That's the only thing you can get out of that. The same thing with Esau. And Esau was hairy and he was dark complexion. I don't know about you, but if you got red hair all over your body, that doesn't make you a white person. Matter of fact, that makes you closer to a dark skinned person.
How is that?
Because
How is
the hair color makes you darker than a white person.
that? What? No,
That,
no. You know what? You just need to stop it. You just need to stop it, Lloyd. I mean, I was already about to trip on something else you said. And then you said something else right after that. That's like, you know what I mean? That's an interesting
double trip.
combination. I don't know what to reply to first. Like,
Okay, reply to this one. Reply to this one. Reply to the fact that he said he was 10 from the sun. Reply to that one. Why would he say
that.
10 from the sun?
Okay, bet. So, let's take somebody who's dark skinned and who's in a hot part of Africa where it's summertime, right?
Uh-huh.
And then let's take them and, you know what I mean, let them live in Sweden for like a year. You know what I'm saying? And then drop them back off where they came from, right? Soon, and I don't know how soon, but soon they would get their complexion back. Or they would be tanned again, right? It would be a matter of, is that his complexion living in Sweden for a year?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And he come back, he just get a little darker because he's tanned. He's in the sun, outside.
Yeah. So that's what Solomon's saying.
Right. So that means he's black and he's tan.
Oh, he's black and he's 10. So you
Yeah,
have both of them.
yeah.
Okay, so look. Where does then this is what gets me is that we have the scripture in the Bible, right? But when we translate the Hebrew words, all of those words that it puts in there, because I got the Solomon stuff right here. Check it out. Look at the Solomon story. It says, I am black, but commonly, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Right? Now, where do we get all of that stuff that he just said out of the scripture? This is from the Torah now. Where did all of the rest of that stuff he was talking about? Because this is 5 and 6 right here. The same thing I'm reading right here. 5 and 6.
Oh shit! Hold on, my.
Because there's no other words to decipher or translate in here to get any of this stuff about the tent and the kedar, right? And as the curtains of Solomon, it has none of that in here. It says of Solomon, of my mother, sons, the sun, because has tanned me, am dark, because I do look upon me not. Now, the way they wrote this out, because you can see how they wrote it in reverse. This is reverse of what the damn scripture from the Torah is talking about. So when they rewrote it, they wrote in what they thought best fit. That I am dark, but commonly, O ye daughters of Jerusalem. It says, look not upon me, because I am black, because the sun has looked upon me. That means that the only reason why he's dark It's because of what? A tan. So that's the only thing I'm getting at. We can't go off of speculation when it comes to stuff like this. And that's what a lot of people are doing. And that's mainly what the Hebrew Israelites are doing when they claiming that they're the only sole heirs to the throne of God. That you can't say stuff like that and go unchallenged. Now what they are is, I think, converts to the religion by marriage, which makes them, yes, heirs to the throne, but it makes all of their descendants servants perpetually.
So can you hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you. You good?
Um, yeah, so he said he's black. So look, it would be speculation to say otherwise on my end. So you know what? I'm a stalemate acknowledge that, just for time's sake. You know what I mean? And you would be implying that he's a white man and he has tan.
Or Chinese or Mexican or
Okay.
Hindu.
Okay.
So, or Arabic.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's I mean going. Okay, so here, let's say any one of those, right?
Mm-hmm.
No people on earth fit the description found in scripture written thousands of years ago in a book today, like the people that are Israelites, African Americans, Africans, Asians, South Americans. Like that whole concept is covered by biblical scripture one way or another. Some people use the Book of Mormon on the situation, and say and talk about Israelites coming from Africa, coming from Jerusalem, coming into America. So, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, me, I could be cheat. I'm gonna cheat real quick and be like, I just don't like them, and then that's enough because I live in faith of God. I'm not gonna do nothing wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like the people I don't like that I'm not supposed to like, etc. If I can help it, right? And you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna make no friendly fire happen. If I had a chance at knocking a few of them down with the laser beams, you know what I mean? But yo, that shit is facts. It got to be somebody. The book talking about somebody. It's like paint by colors, by numbers and shit. Who the fuck is? When you gonna paint? You gonna paint the sun green? Because look, I think I'm gonna get a shiny sticker for this stance. You know what I mean? Because you can't take blackness off the children of Israel, because I could go into a whole plethora of African information that you just said.
Yeah, but they're not black though, bro.
Then what you calling them, man? You saying they white?
So if we were going by their skin color, it would be brown, copper colored, or tan.
Ah, fuck out of here, man. That's what all the light skinned people say, man. It's something else. It gotta be something else.
I'm darker than you.
You light skinned, man. You got a light skinned attitude about life.
I'm darker than you.
Man, so you have a light skinned spirit, yo, Lord.
Look, okay, if it meant that it was only one division of people, right? Then why would it make, if they were describing Jesus after the people that he was supposedly be, why wouldn't they describe him as being a black man? Why they gotta multiculturally change him into bronze, brass, with woolly hair? Not really, what they call knitted hair or dreaded hair, right? Why would they say all of that in conjunction with the fact that Solomon is saying that he's dark, not black? And we know what the color, the description of black was back then: swarty, tawny. It wasn't black. So I don't see why it's such a hard thing to believe that it's not talking about a specific race of people. It's talking about a specific following of people, a race of following, like a religious group of people.
Yeah, okay, order of the law, man. Or the law, that's what it's about, the law of God.
What law?
The law of God, what you mean, what law?
You
Like you
talking
said it's
about?
not look, you said it wasn't about race, and I'm trying to work with you on that, right? It's not
Okay.
about race, it's about what type of person you is. That's what
Yeah.
you said. That's what you said, right?
Uh-huh.
It's a roundabout. And so where the fuck people ain't just wake up and know that. So give your ancestors some credit. You
Give them some.
saying they ain't got shit to do with what these people that we calling parasites now about other shit? They ain't got shit to do with that either. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. Like it's the parasitic nature that perpetuated, obviously. So when we see it in the ways that we see it now, you know how late in the game we is. I think they brought us back on some cryo dawn or some old. I think they brought us back just to run this play or some shit because they, it looked like they don't. The whole world's taken over by these Gentiles. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? This shit look like the end of the world as we know it. Like that's how I see it. Cause all this shit is bullshit, and if it's like that,
But it's not though. It's not the end of the world, brother.
I know it ain't. But it's the end of their world. God damn it. Cause
Lord,
look,
man,
you know
what?
why? They at war. They at war with Gaza, right? Hey yo,
Huh?
they whole shit was about fighting on people, man. For how many years?
Oh, you talking about? So look, check it out.
But I ain't going to change the subject. Let's go back to the Bible shit. My
We
bad.
can talk about that because the reason why we can talk about that is because we don't know for sure what's happening over there. We can say that they've been fighting since Immaculate Conception, right? But we don't know what they doing over there.
So yo, on the Israelite shit, as
Uh,
far as that book go, nobody fit that description. How can you fight with the diaspora, or they call the African diaspora, the slave trade? And then, we see all what Islam has been doing. So we know that they ops. It just make perfect sense. Look, the whole concept of black nobility is documented in Europe, right? Correct? Do
so
you
black,
do you accept documented nobilities like in Europe that was of color?
yeah.
Okay,
But
bet.
look, check it out. You got the same thing with Asians, Hispanic, Spanish, and with Judaism and with white people. So
Man,
what?
those are all mixed peoples, man. That means they came later. Why is this shit like rocket science? Like, yo, for real, it's simple, man. It's very simple,
Mhm.
right? You have original man and you have all the other people, right? And that is from darkness is light created, all the spectrum colors. Man, it's simple, man. And you got all these different, colors that came and gone and shit. But
It's
look,
not.
the point is, right? The point is that when it comes to the hatred, the people that is the opposition to all good people look for black people, man. Now that's where I'm at with shit. They the devil, like lizard people from underground, eat humans type shit. So when people on the Israelite shit talk that shit, they not wrong at all. They banging on the beast daily. If they right, not all Israelites, but you know what I mean? That's a good way. Some Christians be right about the shit they say, right? Anybody else, they just good if they peaceful and shit and shut up and listen type shit, like a Buddhist. A Buddhist will sit there and listen to everything you say for real, right? Like they ain't gonna say shit to you. They can't. You can loyal and send you over to Tibet right now. I bet you a motherfucker listen to you talk. They'll be nodding their head, smiling at you.
Because I sound good. That's what it is. Hey,
You
but
don't.
check it.
They don't got no choice. They inferior stock.
Somebody put this in the chat. It was King Samu. King Samu put Job 30:30, right? Here it is right here. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat. Okay? Now, that scripture right there, a lot of people will say, yeah, that's talk about a black person, right? But check it out. check it out where how it was translated. This is Job 30 right here. I
That's the
mean,
Burning Man.
hold on, I might be in the wrong place. Let me check real quick. Yeah, I was in the wrong place. My bad. Let's go down to Job 30 and let's see how it's written because it's all from the Torah. This is the Old Testament. Let's see what it says. You remember that word
Excuse
you used,
me.
right?
What word?
Remember that word we was using earlier, Sahar, the one that we was using earlier in for Solomon.
That's what you said.
I still got it. I mean, I can find it.
Yeah, yeah. But okay, you said that meant what, darkness or some shit. I don't know what you
So
said,
look,
but
look at
you
this.
replaced black with that.
This is
Okay.
Sahar, the word that means grows dark or grows black.
So
Right? Now check it out. It says fever which burns and my bones and falls from me grows black my skin. Now, what is that actually talking about? Now let's look at this one and let's read it again. My skin is black upon me and my bones are burned with heat. And then we go to the Torah and we read the same scripture and it says I am a brother, fever which burns and my bones and falls from me, grows black my skin. Now, does it sound like he's talking about his complexion, or does he sound like there's some type of cooking thing going on here?
he's brewing. This could be a rap. Like he just dropping a bar about how he cooking or brewing or how he moving. And just because it got one layer of effect to it that you might be saying like he might be scorched at a stake or something. Like, if he's dropping bar, this is the Song of Solomon. These are bars, brother. So, what he's saying isn't a detriment to him. He's talking to the daughters of Israel, man. Look, where you at with this, man?
No, this is Job I'm reading. This is what King Samu put into the chat.
Oh, this is Job. I'm looking at the screen. Oh,
Yeah, it's
you talking about Job? Well, wait a minute. Now Job is different because he was going through something. So yeah, he had the worst type of situation,
now
regardless.
hold on.
So maybe let's say that if he a black man, then that was the worst type of black man to be. Right? That's a bad example.
Hey, no, this is the stuff our people go off to claim that they are the chosen people. See
But
this?
yo, check this out though, loyal. Check this
Yeah,
out. Job got hella gems in it, man.
it does. This
Right,
is
it
one of them.
does. Right, it does. And guess what? Ain't nobody else write no shit like that.
Hey, even the beginning of this scripture, 27, it says, "My bowels boiled, and rested not. The
Yeah,
day of affliction prevented me." All right, I went mourning without the sun. Right, I went mourning, not like the morning. See that OU right there? Without the sun. I stood up and I cried in the congregation. I am a brother to dragons and a companion to owls, right? My skin is black upon me and my bones are burned with heat. What do you think he's talking about when he's saying that? You think he's talking about himself, or you think he's metaphorically talking as if he's saying, you know how somebody would say, uh, if you're talking in the third person, like I would say, loyal don't
right.
appreciate.
That's what I just that whole rap breakdown was about that. Like I
Yes,
don't really care. Job was being admonished, so I don't give two fucks what Job was, right? Like that's a bad example. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo,
Samo
there's
got
examples throughout all the scripture, right? But yeah, he did talk about his skin. So I'm just saying though, like when you talk about the most ancient people in the world, you're gonna get two people, yo, maybe three. And that's what you probably got with Shem, Ham, Noah, And so we could just like chill at that, man. Like, yo, it's not so much that we saying that, or people that make sense is saying that them other people don't exist. They definitely exist, but there was some political drama that happened that was more recent than what they're saying with this false narrative. Like, we go through the biblical lanes and we'll still be thousands of years in the past. But the truth is that what you was talking about at the beginning of your show is that whole slavery jubilee shit, right? And so people in America that don't know they're Israelites can't verbally claim something that they don't know to claim. And so while they don't know, you got people that got a whole country over there killing people in the same name. And so that is like a doppelganger type shit. And that is some shit, whereas
but we don't know that.
That's potentially enemy combatant type stance to take on life. Because where is the ancestors?
That's rumors and rumors of wars.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, true. But
rumors of wars. We don't know that they fighting at all. They could be over there laughing it up at us for believing the shit.
They could.
For sending them support, thinking that we are helping them overcome an obstacle, but they actually in cahoots with each other, splitting the cash. That's just me, the way I think. You know what I'm saying?
European Hollywood, Russian AI generated assisted Hollywood. They got, because Russia got the AI generated images and what do you call them? I mean, like they got the AI shit. They got AI tech all over there. Remember the Russian bots before the Ukraine war? They was all in the chats.
You're right. Hey, so that would prove right there. We should watch what we believe, and then we should also not jump to conclusions.
Man, I think it proves that we should all get the Bible, hold in our hand, whether we read it or not, and slap the shit out of somebody with no. You know what? Maybe not slap nobody. My bad. But you know what I mean? Just like, you know what I'm saying? What they gonna do about it? And that's just the realest step. I think people is pretty much everywhere with the shit. The only thing they need to do is pick up that particular banner, I think, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Listening to people, they pretty much know about the lies. People are conscious about the lies on the people of this land, the legalities, you know what I mean? All that type of stuff. But it's just that one connection that is the spiritual line that will make sense out of it all, because they trying to say that people didn't have no spirituality concepts that taught the world, and that's just insanity when you line up all the evidence that's obvious. You know what I mean? It's just too many things that count against them. You know what I mean? It's just facts. It's hilarious. Like the Edomites, like they call themselves that same shit the Bible called them. So, you know what I mean? It's not anything vague. It's not conspiratorial. It's defending your heterosexual rights and defending the truth, serving God, right? Facts.
I wouldn't say facts. I would say speculation. But then at the same time, look, we're both talking about scriptures, and we're on such far ends of the spectrum that
we tell me about it.
You know why? It's because we stopped studying.
Man, don't say we. You speak for yourself, man. I'm shocked.
You're happy.
I'm the one winning this thing here. If you ask me, man. I mean, I think I defended the Bible pretty well against your doubt.
Okay, I appreciate your confidence, but at the same time, though, we gotta take in consideration that the Bible, the Old Testament, was written in conjunction to mimic the Torah, right?
No, what?
No, the Old Testament
what?
Do that, man.
Huh?
He just being facetious now, man.
No, but-
It was written in conjunction to be in comparison with the Torah, man.
okay, so the Torah and the Old Testament are the same thing,
Yes.
right?
And the
They're the
only
same
thing
thing.
that's different is the translations that we're getting from the,
Well,
the
okay.
our
Let me ask.
trans.
Okay, it's not just translations. Translations is one of them, but there's also mistakes and what you call evil deceptions that might be in there too. I'm not aware of any. I know that there's some pages that repeat themselves in the in the Old Testament, but I don't know. The Bible is such a mystical book that it's like I don't know if it's on purpose or if it's actual proof of a glitch or a flaw, and people who comprise it.
I think if you believe in God, you need to search out the truth behind the Bible
Oh,
because
I'm
I
not.
think the
I'm not
world.
in mystery about it. I'm just saying I don't know how to tell it to you. Like I'm good with the Bible the way it is, right? And so, like, look, how hard do you think God made it for you, man? Like, God damn,
He
like,
did. He made
like
it.
people think God is worse than Satan,
Huh?
and it's not the case. Like, you got people quickly worshiping and going toward the satanic route, and they think God is just so lesser or different than that. Like, or what I mean? It's wild. It's like, look, there's definitely a program or a manual left for people to get a part of, and the people that don't do that, they typically lead to crime and degradation, man. So, mm,
I
mm.
you know, I think you've taken me so far off track of what I was going to say that now I am trying to justify the facts that the Torah, bro. You mean to tell me if you read the Torah that you would come up with the same translation that King James did?
What do you mean? I mean, I read the translation King James authorized.
But you don't know where he got it from.
Nah, I mean,
See?
what you mean? Like, I don't know the languages and shit that you got it from. Like, I'm
Yeah,
not going to read that. I'm not going. Listen, I don't got to go through that. It's translated.
it's not
Right?
translated, bro. I just showed you inconsistencies in the translation from the Torah to the King James version. And then
Well,
if you
I
go
know
to the
there's
international version, it's different from that too as well.
I know there's inconsistencies. I told you that. I mean, I admitted to that.
Why is there only one Torah, but there's like 17 different Bibles?
Because they keep making them.
And they keep deceiving you because
Right.
they haven't even fixed the first translation. How are they going to get
No, no. Look, peep game, peep game.
Go ahead.
They trying to change the King James version.
They need
That's
to.
that's all. No, no. That's look. Everything they did after KJV been watered the f down.
Everything after they did. The King James is a watered down version of the Torah. And when I mean watered, it's washed.
Nah, King James got the New Testament, man. The Torah is a direct translation in Hebrew, and the New Testament
It's not
is
even
a translation from Greek and other shit that
not
it
even
was
written
doing.
by King James.
I know it's not. It was. Listen, man. I don't really even care, right?
Okay.
Like real shit. I'll still use that shit. I mean, it'll still be in unbeatable. Like
Which
what? If it
which
was
parts of the
beatable, then
Bible?
I'd say all right. But I mean, even with flaws acknowledged, there's still like, what can you say about when it comes to identifying the people and their enemy and their salvation route process?
I got two things I can say. For one, I can say that if they're not describing the right people, and then two, on top of that, they're giving us information that doesn't reasonably translate from the Torah. It
Okay,
doesn't
so
translate.
check this out.
Uh huh.
The Torah is not only where the laws but you got well, actually, that's the first 5 books of Moses, isn't it? So the New Testament, the Old Testament got a whole bunch of stuff in there. And so what you got is the laws.
Mm-hmm.
You got some shit before. You got some stuff before that, like creation of man.
The laws.
You got the creation of man, right? Creation of existence. My bad, right? Then the creation of man, or plants, animals, and things, earth, and then the creation of man, meaning that plants, animals, and things is older than mankind. And then you got it where by the time they made man, guess who was making them? There was people that was already made, and they just became levels of gods. You know what I'm saying? And they was able to reach the level of creating people like Adam and Eve. And then so the drama of Adam and Eve following these avatars through their lives, right? That's a history book until even the earth break up. And then you got scientists today talking about Pangea, and then the continents separated. So we got proof of that because Africa got a split in and out, so they say, right? So look, that's science. And then, you're right, they talk about a flood. And not only that, they say that the flood was everywhere. And then when you look at science, you got all these people with evidence of flood and in their stories, right, that will back up that story, right? And they said there was giants in those days, and that's a pop culture topic, but that's also mentioned in scripture more than once. And so then it also talks about the type of people that would be in these giants and the descendants thereof, and the type of spirit they would have and the type of attitude they would have amongst people. And that's pretty much what you got is God's chosen people that was brewed into the law, right? And then from that came he who saved those what did he do? He he was the savior, right? For the blood magic he put on his own blood in the days and age amongst in the world where they do blood magic, they eat cannibalisms, they drink blood. And so Christ, the way it's in the Bible, is a complete opposition to the world and its satanic system. Clearly, plainly, in English, KJV, authorized.
Authorized the demonology of the Old Testament. You just now said it, that he did magic on his blood magic.
Yeah.
So that's demonology, bro.
He preyed on his own situation, man. I said that so you can know and relate that they do blood magic, right?
Yeah.
And that what Christ did about his blood was like something that counters that. It blocks, counter, and destroy that which the demonic satanics do. You know what I mean? It's a counterproductive thing to the world or the system. But that was on such a great level, nobody done that before. And so, it's like having a thought that nobody had before. So the concept of a martyr, person that gave their life for yours, is something that is echoed by these oldest people's record, summed up into some type of verbal Rubik's Cube that the opposition can't even destroy because they themselves are fascinated by it. And so they use computers to study it, and they would even go so far as to create a culture to pray into it. But it all become that day the children of Ammon. And you know what I mean? And we'll see them as that. The children of Ammon is from the below. They're from the Cthulhu land. You know what I mean? It's a whole thing, bro.
They all the same people, bro. All of that stuff you're talking about, Cthulhu and all that stuff, it takes place over in the Middle East, takes place over there in those African countries. So I'm not saying that these Africans aren't the Hebrews, but I'm saying they're Hebrews through convert, right? And then on top of that, their ancestors, their children, the ones that came to America that are claiming to be black people, they fall up under that perpetual servitude.
Of who?
Of their Israeli or Israelite masters.
So you saying the Israelis are the slave masters to the African Americans
They're the
and the
master,
Africans?
not the African Americans. Ain't no African Americans
Well, who you just said? You said that the Israelis was the slave masters.
of the Africans. The tawny, black, swarthy people.
Why you got to use these old ass words? We are not in the
I
1600s, man.
said black too. I'm just giving you different.
Nobody talks like that. Nobody.
Okay, so the black people of Africa, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
And the ones that are over here, if they don't have no ties back to Africa, they frauds. They fraud.
Well, I mean, what if there was people that was here from Africa a long time ago? Because there's that.
What do you mean from Africa a long time ago?
There was people that came from Africa over to America.
Okay, if they came from Africa to over here, they still African. What, they just change up when they come
Oh
over?
well, listen, no, well, by this time we're talking about their descendants.
Okay, they're descendants that came here. If they are born here, they're Americans. But if they turning around and claiming that they Hebrews, they just now spoke up for their birthright.
Nobody is claiming they're Hebrews. You can chill on that.
The Hebrew
That's
Israelites ain't claiming that they Hebrews.
There ain't nobody in America claiming to be Hebrew Israelites or
So who is the
Hebrews.
dudes that's wearing the purple with the beards and the Bibles out there screaming at people on the street?
Oh, you talking about nowadays?
Even
Oh,
back then,
a lot.
the
Yeah, all
civil
right.
rights movement. Look, the civil rights movement was led by supposedly Hebrew Israelites.
Oh, fuck, it wasn't. It was led
Yes,
by
it
a
was, bro.
Freemason. And don't
Hey,
even do that. Don't even do that, man. It
hey,
was led by a Freemason. And what
okay,
about the people wearing purple? Like, what you talking about?
okay. So what was Martin Luther King?
Hey, look. The people that be wearing the purple with the Bible and shit, I bet you couldn't sit there and argue with them.
Yes, I could.
I doubt that, yo.
Because
Listen,
they
just
reading the
argue.
Bible,
You
I'm
know
reading
what?
the Torah.
You know what? We could, you know what I mean? Like some type of double stream where we watch one of their shows. They live all the time. It's called Israelite Social.
Okay, let's do it.
And so, yeah, I mean, look, the talking points that is amongst these brothers is not the babble that you've been hearing on this internet, man. Like
Okay,
real shit. It's like
so
it's really where everybody should be at.
and I bet those brothers find value in learning the Hebrew language, right?
They don't speak that.
They don't
There's
speak that.
no. I don't. Nah. I don't, There's no Hebrew language speaking.
bro, then they are fronting. They fake.
Yeah, they do be saying Yahshua Allah and all that.
Yeah, they say a whole prayer in Hebrew. I've heard them say it.
Yeah, but you know what? That's neither here or there. We speak in English. It's KJV, man.
Bro, that doesn't mean anything, man.
All right, so if we went back over there and took over Jerusalem in Africa, you think that we would take our names and our language and change it?
Well, see, that's where this comes in. That's why this information comes in. It's so important because once they claim their birthright, they got to finish their 7 year to Jubilee servitude, and then they'll get land as well as pensions. What
That
we call
means
it reparations. The reason why these people ain't getting no reparations is because they're not in the right venue. They're not owed reparations from America. They're owed reparation from Israel.
no. You know what? I got
Oh,
one better. But I'm with you on everything up until that point, right? Check this out.
go ahead.
They're going to get all that what you say they owe to get from the grays, the robots. That's the only thing that makes sense because these people will never do that, right? So, but we do know that it's destined, and so that makes sense that this is how the robot and the grays come into place. They the ones that had that facilitate that terraforming, and that's when the laws is recognized.
See, I don't believe that.
That's a new thought. I just thought that based on what you were saying.
I'm saying that you said something about Pangea earlier, and that's
Mm.
what I think you said you want to relate the terraforming to, right? But look, Pangea was made up to show the disconnect of this continent and Africa when it's still connected. We're still connected by the North Pole by Greenland. Greenland is attached to this part of America. Well, Canada.
What's the problem?
So the thing is this right here. You said something about we know it's true because Africa has a split in the middle of it, right? Bro, that's man-made. That ain't got nothing to do with nature.
Well,
Look
if
at
you
that.
don't believe, do you believe that the continents split apart?
No, they've always been connected. So you want
So
to see?
you don't believe in continental drift.
No, there's no such thing as that.
Okay.
How you gonna have a fixed, firm, and immovable landmass with continental drift? That's like the opposite of what the Bible says.
Okay, so I use that reference in Africa in case anyone had anything to say about the continental drift from happening. And
Yeah,
so I'm saying that the continental drift was happening. You know what I
bro,
mean? And you know what? This is why I say it.
go ahead.
It's because also in scripture it talked about how the earthquake be so great that islands will move from their places. Right? And so here it is where it's like, the top part of an island, like volcanoes that build up and all this and that, they could just shift off from their anchored part on the land and really float.
I don't know
And
about
so
that.
that's exactly what continental drift is describing.
There's people in Guam right now that think that the island's gonna break off and sink into the ocean because they're believing that there's only a small piece of rock that's holding the island up. That's the same concept as islands floating, bro. Islands can't float, bro. The islands are attached to the bottom of the ocean, which is attached to other land masses above the water. If
See,
you
but the context is that it was because of how great the earthquake was that the Most High created.
He didn't create no earthquake, bro.
Oh my God. I'm telling you what the scripture said.
So where's the earthquake? It said it in the Bible. I mean, because I ain't never heard about no earthquake.
Okay, look it up then. It's a roundabout thing where you can see
I'm gonna look it up. I'm also gonna
hold
show
on,
you this
I can look it up fast to watch. Computer.
I'm gonna show you this
Well, I
right here as
guess
well.
not.
So check it out.
You got that option. Go ahead.
I am. I'm about to look it up right now. So check it out. You see how this map shows California not attached to the United States?
Mm-hmm.
Now you got people that will believe in Pangea, but they won't believe in this. They won't believe that California had water going in between it, but then they'll turn around and say, I believe in Pangea because Africa looks like it fits right in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. And then that statement you said about there's a big crack through Africa. Bro, all this is man-made modifications to the land.
Okay, you know what? That's your speculation about it. But check this out. How could you say that and you be talking like you are like look, Turtle Island. You ever use that term?
Turtle Island?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard Dane Calloway say that.
So you don't subscribe to it.
Why is he calling it a turtle? I don't see it. What makes it a
Okay.
turtle?
Yeah, I don't subscribe to it either. So let me find something else. So look, listen, man. It's all about great earthquakes. That's in the Bible. Earthquakes is in the Bible, bro.
Yeah, I'm
That's
looking it up.
that's one of the things that happens in the Bible. Earthquakes, bet. So check. Earthquakes is there. And so when earthquakes happen, right? And they got that shit on camera and shit, we see earthquakes. It look like shit be fucked up. Anything can happen. Depending on what the earth want to do, the earthquake want to do, that's what it be. And so the scripture is right about a lot of things. And for it to be wrong about earthquakes and whether or not it can shake a place off its foundations or not is to say that is the one part that's wrong would be kind of cherry picking or some shit. Like once you like, how many right answers do you gotta get from scripture to be able to read the rest of that shit straightforward and be good with it? Like there's no contest. Like you know what? The mere fact they arguing over the book tell you. So yeah,
Because
yo, that's what I would say on the whole on the shit is earthquakes in scripture. It talks about lands being divided, and we see proof of earthquakes happening today. Peace, you got it.
okay, so I looked it up about the earthquakes, and it just happens to be all the talk about earthquakes is in the New Testament.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it wasn't written by King James, first of all, and it's not in the Torah.
Well, the earth being divided is in the Torah, bro.
The earth being divided. You talking
Hmm
about you talking about the end
No, I'm talking about Genesis.
in Genesis. So this is what I got right here. Earth Bible verses related to earthquakes from King James Version by relevance.
Say that again.
So I found Bible verses related to earthquakes from the King James Version, KJV, by relevance. So they're talking about Luke 21:11, Mark 13:8, Revelations 11:13, Matthews 24:7, Acts 16:26, Psalms 62, and
Okay.
all of these
Okay.
are New Testament books.
Psalms is not in the New Testament. So there it is.
Let's look at it.
You know, if I didn't hear that part, I would have went back to when you said that you're supposed to read the book backwards, and then I would have used put earthquakes at the front of the book. But thank goodness for Psalms.
Yeah, but Psalms doesn't say, it says like this: Thou hast made the earth to tremble, thou
Mm,
hast broken it, heal the breach thereof, for it is shaken.
mm.
Okay, so look, now if we go ahead of that and we read it, it's going to give you a whole different interpretation.
What you mean to go ahead of it?
Like right here at one, the chief of the musicians up on whatever that word is, Shushadut, Miktat of David, to teach when he strove with Haramim and with the Aram Zabah, with Job thereof, or returned, the smout of Edom in the valley of Salt, 12,000. See, and look, this right here, it doesn't make any sense, bro. That entire part right there makes no sense. Now look, if we
Okay,
go
read it again. I got you. Read it again.
to the chief of to the chief musician up on Shashadot, Mactim of David, to teach when he strove with Arahaman and with Azabah, when Job returned and smote of Edom in the valley of Salt, 12,000. And then it says, Of God, O God, thou hast cast us off, thou hast scattered us, thou hast been displeased, O turn thyself to us again. Thou hast shaken, hast made the earth to tremble, thou hast broken it, heal the breach thereof, for it shaketh. Now,
Wow.
if we interpret this first part, they're not talking about an earthquake.
Wait. Pause right there 1 second. You see how the scripture was opened, revealed. Like at first it didn't make no sense, but now when you read the sentence again, it was a clear sentence, really understandable and clear.
Bro, even the sentence after it, thou hast showed thy people hard things. Thou hast made us to drink the wine of astonishment. Thou hast given a banner to them that fear thee, that it may be displayed because of the truth. Salah. that thy belonged or beloved may be delivered. Save with the right hand and hear me.
Got some wartime shit right there, man. You
That's
hear him out there.
right, bro.
Is
That's like
this Joe? What is this? Psalms.
this is a
So,
song.
like, yeah, you talking about he's at war with Edomites.
Yeah, that's not an earthquake though, bro.
Well, I mean, when he talks about the earth or the being shooken and all that stuff, it could be a battle or whatever, but that's
He's
fine.
talking
It's Genesis still got it where it says the earth was divided, and I say that's continental drift.
But whoever is saying this stuff is almost saying that they have no support from God. That's what they're saying.
Well, these are type bars, man, that you're supposed to think about. They really interesting and complex, man. Like he sound like he's in battle, and it's just saying it's like being at work and like doing something out oh Jesus or some shit like an exclamation. And some of these Song of Solomon's and this poetry, man, it's like you know it's different from saying this is from the book of Moses or the book of Matthew or something. This is like poetry, Song of Solomon.
Shit.
Bless
Yeah,
you.
are you good? So what I was gonna do was, hold on, my bad. If you read this and I keep on going back to the Torah, bro, I have to because if you read this stuff, you will find out that the meaning that King James came up with to write this ain't even close. I mean, it's close, but it's not accurate.
Well, well. Look, that could be tied. A similar type of situation is with Christ on the cross. There's interesting commentaries that or interesting type literatures that talk about different perspective on a lot of this biblical talk, and really it's the foundation, the basis to the intellectual community that would to eventually turn into the rewriters of history. But it originated with people who was writing history. And so, we, simultaneously or somewhere down the line between Adam and say Christ, you have burnings of libraries that Socrates spoke on. Like the Bible don't speak on Socrates, but somewhere in there, his error was mentioned and covered. Somewhere in there, we hear about an Israelite and what he was going through during that time. And we kind of know what somebody was up to in these times that's in between the creation and now. And the Bible is, the scriptures, I would say the word of God, right, to be more accurate, should be on everybody's mind, etc. You know what I'm saying? Especially now, because you have two programs, if you will, that is pretty much running on a operating system based off religious fervor. And those two going at each other and causing that discontent is something that's going to permeate through the realms, because Israel Netanyahu, he's trying to claim a soft victory for real, saying that all the surrenders from Hamas is telling us that the days are numbered when it comes to this war. So he's saying the shit about to be over with. And so if you know anything about Islamic terrorism, then you know that it's never going to be over with, right? And it's going to cause destabilizational results elsewhere. So here it is where I won't be done, but here it is where Israel is saying they done with Hamas war, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got all this other shit going on now. You got. Yeah.
Well, when I look at that, man, I've been paying attention to this stuff for so long, being prior military and traveling around the world and shit. So my main job, man, was terrorism. That was my main job. I was a anti-terrorism training specialist.
Hmm.
And I can tell you right now, bro, what we see on TV is totally different what actually happens in real life. And I can tell you right now, I don't think that we've ever had a legitimate, hands down terrorist attack.
Yeah, we have.
Where?
We had it in that church where that young boy walked in there and shot them people.
That's not a
You had
terrorist attack,
you had
bro.
it in you know what I mean. You had it in the grocery store. You
Mm-mm.
have it with the police do something wrong. That's all terrorism. Like the terrorism is a continual thing with these country because when those badges or those judges or those politicians move a type of way in the same pattern as the Ku Klux Klan, then you know what I'm saying. That shit is all the same. It's terrorism. You know what I mean? Homeland terrorism shit, racist white groups and shit like that is different from all the other racial groups because the government is fucking with.
And see, this is where I have to throw up the BS flag because none of that is true, bro. Come on, man.
uh,
All right, so look. First, I'm gonna start off with this. I'm gonna start off with what terrorism actually is. All right, it's the threat or the actions of a group of people that's driven by religious, ideological, political, and any other fabricated way that they want to put their point out there. That's what terrorism is. It's not a lone gunman walking into a grocery store shooting a bunch of people or going into a church shooting a bunch of people. Terrorism has to affect an entire nation. With nobody afraid that they was gonna get shot by that dude. He was already captured or killed, whatever.
so
That's why.
if you said that people was here before the switcheroo,
Mhm.
then they must be victims of terrorism.
No,
Yeah,
the switcheroo is this right here. Where Israel is right now, I think the switcheroo is it wasn't there in the beginning. Where Israel is at right now, it's probably like maybe 1,000 miles
man,
forward.
there was listen.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, that's good. I ain't gonna front because they definitely did have their kingdoms, but it was temporary. It was such a short period of time, but still, it did exist. But it's such a mystical concept because it's like nobody wants to talk about Africa, so trying to find out where Israel had this stronghold is like saying where is antiquity? Where's the most antiquity place where they had stuff going on? So, it's a mix between the stuff that's covered up by the flood or whatever, sinking of whatever land, and then war. So it's like a mix between those things that make it difficult for people that on that research, but we, what I mean, I think we're doing well. I think people in general is showing a positive side of them, showing their intelligence.
Well, I think that they
But
need
eventually it's one truth though. It's one big web of truth that's out there. You got it.
was I wanted to hear the truth that you were saying.
No, it's one web of truth. You know how they say it's a web of lies.
Mm-hmm.
So positively thinking. The truth is greater than lies. So I mean, that's all I was meaning. Like, people do their different lanes of research, but if it's true, then it's a part of that. So, like, whatever is the truth about people, that shit gonna work itself out.
But in the meantime,
The terrorists, though, yeah, you know who the terrorist is. You got it.
in the meantime, okay, while people are waiting for salvation to come, they need to get their affairs in order. Because if you think you're going to be waiting here in the same place, claiming the same stuff, it's not going to work like that.
What
For
do you
instance,
mean?
for instance, they're making rules right now that people that claim they from a nation can't be refused citizenship from that nation if they have proof that they from that place.
Say
Meaning
that
that,
one more time.
so they made laws that people that claim they from a nation and they have proof can't be refused citizenship at that in that nation
For what country?
for all countries.
What's the problem?
So there's no problem with that. The only issue it is that people that are claiming something that they really don't know the situation. For instance, all these black people claiming that they Hebrew Israelites, and then when it comes time for them to show proof, if they don't have proof, they could be reprimanded for just like they reprimand people for
Oh, I
stolen.
got you. Yeah, but they could be reprimanded, like the government start calling them hate groups and shit.
Well, not only
That's probably what's going on. That's a method that would work, right? Well, that's something the government would do, or could do rather. But calling them hate groups, that's kind of like what we on the tethering about now. Is like, yo, this discussion being had fairly. How are they going to cheat this shit? Because the book don't back up anything that they're claiming. And that's facts. They are the only ones that's grabbing out the clouds. So I mean, that's the problem. It's like going against an alien race, and they don't want people to know that they're from another planet. But it's not that. It's just some knuckleheads. That is, it's like all the Karens and entitlement and all that type of shit, like balled up into coming from what we call the elites of the world, right? And it's like the elites of the world that make the shit go, regardless if they Jewish or not. They are part of everybody. They just a bunch of scumbags. And guess what? There's a popular spirituality called Satanism that these scumbags is all fucking with, and they humans have I guess a certain section of them have under Satanism have consented to being a part of the old organic computer system of demonology, and so their practicing that is what we see in the movies and TV. And so what I'm saying is that shit is lame, and even though they have that, the Bible still cut them, so they can't even avoid biblical references, and they be in all those orders and things.
so the references that you're talking about, they have to reference, right? That those references can't be proven unless you have genealogy.
The mere fact that they claim the references, it will through deduction show where the source is, because then when you see everybody claiming a rendition of a thing, then there's somebody got the source of it, or
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
the
It's a tool for humans by governments.
the Hebrews got the source of it.
Well, I wouldn't call. I don't know. Yeah, yeah.
Bro,
Well,
they
yeah. The oceanic,
buried
the
it.
oceanic pre-India, pre-Asia people is what is represented by Abraham and his father.
Well, what that doesn't have anything to do with the black people of America. Them the ones that are in danger right now.
Sure, it does, because those same people that went and occupied Asia and India and the Middle East and later Africa also went into the Americas because there was both. There was in the Pacific, so they just went in both directions.
So, I mean, bro, right now, what they're trying to do is, bro, they're trying to set it up. This is the new world order shit. That all nations have borders and all peoples have countries. There's no such thing as amnesty and asylum and shit like that. There's not. They're trying to wipe that out. And if you don't have a country, that means you're a vagabond or a pauper, or you're, you know, a prisoner. So the things that
Well,
are happening right now is they're going to narrow down the nation of origin for all the immigrants. And if you're not a citizen of a country, they're going to do your genealogy for you. And whether it turns out to be right or not, you're gone. So remember that back in the day, people used to say, African Americans need to get in touch with their African roots, and ain't none of the African Americans, so-called African Americans, were from Africa, bro. If they claim that you're from Africa because of your past transgressions of saying that you were from Africa or from some other country, when it comes time to find your country of origin, that's where you're going.
yeah, they wouldn't be able to pull that off.
Bro, they did it a long
You
time
you
ago.
would no, yeah, a long time ago you got less population, less.
No,
Yeah, you can't pull that off today unless you
bro,
decimate a country.
why do you think all them people came through Ellis Island? What do you think that was for? That was
Yeah,
because,
but they was bringing them in though. Like you talking about shipping them out. You talking about shipping people out according to what they
what do you think those
21
other
and me
countries
say.
did? Those other countries shipped those people out.
Yeah, but you know what? Listen, man. You know what? Even though that's probably one of the most interesting fear mongering possibilities that I've heard
Really?
lately. I would say that still, whatever happens, it's already written.
Remember this conversation.
There's no concept of you know wait till somebody get elected president and then Israel going to be reestablished or something like that.
I didn't
So
say
it's
nothing
it's a
about.
it's a it's a matter of just how the world is ran, and ain't none of that new to people who's hip to scripture. You got it.
I didn't say nothing about Israel or some election. This is laws. You don't need a president to put laws into action. You just need
But
Congress,
who they doing that shit again? But see you is talking about Israel
immigrants,
because who is they doing that against, Laura?
immigrants,
Who
foreigners.
whose land is they on, Laura?
What do you mean? Whose land are they on?
Like who's like look, they are you saying that they are have the ability the potential to come up with pseudo laws to get people to pseudo places.
These aren't pseudo laws, bro.
Well, whatever. Like, right? You saying that they could implement some shit to get people shipped out, basically, right? So I'm
Yes.
saying, even if they were able to do that, or wanted to do that, or did it, like it still doesn't change that they are at war with God through the people of God. So
That's regulation.
that shit is just real, son. Like they against good people, like it's wickedness against good people.
I understand where you're coming from with that, bro, but that doesn't have a precedence here. What has a
Don't you?
precedence
So you
here?
don't think that shit is wickedness for what you just described?
Hell yeah, dude. That's why I'm trying to
All
warn
right
people.
then. So that shit is wickedness, man. That's the same people we banging on now.
Yeah, but bro, wickedness ain't gonna just stop just because you say it's wicked.
I know shit. That's why we bang on the beast daily.
That's why I'm trying to warn people about their suggestions on what they claiming, because claiming and knowing is two different things. And I
Yeah, that's facts. You
guarantee
gonna
you,
hear me say the Heavenly Father all the time. So you already.
Yeah, but that's not gonna save people from being deported to a country they never been to.
It ain't my motherfucking job to save anybody. Who are you, loyal? Captain Save everybody, my nigga. Like, come on now.
No,
You want to save people? Like, use a fuck. What, do you think this is Baywatch?
I'm a concerned citizen. All right.
Nah,
Yeah. All right.
you
You're
nah
supposed to
hassle.
be the man of God, but you don't even care about the next man.
Nah, I don't care about everybody, man. So that's a flex. Like, you know, it's balancing everything. It's not for me. Look, it's not for nobody. Only God saves. So I mean, you
No,
know what
God
I'm saying?
saves through other people. God don't come here and save you himself. He used other.
Yo, only through Christ, man. It's written already.
Yeah, but it's other people that's being used by God to help people. That's what I'm talking about.
Look, man, there ain't no more famous people come out of Israel. It say so in the scripture. Nowadays, it's not about being a prophet or anything like that. It's about your individual self and in the sight of God.
And that's
Because look, because it applies to anyone now, right? And look, the odds are so. It says that the world will be Satan's at the end. So it's like you're not supposed to. It don't say for you to risk your life or like risk, you know what I mean, or like jump into a front of a bus. But it don't even tell you to duck down and hide either. So it's a matter of decorum, I suppose, and tactfulness. You
yeah.
know, if you want to save people, you be like you have to like wake them up and tell them to go to war.
No, you don't need to tell them to go to war. You just need to give them information that's going to help them avoid being taken advantage of.
Yeah,
Because
and it's a battle. It's a
that's what.
war out here.
Look,
Mhm.
who's always preaching about wars? These guys that's out there in the corner talking about some we will fight against. Man, look, they numbers are short, bro.
Man, it's a war between good and
That's why
evil.
they trying to recruit people. They trying to recruit anybody they can, bro. Look,
Not really.
when the Hebrew
No, they're
Israelites,
not trying to recruit. You know what? Check this out. They're
Mhm.
not even just anybody that will want to be willingly to be recruited by them. So that right there is a natural filter that you don't get from the world because it's the world that'll just want anybody. It's the Freemasons that would just take anybody. But if somebody was to hear the word and they'd be interested and find themselves spirited to go and be a part of that, that's the most holiest version of any of that. That's the most cleanest
well,
and
how you
connected to
gonna
the
have
right.
you gonna have a holy version when the entire message is not even the same as the original?
It's you. What is the original message?
Well, the original message is this: if you're not prepared, then you're gonna get left behind.
That ain't the original message, but it's like I would say that that's a summary.
Yeah, that's it. That's the entire thing. If you're not
Uh,
prepared, you're gonna get left behind. And look, if the ultimate goal was that Satan take over the entire world,
that is. I'll take that
yeah.
back. That was a good way of saying that. Yeah. I'm
So
not.
look,
I'm not disagreeing
why
with
is it
that.
so
Yeah.
hard to believe that these people are being set up for something they have no idea that they're gonna run into?
The only people that would be set up or with something artificial and false that's a detriment to them would be the ones that are distracted by anything other than the scripture, right? Like for people, whatever the spirit or mind state that has people see that and don't connect to it. Like I can't speak on it, but I'm just saying, you know what? I don't even be telling people that, oh, you got to read the Bible and stuff. But, I just know from my own experience that when it comes to that information world, that the scriptures are not debunked at all. And that the so-called meatballs that say smart stuff, they can't even use it. So I know they ain't make it,
KGV, they can't use that.
huh?
They can't use the KGV. They can't you can't get nothing from the King James Version Bible. You can't get no help and support. All you're gonna get is the word. That's it. And the word without works is dead.
Hmm. Well, I
It's
don't know
dead.
what they doing with the Bible, but they put that whole imagery on the symbol, the cross, like all that shit come after the little martyr on the cross, like all that imagery. That's the image of the beast, and the mark of the beast is accepting their bullshit. And it's just it's summaries. I wanted to say this earlier to you that things are put in code for a reason so they can stand the test of time. You had so many concepts of book burnings and hatred towards educated people back then, that the way that they wrote for it to survive the test of time and be in the Bible, that is such a interesting part. It's like, look, the enemies put it together, right? Or they shipped it out, but it still do the people more harm, more good than harm. Oh man, that is a touchy part because they did a lot of harm with that Bible.
Hell yeah, they did, man. So
Yeah.
do you think that the Torah was inspired by other literature besides just the Word of God?
Nah, Christ the only one that went beyond that.
So before Christ, because the Torah was written before Christ, I'm saying, do you think it was inspired by other forms of writing, or do you think it just came straight from God's inspiration?
Well, it wasn't that many different things going on back then. So when you're talking about Abraham, who started the whole Hebrews, his family were creators of the idols and wooden and stone gods that was popular in those days. So there was people believing in different shit for real, like on some voodoo shit. Every village had their own little voodoo statue or some dumb shit like that. And what Abraham is a testimony of that which is not that, which is the real God that dwell amongst men and is not a stone or a wood carving. And so, to think about it, they deal with that from Abraham all the way to Nebuchadnezzar and shit. Like even to this day, you got people out there with statues of Ganesha and pouring milk on fucking wood and all this other shit.
Well,
Gentile.
and Abraham had to build an altar out of stone. Remember when him and Lot they part ways?
Yeah, but he built an altar. He didn't build an idol.
I know, but that was the place where they go to see God, and
That's a place that's so they offer up sacrifices.
it's strictly said that God don't dwell in places made of stone. That's why the tabernacle was a tent that could be removed, and
Mm.
that was a metaphor for people to keep God in their heart, to keep God in their mind. You can set up a tent or a place to worship wherever you want, as long as you got God with you. And
Right.
that was proved when Abraham was talking to the three angels or the two angels in God when he was trying to save Lot. Now, that entire situation right there was supposed to be a metaphor for something that was considered a new world. For instance, before that occurred, Abraham and his wife, they couldn't have no children. But once that occurred, now all of a sudden it's all good for you to have a kid now. Once we destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, now y'all can have a baby. You know what I'm saying? So the premise of it is, if we don't know the message that's being conveyed by the words, we'll never get the meaning. And then if we don't get the meaning, we'll never be actually true followers of God, because we're so caught up in the words, not the actual meaning. And we should be worried about the meaning, not the words. The meaning of the words is what give the word strength. That's what burns into your soul. And the reason why I asked you that part about, do you think the Torah was you know inspired by other literature, is because I think it is. I think it was inspired by other literature, like scientific literature. You know, literature about farming, all kind of stuff, man. That's why we only got 10 laws and we didn't get the other 590. You ever wonder about that? We only got 10 laws, and those 10 laws don't go into great detail. They almost talk as if we're saying, I'm not going to do this to myself. If you read the 10 laws and then you read the Torah's 600 laws, you would see how far we are apart from knowing the actual word.
I mean, it's all. You say it like it's not. It's right there next to one another, man. It's in the Leviticus, and so, like a person. I read the Bible twice totally, right?
Mm.
And this, and since then I've seen it and read it, and there's things that you don't remember or don't. I ain't gonna say remember. There's things you don't see or you don't understand the first or second time. Sometimes.
Study. And that's why you always, when you used to study in school, when you had an English test and you were studying, what was one of the main books you had with you to study for an English test? Or
With
study for a
a
test?
little study guide,
Yeah, a dictionary.
a syllabus.
But you want to know the words, though. You want to know what each word means. That way, if you had to explain what you read,
But
you can
but
explain
that, but,
the
but
detail.
check this out though, Loyal. If
Mhm.
you if a person if it's about interpretation, then is only the truth and the not truth. And that's what makes these conversations and the subject matter such a concept, because it's really the root of what debate is, and theological ponderings and all that other stuff. Like it's all from that same thing. And so it's like, to talk about the Bible, it's a lot of other history in the world that isn't reflected in the Bible so clear, but that don't take away from it, right? And so the fact that the Bible still is able to encompass everybody else in the world is like some type of technology, because that just shows that's very smart. It's very smart to write the Bible in the way that it's written. And so, some people might say an angel or a computer or a spirit, but it's technology. It's technology, and if we were to read it straight up, it don't, it pretty much says that he go decide that represents for what's good and not bad, and it gives all the examples to make it so it's not vague.
Hold on.
Maybe people, huh?
I showed you multiple examples of the vagueness in the Bible. I showed you multiple examples, like the earthquake thing, and also the thing about being black in the Bible. That's vague as hell.
Yeah, okay.
Not pointed
Yes,
directly at.
it's
Not.
rare. Okay, it's rare. But all right, but check this out. What's not vague is the fact that the Bible represents or speaks upon evil and wickedness,
Yeah.
right? And every time the Bible speaks on evil and wicked things, it's detesting. It's like it's in disagreement with it. It's casting it down. It's admonishing it. So that is important, and that stands out from literature you find elsewhere. Matter of fact, that's the most civilized outlook on things, especially with the way people begin down.
What's not vague is once you utilize the Torah to decipher the words that are in the Bible, which is the same words but just from a different language, you'll realize that almost all the major characters that are described in the Bible have some type of ancient and modern term that goes along with it that doesn't speak about religion. For instance, when I was telling you about Abram and Sarah, well, there's one about Lot too. You know what they call a series of petri dish that are all labeled the same thing? Like you got a series of petri dish that's labeled 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A. You know what they call that when you partition those individually? They call them lots. And they give them numbers. They call them lot numbers. Reason why they call them lot numbers is because those numbers are specifically created to describe. You can get two things from those numbers. You can get location and you can get description of what that thing is. And they call those lot numbers. Is that a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence, man. Because when it talked about Abraham and Lot parting ways, what did they do? They separated, they divided their peoples up, they partitioned them up. And then on top of that, you know, the only thing that was destroyed in Sodom and Gomorrah was those two locations. That was it. And see, what if they weren't locations? What if they were lot numbers of items and devices or materials that were destroyed? And see, this is what people don't know because
all right, but let's pause right there. What if, like, it's a good idea that you got there. You know what I hear is that that's where that's where these later languages get their shit from, man. You know, it's not so much that the Bible is made off modern day language. It's modern day language using biblical terms. That's what I would say to that. And then, yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah is the ones that got destroyed. That's because of their transgressions or whatnot, or that's how the Lord felt.
Well,
so, you know, it's a whole story about Lot and him saving people up out of there. You was talking about people getting saved through God saving through people and shit.
Something that was undisputed, bro. Like there was a land that actually existed called Sodom, and there's a land that actually existed called Gomorrah, and we can find proof that these lands existed and they got destroyed, and we can go right there and look at them, but they don't have that. They
do have that.
Bro, they speculated that Sodom and Gomorrah is in Saudi Arabia, in Iran.
No. They got ruins. They got ruins that show burning.
But bro, these are two isolated areas. If they were large locations, don't you think that Abraham would have been destroyed too? Because he was right by Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, but we don't know what that means, right by him. Either way, all right. So you don't believe Sodom and Gomorrah happened?
I don't believe Sodom and Gomorrah were landmasses.
Some people call it asteroid.
I don't think Sodom and Gomorrah were landmasses. I don't think they were locations.
You think that it was ideologies?
I think they metaphors for batches of material or lots.
Batches. So Sodomites and Gomorrah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a monster from Japan on the Godzilla tip. So Sodom and Gomorrah. So I mean, them places got blew up.
Nah, bro, you can't find them places. There's no place like that in the world. Just like they've been trying to prove the flood.
Because they got obliterated, Loyal.
Come on, man.
I mean, that's what it said. It was utterly destroyed. Like, what you want?
If they can find 60 million year old dinosaurs, you mean to tell me they can't find a place that was hit by brimstone, which is sulfur?
Right, they did. They showed it.
They found a couple of locations that they said might be Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, they used the burn marks to get that idea.
So you mean to tell me?
You know, Mm.
Come on, bro. That doesn't make sense. How burn marks gonna last 2,000 years untouched,
Mm. It depends on what burned it.
but nothing else survived it? I think that those locations were a metaphor for lot numbers or batches of material.
Of what type? What material? Sodom and Gomorrah?
Any type of. It's not the name that you got to worry about.
Nah, it's the context of the city. The cities represented the perversion.
But they can't prove that these cities existed.
I think they have. Let me ask the computer. Computer, is there proof Sodom or Gomorrah existed for real? Computer, is there proof Sodom and Gomorrah existed?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor. No, it is a fictional character. Did that answer your question?
No.
Thanks for your feedback.
Computer, was the city of Sodom real?
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Computer, was the city of Gomorrah real? Fuck it, she don't know. Nah.
Nobody knows. Scientists have been trying to prove these events in the Bible, and the reason why they can't prove them is because they're not actual events.
Well, okay, that sounds plausible, Laura.
So, if you're talking about something that occurred and you want to give it life, you give it characters, and you give it locations, and you give it time frames, but you're not talking about the actual thing. And see, that makes the story more interesting because now you know the story in its metaphorical form. So now you can go back and read it in its actual form and decipher what it actually is. And see, the reason why people don't do that is because they're satisfied with what they got. And see,
Well,
that there is what's gonna harm you. They didn't. I mean, you think those words in the Bible about belief without actions or faith without actions is dead was just a comment because it wanted to give people motivation to go out there and prophesy and become a missionary? No, bro. It's like a double-edged sword. It could mean that on one side, but then
I
on the
don't.
other side,
It don't mean that, right? So, it mean what you said. Mean I mean, yeah, that's serious business. So, okay, so people not seeing the different dimensional ways of interpretation of a thing. Most people that have an issue with it is people who haven't read it,
mhm.
right? People that have read it have less of an issue with it, and so it's easier to talk to them about how some of these things could change or it seemed like rearranged means something else. And so I'll never dismiss the multi-dimensional facet of scripture for real because I experienced that. I know that's real. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I mean, to me, that's a testimony on its technological behavior attributes. It's testimony that that's technology because, ain't no books coming out them libraries that sound like that. They might try, but if they did, they would be copying off the Bible as an influence.
Well, it's like this, man. I know that a devil exists, right? But not the devil. There's a difference between the two. A devil is the boogeyman that people tells you that, hey, if you do this, the devil gonna get you. But a devil, right, is the personality or the motivation a person use in order to do evil. So when somebody tells me that the devil is real, I'm in 100%. I know the devil is real, but you can't tell me who the devil is. That's what makes everybody, a possible suspect. So you're not supposed to judge what people say. You're supposed to judge the works. Same thing with the word. You can't judge what the words say. You got to judge what it means. And the only way you're going to judge what it means is by going in and looking at where the word came from. Where did it originate? And then figure out what their context of the word was. And that's the same thing I'm doing. I'm not taking anything away from the Bible, King James International, any of those. All I'm saying is that look deeper. Look deeper. Because it does have some other motivations. For instance, every disease known to man is in the Bible. Every disease. Cancer, all the venereal diseases, all the skin-borne diseases, even the mental diseases are in the Bible. Why would that even be in the Bible if there wasn't some type of meaning or relief for people?
I
It
don't,
is
I
the
don't,
word.
I don't.
Hmm?
My bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you got it. You got it.
I was going to say the word is supposed to save people. It ain't supposed to leave you in turmoil, wallowing in your distress, in your pain and disbelief. It's supposed to bring you out of darkness into the light. And if you suffering for something and you find the cure for it in the Bible, that's salvation right there, bro.
Yo, you don't know why. I don't know what. I don't know why you be always trying to tie something into something and some ties. The shit more straightforward than just, you know what I mean, than
Okay.
going all around. Because it sounds like I don't know what your disagreement with the Bible or scripture is at the same time. You just, you know what I'm saying? You have some way, it's something about the way you talking about it. It sounds like you arguing about it, but at the same time, it's like, what is you saying? That the Bible got a lot of stuff in there, and then, but the people that is professing that they is people of the book is crazy people that wear purple and shit. So I don't know, man. It seems like you're doing both sides.
All right, let me clarify for you. Let me know if this is going to help you. I'm saying that there's things in the Bible that can actually save your life. And then on top of that, there are people that are reading the Bible to you, deterring you from finding.
Yeah, we call those Freemasons, and they did that already in the
And we call them
1800s.
the Hebrew Israelites, and we call them Christians,
But
and we
yeah, but
call them
you have to ban
Mormons.
on Freemasons first.
They all Freemason, all of them.
Yeah, but yeah.
Mormons,
Just
Hebrew Israelites, Muslims, all of them are all Freemasons. Christians.
yeah, but you can't say that Israelites, that anybody who like identify themselves as being of the book is a part of that type of shit, man. You know what I mean is the Prince Halls and
You want
how
me
they
to?
was the Baptist churches of the early times, and they was the ones
Oh,
preaching.
there you go.
They the scam artists, right? So yeah, with the way they doing it, they're not going over Bible concepts. Like, why isn't church like what you doing here at your channel? Like, why you going to church? It'd be a Bible study, and it'd be these type of talking points. Is because they was scamming people, man. And they would
Yeah, because
take all
people don't want to read
the
the word.
understandings of these words, and they'll read it, and then they'll be like, all right, I'm gonna talk about this, but I'm gonna mean this. And so you had these pastors who was seducing their members of their congregation. And so when they talk about Jesus and the Holy Ghost and the Spirit and God, they is thinking about it from a phallic worship point of view. And that's why you got people on dick energy now, for real. You feel me? Like it's clear and obvious that there's a satanic energy, sexual energy that will frame you or blame you, and you know what I mean, can have nothing to do with you. So it's all pseudo, but it's projected by these Satanists. You know what I mean? It's projected by people who is capricious to that shit. And so what the scriptures do is show what the other side of that, the opposite of that is like. You know what I mean? So that's
I,
the part about it that I like. Also, that's definitely just facts. Hmm.
what I get from a lot of Christians and these Hebrew Israelites, because they same thing. Because look, you said something about they not like the Baptist church, right? Well, we know that preachers, right, in these churches, like you said, they seduce their members. They don't have your best interests in mind. So why are if the Hebrew Israelites are so different, why are they preaching the same rhetoric that the preachers, the Baptist preachers, and all these other denominations are preaching?
What is wrong with you, Loyal? They don't even do that, man. You
Bro, they
have not. You
Bible
telling
word
me,
for
Loyal?
word.
Wait a minute, Loyal. Are you telling me that
Yeah.
you ain't never listened to one of those Israelite builds?
Yes, I have.
So that's not. That's nothing like a Baptist church.
Bro, you see what I'm doing by trying to break down the different meanings of the words and telling you that, hey, this word right here, freedom, has a different meaning than you being set free. It has a meaning as if it was you being killed. And I'm telling
Okay.
you, when the word is spoken like this, it means you're going to die. But when it's spoken like this, you're going to be set free. I'm doing the same thing they said Joseph did when he was in the prison.
But look, why someone could say you killing yourself, right? Because you wrong.
I'm
And
going to die.
then somebody else could be like, yo, that's heavy handed. And then somebody could be like, nah, yo, he good. And then you know what I mean? It's like, yo, perception matters. Right? And so
Perception.
reality is one. Reality is a real thing for real. And like you can't perform. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no performance art medals to attain or no shit like that.
So,
So, you know what I
whose
mean? It's
perception are
fruitless,
you talking about matters?
huh?
Whose perception are you talking about matters?
I'm saying, I mean, evidently to everybody, their own perception matters. That's their 2 cents.
There
That's
you,
their input on something, proof they exist or some shit, like a trace.
there you go.
Right? So, yeah, I
Church.
mean,
I
like,
was in
look,
the store, bro.
when
I
it
was
comes to
Bible.
law, when it comes to law, none of these Gentile nations proven that they created anything. So when people wake up and they see that, yo, this shit is propped up and everybody is eating off people, that is what? Americans, African Americans, Africans, like, yo, what the hell? Like, yo, this shit, everything else is just a fractal. It's not complicated. It's not. This shit is simpler and easier every moment. It
So,
gets clearer and clearer.
so the entire part about biblical law that I was reading about the slaves, when I explained that, that didn't give you a different insight than from what you heard them talk about in the, in these churches.
That is a different way of saying interpreting the Bible than what you hear in churches, I would say. But
Oh,
the churches are not saying the same things the Israelites are saying.
bro,
That's
they
what I
read
was
the
saying
same thing, bro. If we pull up an Israelite video right now,
right
and they
now.
start talking about who the chosen people is, they
Uh-huh.
gonna fall for the same thing we hit on about being black, right? And about being burnt, the skin being burnt. You see
No,
what
you don't even have to. You know what? You don't even have to say the burnt part. Just stay at the black part. And like, all right, so they would say that the people is black. What is your problem with that?
because the people that were called black, bro, the people that were called black, and who is pre-blood?
That's 10-4.
What's
Hey,
up?
Rashad, fuck you, Rashad
Rashad ain't in here,
Brown
man.
Power, fuck you, Let's go,
Rashad's
That
not in
that's
here,
that's a
bro.
real bushwatcher.
Come on, dog. I can't believe you, man. You
Hey,
gonna
fuck
to the
you, Rashad.
conversation?
Bones
Rashad's
on that
not in
road,
here,
fake
bro.
ass Georgia. Fuck you. Let's go,
Tin Wheel. Rashad's not in here. So
I
look,
know, but he's somewhere bush watching, man. That's how them cowards do, man. Let's go, huh?
oh man, come on, let that man alone. You got something to add to
Ah,
the
man,
conversation?
nah, man. I am triggered, man. Anytime I see them Georgians, man, I damn near want blood, man. Let's go.
Okay, so look, check it out. That word, that word ivory right here, even ivory right here, we think it's talking about slaves, but it's actually this word right here means Israel. Ivory means Israel. And see, this Ibid word right here means servant. So why are we not recognizing that this is the word right here for Hebrew and Israel? And this person right here has no color, no denomination for color, no background or nothing. This person is an Israelite that's either a bondsman or is a volunteer servant. And all I'm saying is that the children of this person right here, the Ebed Ivory right here, or the descendants that are claiming that they're Israelites today. And what that means is that if they were to say, you know, deals up, let's go ahead and let's call in the bets, then all of these people, right, they have to go where they come from. And I think that's why they're talking about the expansion of Israel right now, because they're going to be getting to the point where everybody that's claiming they're other than what they are from another country, they're going to start sending them there. And we can't say that can't happen because there's too many people when half the fucking population was brought here in the 30s through one port of entrance, which was Ellis Island.
Ellis Island, Ellis, Bone Marrow, motherfucking Georgia, huh? You
And
got something to do with that, huh? Your people is
they
royalty
did
that's
that.
fucking up the goddamn black people and shit, huh?
Well,
Motherfucker ain't
see,
gonna
the
do a
thing is
goddamn
that
thing for
black people are
nobody, huh?
so
Selfish
they're so
motherfucker.
captivated with being privileged that they'll accept anything as their description. That's why we
That's
allow
what
people
Ellis
to call
did.
us African American, and we also try to claim other people's heritage. Now, I ain't got nothing against these people if they're converting to Israel, but to sit up there and say that we are the true Israelites, but we're reading the Bible in English that was converted from Hebrew, and we're not reading it that way ourselves, is a fallacy, bro. Because what it does is it strips away the value of even being an Israelite.
Hey, well,
Not at all.
Rashard Ellis people is a
Not
royalty,
at all.
huh? He's some kin to Waka Flocka Flame, huh? They fucking fucked up all the black people, huh? Rashard Ellis, you see that he's nowhere. He get paid to be a worker of iniquity, most likely, huh? You see everything serious, he always laughing and all that, but you cling on to a goddamn fake ass elder, huh? Laugh on that, huh? I'm just saying, I don't know where that come from. My bad, but you you said no, Ellis Island, huh? I got a stepdad named Ellis, huh? His sister is named Hazel, Witch Hazel. So, huh? Ellis got something to know.
Is this
Ellis
right
knows a
here?
lot.
The significance is that at the time that these people were coming over here, they were being expelled from a whole other continent, forced. They were forced to come here. That's the
Yeah,
whole
Rashad bloodline was forced to come here, probably. Yeah,
then
Ellis Island. He came slap through that bitch, huh?
12 to 13 years later, they established their own nation from the place where they were expelled from. I think it was like 1946 that they set up Israel over there in Palestine. Now, if these
Yo,
people,
Lord, this shit is phony, man.
how is this phony?
Because, man, all this is just like, first of all, you over here showing somebody got their back turned to the camera, talking about who he is and shit. I can't
He's
even see who he is.
he's
Man,
protecting
taking
his
off the Christian accent.
identity. The hell
What's
you
the
mean?
truth about the even Ira goes free?
So,
thought you saw
I
it.
mean, like I don't know what your motive is to separate shades, and then you know what I mean. The concept of Israel. Let's call Israel civilization.
It's ignorant.
Let's call Israel lawgivers. How about that? Can we do that? And then now
What
every
you want to
time
call it.
instead of saying Israel, Israelite, you could just say lawgivers or givers of the law, right?
And what's the law?
The laws of God, the Torah.
Ten Commandment or the 600 laws of the Torah?
I
The
don't know why you keep saying that.
300 negative.
The 10 Commandments, man. Like, why you keep saying that? Like the 10, there's hella more commandments than that.
Yes.
Yeah, but the
590.
okay, look. The first 5 of the 10 commandments is for the spirit soul. The last 5 is for that flesh, huh? Let's go, huh? Easy. You don't need a 66 commandments. Just follow them 10 or them 5. Let's go, huh?
Bro, you don't even realize that those laws were created to help people live a healthy and righteous life.
Yeah.
Yo, for real. Like you just you making assumptions. You don't know what Coppertone know, man.
Well, I just not made a statement. He ain't.
Coppertone was just at church last week. I think he said.
Yeah, I was, man.
Yeah. He said he was at
I
church.
was around real demons, huh?
Well,
A
I'm sorry
real
for you,
blood
Coppertone.
sucking leech,
I feel
bum
sorry
ass
for you.
demon. I learned a lot from him, huh? Let's
Damn.
go.
My thing is that you brothers are very close minded, man, to be of God.
No, I'm not closed minded,
I
man.
don't
No,
know.
don't
You
say
know
I'm
what?
not
Listen,
battling.
man. You know
Don't say
what?
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
battle no more.
You know what?
You're right,
Yo,
man.
Coppertone. So I don't know, man. It's like I don't know, man. I think it's just I don't know, man. It's some type of weird ass shit. Like it's kind of like I don't know. It's like ain't nothing beating scriptures, and that's that. They
And I'm
didn't. Tell me who invented writing.
hmm?
Yeah, got to stick to the script, man. Let's go, huh?
Every nation invented its own writing. Why
Oh
you
yeah.
why you think our writing is in English?
Nah, that's not gonna fly.
Why it's not
Come
gonna
on,
fly?
man.
Because you can't prove any of that stuff about who created writing. Every nation created their own writing.
So yeah, prove that.
Okay, you want to know how to prove that? We have a unique alphabet and we have a unique language that has to be learned just like every other language.
So what's
But
unique about it?
what's unique about it? We have our own alphabet. Hell, we even have our own way of writing numbers.
Man, I think sign language came first. Look,
Man,
I
we
mean, you ain't say
got,
nothing different from any other language out there.
sign language came
that's what
first.
I'm saying. It's all unique. It's different languages were created by different nations. Ain't not. I'm
The
not taking anything from them.
the first Aboriginal language sounded like this.
Well, you know what? That's a bunch of animals, and I don't think that's how.
No,
That's how
no,
we start
no.
off.
That's the tribe from Africa Bambata.
Man, look, you want to claim that you came from some monkeys? Go ahead. You can claim that you came from some monkeys, but the languages that
Shit,
existed,
you got a monkey suit?
the early
Motherfucker, what you
languages,
mean? You broke that down
still
the other week saying
the
that
early
all
languages
DNA.
still
Man, come on, man.
exist
You said that
today.
all
The
DNA
languages that
comes
we
from
have
one
right now,
battle. You said all DNA
just like
comes
the
from one
language we
battle,
have
and
right
now
now.
you don't know what you're doing, man. Who's paying you? Somebody paid you a little more,
All
huh?
languages
More
come
and
from
more I think
Africa.
about it. Let's go, huh?
All languages do not come from Africa, bro. That's
All
that's what they
makeup,
want you to think because they want you to think that all life existed and the origin of all life came from Africa.
man. All
Yeah.
original life came from the crescent
Closed mind.
circle, Gulf of Mexico, huh? These motherfuckers put Babylon blood magic to make all
I
the waters come over here.
think that you be having aneurysms and you just have Tourette's.
Man, whatever, man. You got monkey
See, you have
syndrome, huh?
aneurysms,
That's what you
you
got,
need to
huh?
slow
Monkey sleep
down,
syndrome.
take a vacation, so
Man,
you can
I
have a
am
clear
on
thought,
vacation.
bro.
I am on vacation. I got my unemployment. Man, I ain't working for a whole year. Huh?
You
I
need
So
to
you
take
can't
a
work.
break then,
so you
dog.
got your
I
money,
can't
man.
work, huh? Huh?
You got
Coming soon. Cutting
you,
grass. Coming soon. Selling grass. Coming soon. Pimping asses, huh? Let's go.
so you got your money, man. That's what's up.
He ain't get his money, man. He said coming soon. He gonna
I
get
got my money, man. I'm halfway there, but I can't use my goddamn thumb. Shit, I'ma rob that motherfucker father, huh, to get my cut, huh? I'm dead ass serious, but I'm coming back to
So
Central Florida like Rambo.
so
Let's
what about the
go.
plug that you ran off on?
oh
Man, I ain't run off on, man, Jesus don't run off on no plugs, huh? Fuck you mean, man? I'm Jesus Christ of Tallahassee right now. Man, I'm in
Oh
Tallahassee.
yeah, you
They don't
good
want
now.
me at the Department of Commerce no more, huh?
but I think
I'm
out of
motherfucking
Yo,
scaring
yo, that
workers and
yo
shit.
mission accomplished.
Let's go.
That's what's
hey,
up.
this copper tone right here, and the reason why this copper tone is because he was
I'm a
convinced.
free man. I'm a
Oh
free
shit.
man. My fucking
So
long ass feet are kicked
let me
back
tell
in the
you, let me
goddamn
tell
sun.
you why.
That's how I am in my regular ass
Let me
Air
tell
Force
you
sitting.
why
Kickback, huh?
Freeman,
The
why this,
man of the
why this
woods,
is
huh? The
all a lie.
man of the Tallahassee woods. Call
Because
me the man of the Tallahassee woods. Up to no good. Let's go.
let's go where?
Huh?
Won't you raise your hand before you speak? Because you're speaking out of
Man,
turn.
whatever, man. Let me talk, Pastor.
Go
Let
ahead,
me.
go ahead, go ahead. Talk. Explain
Talk
yourself.
Can I talk? Sister Popcorn, appreciate your presence. Hey, you could be anywhere in the world, huh? You're here with me on my show. Let's go,
This ain't your show. You better shut that shit.
Yo,
Put your
Wallen, yo,
before you
yo,
go.
talk, yo, Copper brought forth the Melungeon
Yeah,
before
man, I brought
anybody.
for the yeah, and then
All of
Bush
that
watching
blood,
Hey,
loyal
all
was
that
loyal to start picking it up and talking about it. He
hey,
ain't
yo,
talked
look.
about it no more though. Man, I brought so many talking points, man. The crypto Jews, the crypto Moors. The more and more I think about it, where my
Man,
cut?
and
hey,
see
yo,
that more.
he brought forth the North Carolina crescent moon too, yo. That was the I remember that. Yo,
Hey, I'm in
Lawyer
Taco
brought forth
Bell.
the camera obscura.
Hey, look,
I'm in
check this
Taco
out.
Bell about to order some fake ass Mexican jumping beans and
Did you know that this is a
jump
form
around.
of this
Yo, happy.
flyer right here is a form of uh, what do they call it? Campaigning for politicians back in the day. And the reason why this was so big back in the day is because people were trying to claim this in order to get some type of privilege. Freeman.
You
Yeah.
mean being free from slavery, the privilege?
Okay, so I
There
see
was no
something.
slavery, bro. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Look at that capital back there. Hey, bro, put that picture back, man.
The reason
Let the
why is
master. I
because
mean, let the
hey, I'll
God
bring it back. I'll bring it
Capitone
back. Just chill out.
build. Yeah.
Just chill out.
Oh,
I'll bring it back.
he was on the Capital City grounds. That Capitol back there, just like Tallahassee,
I just told you
nickname
that
is
was a
Capital
form of
City.
campaigning,
Let's
bro. It was
go,
a
huh?
form of campaigning. Look, check it out. So check
Let's
it out.
go.
This word, that word, Freeman came from Freedman came from Freeman, and that's what they called the slaves that were bondsmen. Now, I'm not just making this shit up. If you look at the word, right, Negro, it'll start telling you more about who these people were, as well as freedmen or freemen.
Well, say about the Freedmen Bureau. Say about that bank. Say
So
about all that money that they cuffed. That bank was not a part of that Freedmen's act and all. So the Freedmen's Bank is associated to Navy Federal Credit Union. Let's go.
yeah, it is. It
Huh?
is. It
Huh?
is. Yeah.
I'm dead ass serious
No, it ain't.
because
It's not.
US
Yeah, it
27.
is.
Whoa,
It
whoa, whoa,
is.
whoa, 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 whoa,
Yeah,
whoa.
yeah.
Shut
He
up.
on to something with
US
that because of
27.
ports and the whole
Okay, Portal.
yeah.
Huh?
No,
US
but
27
It ain't.
stars are. Whoa, whoa, shut up. Shut
but
up,
wait.
dummy.
Nah. Look, I
Shut up,
I
dummy.
wasn't
US
co-signing so
27
you can
starts in
continue. Yeah, I was
Portal,
trying.
Ohio. and it ends in Miami, huh? US 27 goes by Florida Capitol, huh? Did you know that the sun strategically signs on that fucking Capitol before anything else in Tallahassee? I seen this morning, huh? Let's go, huh?
All right. So you talking about land, sea, and air type shit. And so what? You talking about damn, yo, you was saying, yo, what the fuck, man?
What's the capital of Baltimore, huh? What's the
No, I
capital
wasn't trying to talk about that. Yo,
Louisiana? What's the
you just
capital
yo
of
shut the
Illinois?
fuck up. Oh god damn, yo.
No, let me talk for a minute, man. You've been on here for the last three hours, huh? Every capital is strategically get that sun on it, huh? Those sun rays, it takes the sun rays 8 minutes to get from that sun that's millions of light years away. Huh? Let's go, huh? Man, these are
Okay,
teachable
that's
moments, man.
cool. That's
I'm
cool. You
bringing
know what I
y'all
mean? That's
up on my
cool. But
level.
I was trying to gather my thought that I was
Man, you
replying
gotta gather
to
your
what
man. You
he
need
was
more
saying, man.
drugs. You need to tap into more drugs. That's all, huh?
You know what? I was happy that you was happy a couple seconds ago, but now I feel the
Yeah, I
opposite.
know I does that to people. I does
You
that.
know what? And guess what? I'm not changing. I'm not changing back, man. Look,
Nobody's
man.
telling you to change.
You know, listen, man. I don't care, man. Yo, shut the fuck up, man. Damn, yo, I don't know what the hell I was saying, man. Thinking on none of that shit. You
Who
talking
fault
about
that
sun
is, man? You
rays
can't
from a
think
million
in
miles
silence.
away and shit.
You trying to keep up with me, man? You can't, man.
I
I
ain't
am
trying to keep. I ain't gonna talk about the
You
fucking
is
Capitol
John
building.
the
Fuck the Capitol
Baptist.
building, man.
You is John the Bastard. John was a bastard, wasn't he, before he was a Baptist?
See, now look how fast the money got to his head. It
I'm a
only take
Cohen. I'm
30
a
minutes
Jew.
for
The
this
fuck wrong with
motherfucker
me,
to
man?
get brand
I'm a Jew.
spanking new.
I'm a Jew, man. What you fuck, man? You
No
think?
book. Now you a Jew.
Think
Listen,
about it. Make it slow.
yesterday on my stream, that motherfucker was boo-hooing. Now
I
he a
ain't
Jew
boo-hooing.
with money.
Yesterday, man, I was in
Yo,
the
you know
heart of
what,
Tallahassee,
Capitone,
man. I
yo,
wasn't
for real,
boo-hooing.
yo.
I wasn't boo-hooing.
Yes,
What the hell
yo,
you mean,
yeah,
man?
whatever, man.
Man,
Yo, I
run it
got the
back.
evidence.
Huh?
I ain't take the
The
video
shit
down.
show, huh? The shit show. Run it back, huh? Put
Whatever, man.
it on camera,
That's
huh?
fuck. You know what?
Dox
That
me.
show you what money do, yo.
Dox me. Man, I ain't got
He
it
ain't
yet.
got no money. That's the problem.
Man, huh?
He got
Man,
that check. He got that
crypto.
check folded up in his sock right now. He
I
pushing on the
cash out
pedal.
cryptos
Only
and
he get more
be a
off.
real crypto Jew around here. Now,
Nah,
don't
but
No,
look,
test
you
man.
ain't crypto nothing. We
don't
already
test
knew
it,
you was
man.
a
I'm
Cohen.
crypto Jewish.
You know, hey yo, lawyer, you know he a Cohen, right?
Yeah,
He a
man,
troll,
That's
man.
Lear's
my name is in the Bible. I seen my
Lear, his
name in the
nephew.
Bible last night, huh?
What's
Cohen though.
what's your name? What's the name in the Bible that we missed?
Cain.
Man,
Cain.
y'all names
Cain.
ain't in the Bible. Just as demons and devils and
That
Lucifer and
motherfucker, that's
Satan.
Cain. Hey y'all, Cain,
Nah,
y'all.
but my last
Look at
name is
Cain.
in the fucking Bible.
What is it, bro? What is it?
Man,
Cain.
he just told you.
Cain?
Yeah.
Man, you a Cain. I just said that y'all in the Bible up under
Damn,
Cain,
look what God
the
did to
devil,
Cain, y'all.
Lucifer, Satan, Judas.
Man.
That's all y'all.
You
Cain,
know they Joseph.
the rehabilitated. Is
Yeah.
he
I'm
his
just
brother's
gonna
keeper
sound like
now?
I'm in Jacksonville. You remember that Jacksonville 2 years ago? Huh? Well, I ain't got no job for a whole year, man. Huh? I'm gonna turn up, man.
See, that's what them zeros do to them, them numbers, them decimal points.
Man,
You
I
see,
got
this is how the digital realm affect
$800.
us because
Man,
we
I
get
got
that digital
$800
wallet.
trying to make that bitch 8,000
Hey,
and then
yo,
turn that
if
8,000
Capitone
to
had a
50.
digital wallet, it would be like a Tesla brain chip.
He had no control of himself. Just the money is just
He would know through his senses when somebody hit his cash app. Like he would know.
I
why you
put that struggling ass cash
He have a
app
twitch in his
out
eye.
there. Ain't nobody hit the bitch yet, but I'm gonna start robbing motherfuckers off of cash apps. Huh? Fuck it, let's go, huh?
hey, so check it
You
out.
go on people.
Why this is so prominent, the shit that I have up here and that also that image that I showed y'all earlier with the black dude laying on the ground.
Hey, he had dreads too, didn't he? Huh?
No,
That was
no,
Dred
no,
Scott,
no,
wasn't it?
he didn't.
Huh? Yeah, that's
You
Dred
notice
Scott,
this
man.
right here,
Chilling
free
at
men.
the Missouri. Huh? He at the Missouri Capitol with
Why
his
they
feet
didn't call him free
kicked
man?
up. Man, that's Nelly. Huh? Dred Scott is some kin to Nelly and all of the Satan lunatics. Let's go.
Can you answer a question? Why do you think they didn't call him a free man? Why is it freed man?
He got free feet, right?
See, you're
Because
not.
he was a former slave.
No, that's not what this meant, bro. Because
Okay.
the freedmen of this right here, where it say that they get their freedom and they're freedmen, right? It's because of their ability to indenture themselves. That's what this was about. And
So they
after,
worked for themselves, but they were still doing the same type of work.
well, they were paying off debt like that. That's how they paid off debt. If they couldn't pay with goods, they paid with services. And this is from the Jewish background,
Oh my God.
which is
Okay,
So
all
okay.
oldest
So
profession, huh?
so so
Is
you just
sharecropping.
so what you proving that Americans is Israelites?
yes.
No, he's
Then
proven that
why?
sharecropping is the oldest
See,
profession besides prostitution.
that's the only way I can get you interested in this shit is to agree that you talking about something I'm talking about. But what I am saying is that the only way to prove that Americans is the Israelites is through genealogy. This person right here is not a black person. This picture
Well,
right here was of the freedmen.
all right.
The
Well, well, let's pause that genealogy, right? And I don't know. I don't. I never said anything. I don't have no bad feelings for it. I think people. I think it's family tree history things. So,
only if you're African. Let me show you.
but wait, I'm just saying, like, you can't really count on people getting DNA tests en masse.
Do you see one word
DNA
that they
genealogy is
using right now, loyal, that was in that ad? Sustain, huh? Sustainable, huh? Right?
what are you talking
You,
about?
Sustain.
Sustainable.
you just pick.
Sustain. See? Sustain the president.
So
They
this
use that word right now. Sustain.
yes, they use that word, but that word right there has no significance on what this word right here, and this word.
Yeah, yeah, copper tone. You know what? You can not say something sometimes.
That is sustainable, huh? They use that, man. Come on, man. The clues right there, but I know y'all
But
got arrogant thoughts.
you literally
Y'all is
interrupted
blowing up.
somebody. You interrupted somebody for some shit that you picked out on a picture, bro.
I'm saying the
Like
words
you
can't
picked.
spell, so the
Yeah. The word
sustainable,
can't spells, and you can't. Yo, listen. Look, you
sustain
picked
and
the word out.
entertain.
You picked the word out of the damn poster, bro, and yo, just cut somebody off, man. That's just crazy.
I'm sorry, my bad, man. Let me, yeah, I am, man. I'm
I
guilty.
mean, jump in and say
I'm,
something, but don't
I'm,
pick something
I
off the
don't know how to act.
screen that's not on the topic,
I know.
man.
Let me drop down and
No, don't drop
be a good
down.
little Christian.
Nah, don't drop down. I don't like it. You know what I mean? Listen, man. I ain't saying drop down. I'm just saying you pick something random, and it was non-random going on. That's what I'm saying. Like, man.
All right, yeah. All right. My bad,
So
man. Let me slow down, man. Let me go and order
you ain't gotta
my.
explain yourself. You ain't gotta tell us what you're
Yeah,
doing.
I do, man.
No, you
Why?
don't. Hey, yo, lawyer, what was you saying?
I was saying that this word Negro, right, and this word freeman is synonymous, bro, for Israelite.
Hmm, that's interesting.
Freedman and this word Negro is synonymous for Israelite. Now, the
Hmm.
reason why it is because freedman comes from the word freeman right here. See how it says freedman means a manumitted slave. From past participants, free and man. It's the word right here, freeman. Why doesn't it say freeman right here is a slave, a manumitted slave? What does it say for freeman? Free born man. That's what it says for freedman. So that means that this doesn't even have any significance.
Bro, I see what you're saying now because look, that
Okay.
freedman, that Jewish name is like a freedman, but it's an I in it, like that freedman.
Mm.
So I kind of see what you're saying. It's a Jewish, yeah. Like pull up certain Jewish names in F, and it's gonna get you close to that freedman, like friedman or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's facts.
So check it out.
Interesting.
The reason why that's significant, man, is
So
because
they the real freedmen then, huh? The Slavic
they are the
freedmen.
real freedmen. Why do you think all of the roles are Indian roles? The freedmen roles are Israelite roles because all of the Indians are Israelites.
Wait a minute. You said roles.
Roles.
What is a role?
Like scrolls.
Okay, so not scrolls, but a role,
Yeah, that's what they call them, freedmen roles.
a freedman role.
Yeah.
Hey, Mommy Chula, you are the first lady of HOTC, huh? Let's get it. I'm here to shot, boy. I'm shooting. Bah, bah, bah. I'm the trigger man.
So check it out. The Bureau of Indian Affairs created. Look, the Bureau of Indian Affairs created the
Let that
Indian
chopper go.
roles. Indian Affairs created the freedmen roles. See that? And the reason why they created these roles is because the people that were considered freedmen were never slaves in the first place. They were self-appointed indentured servants. And
Well,
they,
I don't like the indentured service part. And
bro,
there's something else to that, but I'm
Hey,
with you on
pull
the
up
other
that
things.
Jewish Freedman name, lawyer, huh?
So right. So okay, so that if you relay that, you put that with the Jubilee, then you got it to where, and then matter of fact, before that, you put that with the nobility in Europe,
Yeah.
and then you put that with the slave trade because the slave trade is where the Israelites was enslaved at. They even the Africans even got records that they was enslaving Israelites. And
Jubilee, huh?
so
Jews
yeah,
be
yeah,
free, huh?
yeah. Those Israelites was brought over, and then you already had Israelites over here. So it's like
Powerful, man. That's powerful. Let's go, bro.
it's yeah, yo, because yeah, yo, this shit was. I think this is the time where you would get to the buildings that's in America. Like when somebody say Israelites, they don't think about buildings and structures and government and shit. But that's
well,
where I think you get to the 4-3-2 drop relay on Prester John and shit.
well,
But so all right, so then what's the problem then? Like, so you don't have any contention with Israelites of America?
the problem I have with this
Yep.
is, bro,
But that
freedmen
what?
are Israelites and they have a country called Israel. Okay? And
Mm.
the Negroes are not the black people of America. They're the freedmen of America, which freedmen are what? Israelites. So by
Oh,
claiming, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So
No,
by
go.
you're a Negro, a freedman, or any other denomination other than American is what sets you apart from this country.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Well,
what
yeah.
go ahead.
Uh-huh. So you
So what
saying these labels, these terms was to alienate the Aboriginal Israelite.
is to alienate the people of this the people of this country, yeah.
Okay, and so the people of this country that was here before the colonists was Israelite.
Americans. No, Americans.
Okay, so you saying that the Native Americans was the Israelites.
Yes. They
And the
native.
Native Americans is Mongolians.
Yeah, they not from they not the
So
original people from here.
so how can the Native Americans be Mongolians and Israelites?
Because the Mongolians are Israelites too.
Nah, son.
Yes. Yes.
Nah. Nah. I don't, why would you say that?
Bro, they share a culture, they share a language, they are the same.
What about them the same? That's what I'm trying to find out.
So you trying to tell me that people that claim Israel aren't Jewish?
No,
Well, what are they?
they would be Israelites.
Which are Jewish, bro? Which are
Well,
Jews?
wait. Yeah, well, Jewish people claim it and Israelites claim it, man. It's two different peoples.
So they claim it. That means that they are the same people,
No,
regardless
it
of.
does not mean that they're the same people. That just means that they claiming the same thing.
Okay, it doesn't mean that they. Okay, so what are the Hebrew Israelites here in America claiming then?
They claim different things because there's different groups.
Do they claim that they the true Israelites?
Most of them, yeah. All of them.
Which is claiming that they're the true Evie Ivory people. That's what they claiming.
They claim they're the true Israelites, the true people of the book.
Because the Evie Ivory people were the first people that were considered the freedmen. Because the reason why they were freedmen, because they were self-appointed indentured servants.
Well, the definition tells you they're self-appointed indentured service. Does it say that?
Yes.
By verbatim?
Let me go back to that thing I showed you earlier.
Mm. So all right. So listen, Loyal. This is I heard something from somewhere about them being able to borrow names and trade names, and it was. I think that it was a political setup over here that is pretty more complicated because it was something about a person can have like a person that live outside and didn't have a building, they could like work for somebody and borrow their name or some weird shit like borrow their names. And so I'm bringing that to you to say
you're not wrong
that America got some shit going on with the little ways that they did trade, I guess.
When you become an indentured servant, you become a member of your master's household.
But there was it sounded like something like that a person could give out their name to someone. So I guess that's what you're saying? They did it to indentured servants.
Whenever you buy somebody, they become part of your household. When you bought their debt and they become indentured to you, they take on your name. Just like a company, like if you become part of Apple, you are Apple employee before anything else. Just like NASA, you're a NASA employee before anything else. That's your identity until you no longer work there again. So look, check it out. The Hebrew slaves, right, could not become a slave unless by order of the court, for which was under criminals, and that's down here, a thief who is unable to make restitution is sold for his theft. And that's in Exodus 22:2. Straight up. So when you get to this part right here, by giving himself voluntarily into bondage, for which see under right here. Paupers right here. Paupers and paupers and debtors. This part right here, a debtor who is unable to pay his debt may give himself in bondage to his creditor. According to other opinions, the verse in Leviticus 25:39 deals with the ordinary pauper who sold himself, and the debtor's bondage was against strict laws. Although it happened from time to time in practice, meaning that they gave themselves with not even being in debt because they wanted to be taken care of. So being an indentured service came with privileges, but it only lasted for 7 years or when the Jubilee came. So check it out. When you become a Hebrew slave, right, other slaves were always recruited from other nations, not taken, recruited. See, it has been opined that the Ebed Ivory and the laws relating to the Hebrew slaves in Exodus 21:6 would apply also to such non-Jewish slaves as were born into the household of the offsprings of the alien slave. That means that when you become a member of their household, in order to retain perpetual servitude, they marry their daughters off to you. They marry your daughters, and the child that's created in that marriage becomes the perpetual slave. Still Hebrew now, because of marriage
Mm,
integration.
mm,
The
I
child becomes
don't,
a perpetual slave. Now, you know what the slave gets at the end of his 7-year tour or at Jubilee? They get land and a pension. We
so
adopted.
you talking about Asian women?
No, I'm talking about black people have adopted Jewish traditions, and that's why we're asking. That's why they were asking for reparations for slaves. These people that were asking for reparations were not Americans. They were what they call alien slaves to the Hebrew and Israelite community. That's why they were asking for reparations.
What do you mean asking for rep? You mean recently?
All throughout history. All
Wait,
throughout history.
which?
Martin
All
Luther
right, yo, you know what? You're a little fast, man. Just slow down for real. Like you saying that. All right, so all right, I was with you with all the way to keep them in perpetual slavery. They'll give them their daughters, and so that's why I asked about the Oriental women.
in Exodus 23:12, it says the Bible mentions the son of a handmaiden. Remember Hagar, who was the handmaiden of Abraham and Sarah?
Yeah.
The only reason why she was a handmaiden of Abraham and Sarah, and he could sleep and lay with her and make a child, was because she was a convert. She was an Egyptian that converted to Judaism.
Okay.
That's how she was able to become a handmaiden. That means her son that she had was a slave, perpetual to Abraham.
Okay.
And the way that they keep this shit going perpetual is by not letting you know that you have a set time frame for that, that obligation to end.
Well, what I hear is that the Arabs is the slaves, the Slavics is the slaves.
They tell us that, man, but they don't never
Yeah.
give you a reason. And the
Well,
reason
well,
is because they converts to Israel. That's what it is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And everybody that was black that considered themselves a slave that was brought over here, they're converts to Israel too, and they are the true Israelites that are over here, not
I
the
don't
American.
know. I'm getting confused because, like, I don't know, man. It's just like you using a lot of words.
What?
What are you saying? What are you saying about the people that's here, the people that came over here? Could you just? I'm confused. I got confused, man. I'm trying to stay with you though, bro.
Okay, so the Israelites that are here today, they
That's
are,
on the corners wearing purple.
yes, they converts. If their family was brought here as slaves or indentured servants, they are converts to Israel. They are
How would
Israelites.
they be converts if they was brought here as slaves and the slaves brought here from Africa was Israelites?
Bro, they were alien slaves. I read that to you.
But no, but you that's what you read. But after you read that, the facts still remain. It's the Israelites who was traded in the slave trade
Bro,
from Africa.
they
So
were
that so
self-appointed slaves.
look that right there. I don't know what you trying to do with that,
Okay,
but you
so
don't
look,
have it don't have to be so sensational. It's a
so look,
slave trade in which Israelites was hunted down and traded as enemy combatants sent to America, where there was already Israelites over there.
bro, it didn't even happen like that in the Bible.
Of course,
Look,
it didn't happen like that in the Bible.
check it out. Israel, Jacob, right? Who did he work for when he was in Egypt?
Look,
He
man.
Pharaoh, right? He's the one that brought his family, right, from Canaan to Egypt because of the famine. You remember when his father died? When his father died, right?
Yo, you know what? You don't never be making no fucking real point with this shit. You be going into some other stuff.
Because you
Like,
can't follow, bro. It's not my
no,
fault.
like you talking about when his father died. Like, yo, Joseph. Like, look, all we gotta talk about, right, is like whatever. I
I'm
forgot, man.
saying, I'm saying this, bro. The Israelites came to Egypt willingly, bro. And then all of a sudden, they became slaves. That's indentured, bro.
I don't know why you so generalization over that type of like to be so. All right, you know what? You could be right, but for you to put that energy into the generalization is I don't know, man, because you're talking about slavery concepts and you don't took it back to Egypt and Joseph and all that type. That's a long time ago.
I'm
We
sure
talking about the slave trade that other day
that,
and how Israelites was the slaves. So
bro,
Israelites being brought to America, you know, they didn't take upon no Judaist ways
did,
that
bro.
from foreigners. That's crazy.
You be to tell me these people came here by the foreigners and then they just end up being Christians? See,
Who
you
they
don't
was
know how to make
turned in? Yo, listen, yo, you making up stuff now, man.
how to
Because
make
look,
you don't
how
know how to make connections.
how
It's
would
like
you jump to that conclusion about Christians? Like, what is you talking about? All right, so if the Israelites is slaves, then you know it makes sense in what you were saying when you was bringing up that poster, and you know, and it makes sense that you know the concept that they had a situation over here already, like the minstrel. When I did the research on the minstrel shows, they was done by black people. The elites was the ones who started that shit. And they was it was some listen, man, there's some American stuff that had happened that deal with all type of business and law, even show business and the way people think that it's I don't know, man. I'm still not sure exactly on everything that's been changed or flipped, man. It's crazy. But what I can tell you is that when using the Bible as like let's say as an anchor, you know what I'm saying? Like as you pointing out this
as proof. As
concept of slavery, right?
yes.
And how the people deal with shit. Yo, it's proof that you know what I mean. That's what civilization was built on. Because them Europeans don't know shit but the Bible and then other stuff back in them days. Remember? So,
The Hebrews read the same Bible. What are you talking about?
man, I'm saying that that's what everybody reading the same shit. So if you got original man and then a whole bunch of other people, man, it shouldn't be a difficult thing about what's going on, right? So, all right, you talking about slavery? So you talking about a deal between Israelites and somebody else who didn't pay up on their side of the bargain, and instead,
Bro, you too captivated on race. That's what you is. When you captivated on
all
race,
right,
you're always trying to find a reason why
where the erasure of history come in at?
the erasure of history. What do you mean?
The erasure of history. Where the erasure of
Huh?
history come in at? Where does that fit in with this whole freemen is Israelites thing you talking about?
Or Israelites were the only free slaves or indentures, and then
No.
everybody else was recruited, bro. Everybody else was all the other nations that were included with the slaves of Israel were all recruited. That means that
Who was the slave masters?
the Israelites.
So the Israelites was the slave masters, and
Yes,
what these Israelites look like? Where they from?
they from Europe, Africa.
Damn, son.
Yeah, bro.
That's damn.
Look,
So
man,
that's it, huh? Nah, yeah.
let me tell you something. The Hebrews indentured each other for debt, and they gave themselves a time limit on how much time they could be indentured. And that's 7 years, 6 years of labor, and on that seventh year they released, or at the year of Jubilee. The same way they run the debt system right now today with credit. Same shit. You got bad credit, it lasts for 7 years. Same thing. And all I'm saying is that the Africans that indentured themselves to the Israelites became family members through conversion. They did their 7 years, and then afterwards they received their pension and their land. And in order to keep them as a labor force, they married their daughters to them, and their children became perpetual slaves, perpetual indentured.
So how does perpetual indentured slaves become freedmen?
Because the freedmen were the ones that followed the law and did the 7 years of the Jubilee. And the reason why the perpetual slaves don't know about it is because they were never taught that it was 7 years or the Jubilee. And then they were supposed to get reparations. They were supposed to get their pension and a piece of land. But instead of getting it here in America, they were supposed to get it over there in Israel.
Nah, that Israel part ain't real.
That
But
is,
that's
that
that
is real.
I can see how they could come up with some shit like that. But the whole thing in Israel is all pseudo. But them using that as a cover, I wouldn't be. That sounds like something they could do. But I hear what you're saying. You basically saying that the lyrical legal languages is based on scriptures.
Check it out. Look at this right here. The Hebrew term for slave, even, right, is direct derivation from the verb bd, to work. Thus, the slave is only a worker or servant. The even differs from the hired worker, the sakar, in three respects. He receives no wages for his work. He is a member of his master's household. And this is Genesis 24:2 and Leviticus 22:11. And see below, you can see that I already showed you that. And his master exercises patria, or whatever that word, over him. For example, the master may choose a wife for the slave and retain his ownership of her, and he has proprietary rights in, see below, the child.
So you talking about a corrupted form of government? Is that what you're saying?
I'm
Because
talking
we got the American government now. So are you saying that the Israelites in America was aboriginals and that their government was based off scriptures?
yes, Judean scriptures,
Okay.
Judean scriptures, the true scriptures, bro. And
Okay.
it tells you what their boundaries are. It says a father may sell his daughter into slavery, Exodus 21:7, usually, apparently, for household duties and eventually marriage. Now, the slave, the child, the children of slaves, the Bible mentions the son of the handmaiden, which is like Hagar. That's why I gave that example earlier. He that is born in the house, indicating that the status of slaves devolved upon their children. Devolved, bro. That means that once the child is born, they're automatically indentured. They don't have a say. But they do have a say on how long they're indentured if they know the law. But they don't know the law. You know why? Why you think they're over here in America asking for reparations and for respect when they should be asking for it over in Israel? That's how it's supposed to work, bro. Because anybody that was brought here as an indentured was brought here as an indentured Israelite. That's who was brought here. And yes, Israelites, they indentured each other, man.
So
They
what's the difference? So what's the difference of saying black people enslaved black people?
there ain't nothing in slaying that. But Americans didn't enslave each other.
Americans,
Americans didn't enslave each other.
American. And what is your proof on that?
What do you mean? What is my proof on that?
Where's your proof that Americans didn't enslave each other?
So, don't we have a constitution?
Well, you said Americans was Israelites.
No, I didn't say Americans were Israelites. I said any slave that was brought here or indentured servant that was brought here was an Israelite.
Yo, I asked you if you were saying if Aboriginal Americans was Israelites. You said yes.
The descendants
So
of them,
that's not what you're saying.
the Hebrews today and Indians, they
Say
are
that.
the Hebrews.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
The people that were brought here, the indentures, their descendants are the Israelites today, the black Israelites today, and all
So
the Indians.
they ran. You said they ran off the Indians.
No, they're all the same, bro. They're all under the same umbrella. They're all under the Hebrew umbrella.
Nah, nah. I don't know about that. The Hebrew umbrella.
Yeah,
So you saying that the Aboriginal Americans is something different, and that what? Now you talking about a constitution?
we already had a constitution before the United States created theirs, mimicking ours.
So you saying that the Israelite laws ain't got nothing to do with the Constitution?
That was here. No, it ain't got nothing to do with that.
Shit, yo, that's Aboriginal cabbage. I don't know why y'all do that shit, but
Because truth.
that shit crazy. No, it's not. Y'all just make some shit up, man. What the fuck is you doing?
See,
Like,
first of
yo,
all, you gotta
look.
know about
The whole the Constitution talk about God and all that shit. What do you mean?
it talks about God given rights.
Okay, who taught man rights of God and things like that? You think the science just came out of
Bro,
nowhere?
any man that wants to be free knows that he was given freedom from his creator.
Oh my gosh, they know that language from America, man. After
No, they
all of
don't.
this Israelite shit happened.
Bro, how do you think the Israelites claim that they free men? Every nation knew this.
When was they calling themselves Israelites?
Bro, that's what ivory is, man.
But no, when was they calling themselves Israelites?
That's what the word, look, the English word Israelite,
When was
ivory.
when was anybody here in this land calling themselves an Israelite in the relative history?
That shit just started 20 years ago.
But how about the concept of Jubilee is not 20 years old in this country?
Bro, really. And
Yeah.
who you think celebrates the Jubilee?
Nah, but yeah, look, the fact of the matter is that the concept of Israelite is in this country before 20 years or whenever these groups came up. So there you have that link that would take you to who the Yacobites was, who Prester John could have been, shit like that dealing with American history. Now, none of that is as made up as saying that, people is magically separate people from the rest of the world that they should be connected to because they such an old people. You know what I mean? Like it's the fact that they trying to make shit look new. That's part of the spell. Like, they split that shit up. They said they expelled Jews, Moors, and Arabs. Come on, man.
Well, the only thing that's new right now is the Hebrew Israelites claiming that they are the only ones that are Jews because of their skin color. That's the only thing that's new right now. And it's been proven that that's not the truth. I just proved
Look,
it to you.
the 12 tribes of Israel is melanated people. Not all melanated people is the same, I think is your point. And I agree to that. But that's not what it's saying. When people say who you are is an Israelite, if you're an African American so called, is accurate
But
because it's accurate.
to the
So
world.
they look, and I'm gonna be done. What do they call African American? What's the term? Black. So if you hear somebody say,
Oh no, that just started, bro. That just
yeah,
started.
but that's how people talk, man. That semantic shit is cabbage. It's part of the cabbage.
The word, not the meaning, though. See, that's the
Yeah,
whole.
whatever. But you know what I mean. So it's like, yo, at
No.
the end of the day, that's what it is. The semantics won't suffice
So look,
because
check
you
it out.
can't take the Bible and then use shit out the Bible to explain some other thing that you making up.
What am I making up? This is coming straight from them, not me.
You making up that the
These
Aboriginal
are the same
Americans
people
they
that
have
wrote the
no
Bible.
link to Israelites, bro.
These are the same people that wrote the Bible.
Yo,
Same.
you
Mhm.
saying that there was organization, language, science, and all of that, and it don't got nothing to do with no one else in the world. And I can't get jiggy with that because we talking about records when they knew who everybody in the world was. So I
Who?
mean, like, what the fuck?
I don't get it, bro. Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the world, man. Like you sound like you working off a narrative where you creating somebody where we could point out who everybody is.
I'm not creating anybody, bro. I'm just using exactly what we've been given. And what we've been given, bro, is the answer to all those fabrications. For instance, the blacks ain't the Jews. They converts to Jews. And they're not even black Americans, they're Africans. They convert through marriage. And their children's children, are perpetual servitude. They're in perpetual servitude because they don't know the laws.
Mm. Calling African slaves again, but not like the white man, but different. Look, it's like you know what I mean. It's like, man, it's like a whole bunch of science. It's like engine put in the skateboard. It's like, what's the point?
The point
Because
is,
like
bro,
what you're doing is saying that first of all, can't nobody take all whatever and find out if they got African in them and then discern. Like this shit is so crazy to be like, yo, for real. I understand that they lie and they use Africans against Americans. That's facts. But the concept of, saying that these people ain't got nothing to do with what is considered Israelite or original Christian concepts is crazy to me, man.
no, the
Because
Africans do.
the whole concept of the government is based on that shit. It's like saying if you know that original man came up with the whole concepts that they practice in secret societies, then how would you believe that secret societies of a foreign type came and created this country? That's crazy. You see what I'm saying? That's
Bro,
yeah, yo, dodge the hijack.
secret societies existed in 1776. That's when secret societies came about. And
Man, you tripping.
the only thing secret about it is the Americans that started this country are not white. They're Jewish.
You are tripping. You know what? You saying that
Yes.
you know what? No. You threw in some truth in there
Abraham Lincoln,
because it's gray as hell.
there was only one American out of the whole bunch back then. One dude, and he got killed. They killed his ass. All the presidents, except that I think the 18th president was Jewish.
Okay, well, you know what? What does that tell you, man?
That tells me right there that these people started America as being United States of America. They didn't start the entire government. They only started the United States of America.
Okay, so then you get into put them with the conspiracy with the letter to Morocco, and then you got yourself a Arab Israeli conspiracy, which makes sense.
Morocco's in Africa.
Yeah, I know, but they said that the shit was transferred and Morocco accepted the transfer.
You
Type.
don't see that that's the way that they pulled American black people into this shit. That's the way that
Look,
they pulled us in to the whole black Hebrew Israelite thing by saying that the Moors were here first,
I
and the
didn't say
Moors
that.
are
I didn't say that. I said
saying
put what
that's
you were
the
saying together. Put you were saying with the Jews
narrative.
together with the Arabs and they bullshit, which would be the Moors and the Morocco. I didn't say that shit was real. I'm saying that shit is fake.
So check
So
it out.
I'm trying to work with you because I know that the Jewish people was behind the KKK and them people you talking about is real. All the presidents, all that shit. So what
It was
I asked was, what is that telling you, man?
it was
Those
more than
are
that.
Edomites, bro. You don't know the language. Those are Edomites,
I do know the
right?
language.
Edom and Jacob do not get along historically
Why?
because man,
Jacob was a
there's
thief,
God
bro.
hates Edom.
Jacob was a thief, and on more than one occasion.
Look at this guy, yo. So you know more about Jacob's flaws than Edom's flaws?
Bro, who stole whose inheritance?
Hey, yo, you know
Who
what?
fooled their father to give them the blessing?
You
Who
don't
ran?
have no understanding.
Go ahead. I'm just saying,
For
bro.
you
Who they
passionate, but you
calling
don't
on?
got you got yo. That shit be surface like for real. Like check, like yo, real life. You see who he was. You know what I mean? You can't say that people don't deserve certain shit left side of his parish off for real. That shit crazy. When they was born, Esau came out first, and
Okay.
Yaakov came out with his hand around his foot.
And see, the whole thing about that is that just because who came out first has nothing to do with who deserves what.
That's what the fuck I just said.
Well,
Jacob
why did
came
he have
out.
to
Look,
steal?
look, look. Let me say it again a different way. Esau came out first,
Mhm.
and Jacob came out after him, but with his hand wrapped around his ankle, Esau ankle. So let's say if it was the babies, right, and they're fighting in the womb, right, and Esau think he going to escape if he get out first, right?
Yeah.
The birth of Jacob and Esau is that Esau ain't going to escape nothing. That's why God is with Jacob. God is with Israel, not Esau. And God say that in the Bible. And it's like it's because people don't know even that type of surface KJV translation shit. That's enough to knock them down because a book of Malachi, great example.
Look, the King James Version, you think there's some significance with him holding on to the heel of his older brother or his twin brother? Bro, that was a metaphor.
You telling me, or I'm
Yeah.
telling you. I told you that.
So the metaphor is that it has nothing to do with who's born first.
All right, so it's an interpretation. Well,
It has
yes,
something to do with integrity.
it has something to do with the integrity of the story. Like, look,
Yes.
sometimes you're gonna be told, yeah, you get it. Like the Bible tells stories like that where your attention to detail it's shown in your reflection or your interpretation.
So
You know what I mean?
whose integrity was called the question?
Uh, shit, the earth,
No,
God.
no,
You know what I
no.
mean? Like the whole
Jacob's.
concept of because look who Esau ended up being,
What?
a villain.
No. Okay, so Esau ended up being a villain because his brother stole from him on two occasions. How did he become a villain?
Shit, I guess he just deserved that shit, man.
You know,
You don't think that's real?
no, bro.
Hell yeah, that shit real. It's called karma, man.
See, now you
Karma.
religion to esoterics. See, and that's the whole.
Nah. We talking about Abraham people, right? He a Brahmin. He come from Terra, Oceanic / Hindu / Asia. So we talking about the same teachings elevated in each step toward a place. That's, you know what I mean, you get to Christ, and then you got it where, you know what I mean, the elevation fractal is understood in a dimension like, you know, the law is fulfilled,
But
or to
check it.
fulfill the law, you feel me? And he didn't do no transgressions of the law in his intention or anything.
Yes, he did, bro.
How?
Stealing is one of the 10 Commandments. You're not supposed to steal. You're not supposed to lie, and you're not supposed to
All
cut.
right, all right. You know what? I can knock that down easy. I can knock that down easy, yo, loyal.
Go ahead.
Okay. So for one, I don't know which one I should go with first. Do you want this? Let's see. It's like an outfit. I don't know what I'm gonna wear, right on.
Well,
But
look. Let me show you.
it's like when it come to his code or his blessing, right?
Mhm.
His mother told him to do it. So that's one. That's the quick. You know what I mean? I can end it right there.
Hold on. You can end it right there. So your mother can tell you to transgress on God's laws, and it's good to go.
See,
Hell,
the
bro.
Bible shows rare occasions when a woman is involved. To be honest, the Bible got a lot to do with men, but you know there is women and lessons within the women stories. And really, whenever there's a woman, it's a
Mhm.
lesson and it's a story.
Yep, I believe that
Facts.
lesson. So look, check
Yes.
it out. What would be the lesson for why Jacob went through all of that crap? Huh?
What
And
you
not
mean?
only. Oh,
Wait. I'm not done telling you. I'm not done telling you on how he got his karma.
go ahead.
Esau. So before all that, Esau sold him his birthright for red porridge. That's where Esau fucked up at. Esau gave it up. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, did you read the story that the man thought he was going to die, and his brother, instead of helping him out of brotherly love, wagered a deal with him to save his life?
Because
Who?
he was being dramatic. That
Oh
motherfucker wasn't
man,
about to
come on,
die. But how he speak in the Lord. He speak in the Lord name in vain. You know
huh?
what I'm saying? People do it all the time now, and it's all terrible. Left subject, but you know the vocab.
What did he?
Whereas his vocab is so undisciplined. You know what I mean?
Can you explain that part to me? Tell me what you're talking about. With the he spoke the Lord's name in vain.
Okay, so let's say I'm, you know what I mean, I'm famished. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I go into Orion's and I see the buffet and I'll be like, you know, I don't know, maybe I should go to Golden Corral because I could eat like I could eat an elephant. I could eat a giraffe. I'm so hungry I could eat the whole refrigerator. Just gobble it up. You know what I mean? All at once.
Hmm.
So it's like that. It's like, you know what I'm saying? This is Esau. He like, oh, I'm about to die and I'm so hungry. Let me get some of that.
Yeah,
Like,
but
you know when you making some food and somebody begging you for a piece of shit. And so
oh,
it's like, yo, this motherfucker, like, yo, for real, he deserved it, right? Because he put so much on his wager for a piece, right? Just for a slice of pizza. What if Jacob was like, yo, I was just kidding, but all right, you know what I mean? But damn. And
so
that,
you
and, you
talking
know,
about
those type of flaws.
stuff? Come on, man.
No?
So check it out. He didn't take the Lord's name in vain. He didn't deserve to be deceived by his own twin brother. Okay, and he surely didn't deserve to be deceived by his mother, and his father didn't need to be deceived on his deathbed by his wife and his son.
Hey,
Come on, bro. So
yo, look,
the
it
whole
happened,
story,
man. It's a
the whole
story.
The whole story is a lesson, bro. It's called integrity. That's why when Jacob got the blessing and the birthright, he
Mm.
fled for his life. He
Yeah.
fled not even knowing that he wasn't even being pursued. And see, look, karma, you're right, karma has a lot to do with it. So when he ran into his uncle, guess what his uncle did? His uncle enslaved him for 20 years, indentured him for 20 years, and then married him off to both of his daughters instead of one. So not only did he get servitude from Jacob, he got it from his grandkids too. And then Jacob he didn't learn his lesson then. He used the same tactics to cheat that man out of his cattle and to steal his idols. And he used his wife to do it. And then on top of that, he freaking fled from that man too, and like a thief in the night, just like he did from his brother when he cheated him out of his birthright. And when the man overcame him, Jacob was at his uncle's mercy. And what saved him? And this is how I know it was a story and it was a lesson, because two women influenced Jacob. His mother and his wife. His wife lied for him. She sat on the idols and said that she was at her time of the month. And so the man couldn't touch her. He couldn't search her belongings. Because if he would have searched his belongings and found it, right, he would have killed Jacob. He had all right to kill him. So look, not only did Jacob get away with that, right? You would think he would have learned. He tried to trick his brother again by giving him frivolous gifts instead of meeting him and suffering the consequences for being a thief and a coveter. He was a thief and a coveter. And then when he found out his brother wasn't even going against him, bro, he was dumbfounded. And that's why he put so much faith in Joseph, bro. That's why he put so much faith in Joseph. And then
What,
all of the other
what do
kids,
you mean? Who put so much faith in Joseph?
Jacob did. He favored
Well, look,
Joseph.
man. Look. Or go ahead. You got it.
He favored Joseph. That's why Joseph was almost killed and sold off to slavery. So he had to deal with the iniquities of his father's sins in order for him to come back and redeem the nation. Why you think, he ended up coming to Egypt during the famine? Because they were about to die, man. Jacob and his family was about to die. They didn't have no food. Now, if that's the blessing of God, then man, come on, tell me what Esau was going through. Esau was still living high off the hog. Why he didn't go to Esau and get food from him? They didn't even talk about that side of the story because he couldn't. He burned those bridges. So he had to go to Egypt and beg the Pharaoh for food. And when he did, his youngest son ended up getting captured. When his youngest son ended up getting captured, that's when his brother Joseph knew that he was going to have to change the way his family was doing business. So he tricked his brothers into bringing Jacob down there so he can give them a chastism. He chastised them dudes. He chastised them. And look, they didn't learn from that. When all the Israelites came to Egypt, they was living high off the hog. They lived in the best land. They had the best wells. They had the best soil for growing crops and stuff. But then, after 20-some years or 30-some years, when Jacob died, they went astray. And everybody in Egypt ended up being the owners of the Israelites. You know why? Because they indentured themselves. They lost everything they had when Joseph was the mayor or the governor of Egypt. And so that's why they were put in indentured servitude. And then they did the Jubilee. They got released. They got their pensions. They got their reparations. And they left. You know why they were pursued by Pharaoh? Bro, they poisoned all the people in Egypt. They poisoned all the people in Egypt. The Passover, you think the Passover was about God going over the children of Israel and destroying the Egyptians? No, the Egyptians were Hebrew too. You know how I know? It's because they respected the Torah. They respected the Judaism laws. As when they get done with 7 years, they get treasure. Didn't the Egyptians get them treasure when they got ready to leave Egypt?
They stole it.
No, they
They
didn't.
took it. They took it.
To him. No, they gave it to him. Read it. They gave it to him.
Well, I don't think they had a choice.
They did have a choice, bro. They was following the Talmudic laws. They were following the laws that after a servant does his 7 years on the year of Jubilee, that's what Moses was trying to tell them. My people need to go. They need to leave. That story was talking about they were leaving to go and pray because that was the Jubilee, the year of Jubilee. And Pharaoh was like, no, 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 stay, stay, stay. See, they showed us the movie on TV and made it seem like they had conflict. No, they didn't have no conflict, bro. That was deceptive from the start. That was deceptive from the start. They didn't have to kill them people to get their freedom. They was already being let loose.
So why you think they poisoned them?
They poisoned the water. They infested their crops with locusts. They sabotaged that shit. You know how I know? Because when they got loose and they went out into the wilderness and got away from Pharaoh, what they do? They worshipped idols.
All right. The same ones the Egyptians was.
No, that was the Israelites that did it. The
Nah,
Egyptians,
but I mean, the golden calf is the same thing the Egyptians was doing.
no, the Egyptians didn't worship golden calves.
Yeah, they
They
did.
worshiped Ra and Nefertiti's and all that bullshit.
Yeah, that's the same shit. Golden calf, idols.
Nah, the golden calf is something totally different from that.
Yo, they did as the Egyptians did. Yo, it say so. It
No,
say so.
the golden calf was created by the Israelites. All the gold that was given
I
to them by
know, but they did that is because they relapsed into away from God.
they didn't relapse, bro. They were already wicked, bro. That's why half of
Look,
them had to
look,
die.
look. All right, you know what? With the story, I'm gonna say the story, and you correct it if you can.
Okay.
Right. So the story is Moses went up to the mountain to talk to God face to face.
Mhm.
While he was up there, the people at the mount at the bottom was restless, and they didn't know if he was dead or not. And so they all, a portion of them put their gold together and created a calf and started worshiping it. And when Moses came down and he saw it or whatever, he smote them by causing the earth to open up and swallow them up. And so, I mean, the Red Sea split and get all the attention, but the whole opening up the earth so that they could fall in it, yeah, that's different. So yeah, they did as the Egyptians did. It say so at that part of the book. At that part, yeah, for sure. So the Egyptians, they worship all that stuff. The Egyptians was that's an interesting relay you had. I don't think I have much to disagree with you about with that storyline. I understand you using the laws as a guide to understand the rest of the Bible, and I think that's pretty smart. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I've heard anyone ever do that before. So you
Well,
might be a pioneer in that sense.
well, not only that, from that story, bro, you can take away that they actually created the entire system of doing business with one another, like the indentured servitude and shit.
Hence the Book of Commerce.
Remember when they split up the tribes and said each tribe has a particular job, created the tabernacle? Who you think built that? They did, but not Moses and Aaron and all of them.
So yeah, I guess it'll boil down to 144,000 people with the God sealed in their foreheads, and what they gonna do with the myriads of Christ and you know what I mean, God's kingdom on earth forever. Like those things is the final scene of this movie or this judgment, according to them, all them other things that we saying. So yeah, it do look like they is had based a whole financial and legal system off of what we can call scriptural language that is goes back to an ancient form of an ancient source of civilization in consecutive family history at a time, right? Whereas in those days, those families that was elite, so to speak, was literally the families from the beginning or from the oldest time, and literally everybody else was somebody else. And only through marriage and what you're speaking on, right, with the slavery shit, but you know, this prestigious non wartime type situation that go on. You know what I mean? Like this whole cities that's on maps that ain't shown, and it's like
Let me show you.
they could have called themselves something. You know what I mean? But like, even if they did try to say that, this shit was I don't know, they can't say it's phony now. Like if you use the law, I just see you use the law to explain the rest of the book. That's a good measuring device right there. That's a good method. Because yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder how much more can that happen as far as, it's probably a whole bunch of potential. Like maybe that's how to read the code, the Bible code, without using a computer.
Well, we had that a long time ago. All we had to do was reference the Torah. So check this shit out, though.
Mm-hmm.
The word Negro is not even English. It's Spanish and Portuguese, which is Hebrew. Spanish, Hebrew, Ladino, and Portuguese is the Shemitic language too. This word right here was created for the Africans. See, the Latin word also was applied to the black people of Africa, but usually the term was Anthiopes and Afar, right? Now, later on, they try to put this in there, black and then more. But look at the time frame. We're talking about 1550s, right? This was before the discovery of so-called America. This was like, shit, this was like 200 years before United States was created. This Negro word right here was a word that described the black Hebrews. This Negro word is a Hebrew word. And the first place it applied to that they set up roots was down in South America. The same place where the dominant language is Spanish. Let me show you. The Negro people were the first place where they set up was a river that connected to the sea, which is the Amazon, and they were the river people. The Negro people were the river people. This is the Negro River connected to the Amazon right here. Let me show you. See, it says Negro River connected to the Amazon. Salimo. That's like saying Solomon. Right here, where it connects at. Goes all the way to the sea on both ends. So this is the place where they set up shop, where they brought the first Hebrews that were the indentured servants. And they set up a colony here. Once they did their time, they made a colony called the Negro, the people by the river, the people by the Amazon River. And then that was later on translated into what? Blacks here in America. But that's not the case. That's not the case.
So you saying that them people was brought over? Wait. Are you saying that people was brought over to the Amazon River?
Yes.
And you said that it was a colony where they was to build shit and be slaves, right?
Well, that's where they settled at after they did their 7 years.
When you mean settle, you mean like parlay, like that's where they live at?
Yeah, 7 years of servitude.
So who's over there already?
Who's over there already?
Mm.
Well, they already had people occupying this place. Some of them were blacks from the Americas, and then some of them were who we call the Mongols today, which were the Indians, and the Mexicans. Those are all Hebrews, bro.
How would you connect the Mongoloids with Hebrews?
The Aztecs and the Mayans.
I don't get that. The Aztecs and the Mayans is Oceania.
They were the Hebrews.
I know that, but I mean, how do you get Eskimos with that? How you get Mongoloid Siberians with that?
Well, this was the uncharted lands that they could settle in without having to make a type of negotiation with America. You know, the first lands the settlers settled.
What was America? Like, how big was the country of America before it was the United States?
Oh shit! The entire, from the North Pole all the way down to the bottom of South America.
Okay, and so, all right, go ahead with what you were saying.
And then when they started letting people colonize, they started letting them colonize in undeveloped areas. Hence the Amazon rainforest. All that was undeveloped. The only regions that was actually developed were the coastal regions of South America, all the way up to America.
Okay, so these is developed with, you said, Mongoloids,
Mexicans, and Africans.
Oh, wait a minute, Mexicans and Siberians is the same, yeah.
Yeah, they all. Mexicans are Hebrews based off of their connection to Portuguese.
I don't know why you're using this word Hebrew so willy nilly, brother. I don't know what's going on, but
what am I supposed to say then?
I don't know, but I mean, not Hebrews. Like, what is that? You know what? I've heard stories and I've seen noses, but I mean, listen, I still shouldn't call someone something if they don't practice that. So, you know what I mean? I heard about Northern Kingdom and things like that, and that's the Book of Mormon. So, I mean, look, they're tribes. They're tribes too. Like the brown people is also tribes with the darker people and the in between people. And there's probably a white tribe out there somewhere. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's facts. So that's how you get these different races and shit. Probably it's probably 12 different real root races. Yeah, I mean some weird shit like that.
See, the part about becoming a Hebrew or a Jew is dependent on the conversion process. You can either do it.
That's how it used to be. That changed with technology. Just like when Jesus came to fulfill the law, or said he was just fulfilling the law. He came to fulfill the law, not break it. It's the same thing we go through. We have to upgrade. It's the way we think. Like, let's say the same energy that a person had when they said, I understand now, right? And then take that person and go with, I comprehend now, right? And then line that up with, I compute now. And then it'd be like, the next thing after that would be like, understood. You know what I mean? And it's like, when you get to understood with a period, it's like, damn, all right, straight to the point. And sometimes that's what the flow of the future be, is like, we working towards a goal. And so in the past, I guess they was working toward the goal to switch places, trading places, man. Trading effing places, man. Just the movie, man. It's what the fuck, man. This shit crazy, isn't it? Like that shit might got a lot to do with the truth. So I've seen evidence that suggests that trading places might be on some real shit.
What if it wasn't trading places? What if it was just integration?
Nah, because I've seen a picture where a black person was painting a picture of a white person. I've seen statues of knights of armor in armor but they be black, melanated, dark skin, but they in suits of armor. I seen pictures of that. I seen pictures of a complete army of black knights. You know what I'm saying? And so I've seen that, and I think that these buildings and things that they had, World Fair, Cabbage Patch Babies, orphan trains, like, we have to, the detail considers all of this within the timeline. And so what we're really looking at is, our, we're looking at a time where, the Most High admonished for wrongdoings, you know what I mean? And evil robots is what we was up against. And then, the Most High can make them good people or just destroy them. And so instead of just switching their attitude, it'll become a thing where the wicked get destroyed, not just rebuked, but removed, and the ultimately better replaces it. And so that's opposite of what we see today. With innocence being taken by, corruption and shit like that.
So check it out. Look what Wikipedia says about Black Latinos. It says Black Latinos were Hispanicized Black Latinos exiled to Spanish America after having spent time in Spain. They were referred to as Negroes, Latinos, as opposed to Negro Bozales, or Bozals, or how you say it, i.e., those captured in Africa. The Ladino skills granted them a higher price than those of the Bozals. I think that's how you say it.
Bozales.
Yeah, Bozales. But look, they called them ultimately Black Latinos born in Americas were Negro Creoles. And see, the reason why they did that is to give confusion. It's integration. It's to integrate the blacks that were from Spain and from Africa that came here as indentures and claimed land after they did their indentured servitude. It was to integrate them into the American society. So they called them Creoles or mixed or mulattoes.
You don't import mulattoes, bro. There's something there's there's a byproduct of situations. They get utilized. They don't get farmed. Like there is farms of mulattoes. So, well, I guess they would be like orphanages and shit like that. But yeah, I mean, importation of mulattoes will be like uh, Middle Eastern immigrants, or particularly maybe Spain that you're talking about. But man, all that Ladino shit, I don't know. I don't have no connection to that. Like that, none of that resonates with me. I know some Spanish, but I don't really care for much about that, because really it's always the mixed breed descendants of Europeans that is causing the most nonsense and shit for real. So it's like, instead of studying what they doing, I don't know, but I'm listening though, man. I don't know nothing about Latinos and like, all this Hebrew word, just throw it out to all these people. No one is considering who is who, how new they are, and all this other shit. This shit ain't racist, it's skinist. And the concept of lighter skin, the more you're in concept, going all the way back to India. So, all these other concepts that come out of India, Islamic assassin, mercenary fuckery, come from India, right? The same shit that Islam on. So it's like, I mean,
Bro,
where's the ops at in all this?
the ops is the people of America, the blacks in America.
All right, I still don't know who the fuck you talking about.
The
That's
American
because I'm
people,
woke. That's why I'm conscious.
the blacks of America were the
Huh?
ops. You know why? Because they tried to segregate themselves from the other blacks.
You talking about the boule?
I'm talking about bro, you don't believe it, but all of these Creoles, Spaniards, mulattoes, they were all in cahoots. Same thing with the
Yo, wait. Like, I don't know, man. What you mean? I don't believe it. Like, yo, I've been saying this for. What do you mean, yo? You don't know what I've been saying for years. Like,
infiltration. Go ahead.
cahoots. Yeah, that should be common knowledge by now.
The reason
But
why
yeah, I hear you. Like, of course, nobody trusts the buffer class. So what's the point though? Because you talking about mulattoes and you talking about Israel law, something like it's, I don't know, that would get messy, man. You ain't gotta do that. It's like Gentiles, Gentile spirit, Gentiles, and those that are not that. Right?
well, I'm not
So
even
if
going
you can prove the law of the government using scripture, then you know what I'm saying? That's technology. Right? And so if that's the case, then there ain't nothing wrong with the Israelites on the corner wearing the purple. Now wait a minute. You said there was Africans though, right?
Yeah.
But okay, that's when it becomes a matter of it's two different Israelites split by the ocean. And so is that with the stance of the Aboriginals don't claim to be Israelites? But maybe if somebody were to tell them that they was the ones that wasn't Africans, maybe they'll be more capricious.
That word aboriginal means native. It doesn't mean original to the land. That's another misconception.
Well, I mean, it's only a few thousand people, but I'm just saying, the hype language is, what I mean, eventually nobody's lying. Like, eventually the shit is just real. Like, so, what I mean? There's no gas. You know what I'm saying? It's straight up. They're against God.
Who, the Aboriginals?
No, I'm talking about the system and stuff. They're against God, right? Right? They're just, they're the opposite of like doing good, doing righteous.
Bro,
So
let me tell you, Back in the day, bro, being of God is being of sound mind and body. That's what being of God was. Meaning that they wasn't talking about uh, adultery and all of that. That stuff can be forgiven. What can't be forgiven is the destruction of the temple. That's what can't be forgiven. Because once God doesn't have a dwelling place, then you've lost connection.
So
So when
what do you say? What do you say for yourself when you walk around and you be so wrong about shit? Like, don't you think that you fucking your head up? Like
nah,
how you sit there and be like, the people that's speaking on the Bible, you know, bringing people awareness of their Israelite roots is negative, or some they Africans. Because if I was to sit there and really line it up, hey yo, and you said that these people was Israelites, you know what I'm saying, but they had African links, they had African bloodline and all this and that. But Aboriginals had what? Like what? Where's the Aboriginal Israelites?
the Aboriginal Israelites are still over there in Africa.
What? So you saying that Aboriginal Israelites was taken to Africa as slaves?
No, I'm saying that that's where they was at. That's their homeland.
So what about the Aboriginal Americans?
There is
Where's
no.
the Aboriginal American Israelite?
The Americans never called themselves Aboriginals. The nation of America has always existed before all of these other nations. So now the adoption of their terms has become a big thing now. Since we think that the oldest people that existed were considered aboriginals or indigenous, but in actuality, the nations that existed is the one that incorporated those names. So when Australia was created in the early 30s, that's when the word aboriginal came about. That never meant, something over in America. Even if you look at the etymology of the word aborigine, it comes from the word aboriginal. And the earliest form of the use of that word was in the 1600s. We were already doing shit in the 1500s before that even came about. America was around in the 1500s.
Right.
When when Webster came over here, he said the people that he ran into, the Americans, the copper colored people, who are now applies to the descendants of the colonizers. See, the thing is that once they
So you
came.
know the Bible.
Hmm?
The Bible said that it'll be a day where there'll be princes. It'll be servants on horses and princes walking beside them. You know what I'm saying? And so that switcheroo shit come up. Whereas if you're looking at a whole country of Aboriginal, a whole continent or hemisphere of Aboriginal Americans that is no longer there, then it must have been some type of great happening to get them off the map, get their numbers down. So, warfare is a culprit because, a lot of these old ass pictures and shit, they be looking dark and hazy. And so I'm not sure if a volcano went off in the atmosphere or what, but, people never look pristine. They always look bummy, a little dirty. Like I rarely see old pictures of them looking clean, and I've seen a lot of evidence of them faking pictures. So, with that being said, you up here saying that America's as a nation is the oldest in the world. Are you talking about a government, or are you talking about a people that's in the place?
I'm talking
A
about a
nation of
civilization.
people, a civilization.
Yes.
Okay. And so, who is the Mongolians and who is the Europeans to the Americans.
The Europeans, depending on what group of people you're talking about, could be the what do you call them? The Nords. You got one group of European called the Nords, and you got one group of European called the, I don't know how to say it. I mean, other than the Hebrews or the Israelites. And that's not what people want to hear, but that's what it is.
Hmm.
And they've been at war since they got to the earth. I know that sounds weird, but they've been at war with each other for so long, bro, that it's been a stalemate. Neither side has overcome the other. And see, what's been done recently is the weaponization of the original inhabitants of each continent. The
Say
blacks were
that last part again.
the weaponization of the original inhabitants against each side. The whites were using the Africans to go after the Hebrews. The Hebrews were using the American blacks to go after the whites.
And for what? Is this for like fighting or war? Like,
This is so that either side can be neutralized.
yeah, okay, so it's like competition.
Now it's
Running
to
man.
it's to the death. You know that the
Oh,
only
like a Django fireplace fight.
race of people that have a religious name given to them besides Gentile are white people, and that's going.
What was that?
Yeah,
The
the only
only people that
other race that has a name given to them that's considered a religious name other than Gentile is white people, and that's
what do you
Goyim.
mean other than Gentile?
And Gentile was given to everybody, but the Goy was only given to white people.
The Goy is, you mean a Goyim?
Yep,
Okay, yeah, that's a non-Jew.
that's a non-Jew. That
Hmm.
means somebody. That means somebody that can't be a Jew.
Somebody who's not a Jew.
Can't be.
Well, they're not Jews. Well, they are Jews, but they're not. They're Jews, and that's their laws. They came up with this shit themselves. They made it up themselves. It's a cult that works. You know what I mean? Scientology from medieval ages. You know what I mean? But it's even older than that actually, because they worship the characteristics of the devil, and I mean everyone should know that. That's common sense. Uh, but I don't know, man. Like, however weird it might get, spacey, it's just a matter of it could be looked at as good and versus evil.
So you're saying that if they're at war, right? And see, the whole idea of the silent weapon quiet wars thing is that the Cold War was actually going to be a war that was going to be fought underground. Imagine that type of warfare going on for thousands of years and no side seeing the victor. Imagine that, bro.
Well, they kind of say that should go on with the white and black groups of the occult, and so they try to like pseudo contain shit into groups of overstanding and understanding. But this is the reckoning type of rationale, right? Whereas, they might got like a lot of posture going on, but they don't have no substance, no content. You know what I mean? Like, this is the time where the world is watching literally how they go about things. They're going to be graded accordingly. And guess what? Standards going to be made because of it. And so, what side of history they're going to be on is what is interesting. Look, China said enough is enough on Israel and Gaza. Like, yo, for real. What? China? They gonna let China look like the voice of reason? You talking about a country that the government that takes out the organs of people who practice Tai Chi the way they don't like? That's the most insane. That's crazy. Yo, China is a problem. And, somebody gonna have to think about that. Because, as a people, however, China is an issue. And then they're in crisis. Ain't that something? China threatening the world with war. How long ago was that?
Tell you the truth, all of it's been rumors and rumors of wars. There's no real threat from any other nation. That's why we have locations I designated for war games that they call theater. It's like a football team, but instead of winning a touchdown, it's life or death. And only certain people participate in this because they know the rules of engagement. And the rules of engagement is this: you fake it until you make it.
No, hell no. Like, first of all, rule number 1, don't fake nothing. Rule number 2, keep it 1,000. Rule number 3, keep it 100. Rule number 4, don't fake nothing. You know what I mean? Like, yo, Xi Jinping, China, telling Israel what to do in front of everybody. And now Israel gonna stop bombing because China said something. It's all a farce. It's like watching a bunch of Muppet babies fighting. They grown, got beards and all type of shit, but you know what I mean? They just still Muppet babies. Like, you know what I mean? That's just animal and goddamn and Kermit the Frog or something, man. They're just going at each other. And pretty soon the whole Sesame Street gonna be brawling. And then they gonna get nervous and somebody gonna be too shy to not hit the nuke button. And once they hit one nuke button, somebody else gonna hit more nuke buttons. And once we see nuke buttons coming, we're gonna like shoot our nuke buttons. Now it's like the whole world gonna get destroyed within like a couple minutes.
Bro, we live in a world of psychopaths. You think if they had something to destroy the world, they wouldn't use it? There ain't no such thing as nukes.
Well, big ass TNT concentrated bomb missiles.
Mm-hmm. And see, the thing is, bro, the entire system's set up as a usury. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wash my hands, you wash my back, I wash your back. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the only difference is you're using soap to wash my back, and I'm using acid.
That's crazy.
Because look, that's where free will comes in play. If you know that God created you to think for yourself and to be a creator, then when it comes time for somebody to tell you, let me think for you and let me create for you, you can either accept it or opt out. But this is what happens when you accept it. That means everything that comes along with it is acceptable. You know what I'm saying? If I thought for you to make you a new medicine, all the testing is going to be on you. I'm going to test the medicine out on you that I'm trying to use to help you. Same thing with vehicles, tools, equipment and shit like that. Even
That's what the Israelites doing when they reading scriptures to people, man. They trying out this new vaccines and medicines and antidotes. It's all in the book.
Either they're deceptive or they're being deceived. That's the thing that I see. And either way, they're a liability, because if they can be deceived after even knowing what the truth is, then they're weak. If they're the deceivers, that means that they're plotting to utilize your free will so you can kill yourself or give them permission to kill you. And my thing is this right here. The word is filled with messages that give you insight on everything that's related to living, to life. Everything. See, you don't
Mm-hmm.
find God when you die. You find God when you're living. And see, it's too late when you find God when you die, because now you done just, you know, you done you done screwed off the free will.
So look at how these, and they just they got it in them where they're not backing down. Like, even though people pull up the concepts of computer articles, pictures, artifacts. So this is I think that's the part of the Bible where it says they were lying since the day they were born, and everything that leaveth their lips is a lie. And so I think that's like a saying, talking about technology.
It could be talking about a technology, but I think it's actually talking about the same thing that Jacob and Esau went through. That story right there was a story about integrity and credibility and stuff. And every time Jacob was given an opportunity to do the right thing, he had to suffer for making the wrong decision.
Right. And that's the part of the book that's lessons. Like,
Yeah,
all of them people were sinners and fell short. So
but
that's
that's
the
what happened.
lesson of y'all. One of them.
Ain't that what happened when you turn over your decision making to other people, and every mistake that they have is your mistake too as well? Because that's what happened with Joseph. All of his kids had to suffer from the bad decisions that he made, and that means the entire nation suffered too. The entire Israel suffered as well. And then when given the opportunity to do what was right, it was too late. Because the last opportunity he had to do what was right was to bring uh, Joseph and his brothers back together. Even after Israel died, his brothers were still in conflict with him, because Jacob didn't lay down the law. He didn't tell them that they were going to be their brother's servant. And that's what they ended up being.
Did he?
No, he didn't. He didn't tell them that. That happened by proxy, because they ain't have nothing. When they moved to Egypt, they didn't have anything. They didn't have no food. They didn't have no land. All they had was the animals that they brought with them and the clothes on their back.
Interesting.
And Joseph put them up in the best land, because Pharaoh was like, put your people and your family in the best land and give them seeds so they can grow the best crops and all that stuff. But see, after Jacob died, what happened was there was a coup d'etat. And that's how they became subservient to the Egyptians, which were their brothers, their descendants, their relatives.
So you saying that, see, because the story go that Joseph was Pharaoh, right?
He was a governor.
We were showing a video the other day. A dude would say that's Joseph. That's Imhotep was Joseph, and so when he got there was a time past where the people forgot about Joseph, and the Hebrews was forgot about Joseph. Everybody forgot, and so that's a pretty long time. It could be 1,000 years or so.
I don't know, bro. Because look how long the famine was. The famine was 7 years, and Jacob died during that time period. And see, the indentured servitude had to start after the famine ended, because
Well,
Pharaoh took over all the lands of Egypt during that time frame. And Pharaoh was the one that was running things, and Joseph was his governor. He governed everything. He was the lawman. You know, he was the interpreter of the dreams and all that stuff. He was the advisor and the governor of Egypt. Yep.
I hear that.
So my entire premise is to show people that if you're uncertain on what you're reading, that's not by mistake. That was planned. See, the parables and the talking in code and stuff in the scriptures is to make you look deeper into it and find the decoder.
Do you think that a human did it?
Hell yeah.
Damn.
I never told you this. Let me tell you the story about Diego, aka King James. Right?
Uh,
Diego had two brothers. One of his brothers, his oldest brother, was an incest and was his actual dad.
oh my God.
Yes. So Diego had a brother named Ferdinand, later on called Fernando. And they were born to their mother and their oldest brother. Their oldest brother came to be a king early on. He was a child of incest himself that drove their mother into exile, and to their father, who was Prince Zorko, died. He ended up dying in some boating accident. But after that, then their father, who was their brother, he became the king, and he ran the country, and he couldn't bring the nations together. The nations didn't come together until the next brother in line, which was Ferdinand and his wife, Queen Isabel. They called them Ferdinand and Isabel the Catholic, because they were devout Catholics. They were Jews that became Catholics because of the stigma that Judaism brought to their people. And then they wanted every Jew to convert to Catholicism. And that's when they had the problem and had to exile all the Jews from Aragon Castile, which is all of Europe. They exiled them. They exiled them to Africa, and then they stayed in Africa until they had the same thing happen to them in Africa. And then they came across the straits into Canada, into America. That was the first group that came in. Them was the ones that we called the Muskogees. Now, the second ones that came in were the ones that I was talking about earlier, which were the Hebrew Negroes. And they came here with the Ladinos and the Spaniards, which were all, at the time, Israelites or Hebrews. And they settled. So now America had two colonizers on both fronts, in Canada and in South America. Well, when King Ferdinand almost got killed and he had to turn over his kingship because their father, King John, right, disappeared. And then that's when Diego, who was King James, took over after that. Now, the whole time these guys were running the country, their father, who was their brother, King John, And what I mean by King John, the first, second, third, all of them, he was all of them in one. Those numbers that they put behind the names, I can show you what I'm talking about. King John of England.
Yeah, I hear you.
King John of England, born 1166, died October 1216. These dates, the reason why these dates seem like they so far back there is because when they changed from the Roman calendar to the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, they changed dates by 1,000 years or more each time in order to satisfy their reign and stuff like that. So when they call this dude King Philip, French King Philip II, that's the same King Philip that was King Philip I. This means this is a rank right here. These Roman numerals at the end, those aren't designation of heirs. Those are ranks. So if you own two kingdoms and you bring two kingdoms together, they bump you up a rank or two. Because King John started off as King John I. And then when he got ready to retire, he was King John IV. And how did his kids take over if they were talking about generations of people? That means they were in the same generation. They were in the same bloodline. King John had two boys by a woman named Sylvia Zorco, who was a princess who was raped by her father, Zorco, the Prince Zorco, and that's how John came about. And that's how they actually ruled the entire kingdom of Aragon and Castile, what we know as Europe, Eurasia, and all that shit. It all stayed into the family. And as they took over, the years changed with the changing of the calendars. So it made it seem like generations of this one family ruled when it was actually just one generation that lived a long time. Now, King James, I said his name was Diego. You guys need to look this up. In etymology, look at this. Diego means James. That's the Spanish word. Diego means James. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
So I got a question about how is it you said that there was Israelites on both sides of America. Like on some invasion shit. Where was the Moors during all this?
See, that term Moor is a title they gave the black freedmen that were selling back and forth doing trade after they were released from their servitude. They became like sailors and travelers and merchantmen. These are the same Negroes that colonized the Negro River on the Amazon. These were the same people that came over with the Hebrews.
So you're saying the Moors and the Hebrews came over together?
The Moors were the Negroes. The Negroes were Hebrews, and once they got their freedom and their land and their little pension, then they became the Moors. Because the word Moor actually pertains to selling. It doesn't pertain to the color of your skin. It pertains to selling. The reason why it was called Moor is because the Moor is the thing that they use to steer the ship with. To fasten the ship in a particular location by or as a cable or anchor. So when they pull up to the pier, they moor the ship. That's what keeps the ship in place. Also, when they get ready to leave and go somewhere, you had to be skillful so you didn't make the ship crash up against the pier or into anything else. So they use mooring lines to release the ship away from the pier. And then once they get out further enough, they release the line and then they just start selling. Sailboats are totally different from motorized boats. But they want us to think that Moor means North African Berber. You know, look at the time frames that they talking about this stuff.
So,
Mm-hmm.
what were some of the things that was going on over here in America before colonization, in your view?
There was all kind of stuff, man. First of all, we built all the Capitol buildings out of wood. All the Capitol buildings were made from wood. This thing that we think is a natural thing. What we call what do we call it? Petrification. That's not a natural thing. That's man made. That's man made. They do it today, and they do it. They use petrification for everything, man. You know when you mix up what's that shit called? JB Weld? That's a form of petrification, bro. That's wood that they're mixing up. Well, that's chlorophyll that they're mixing up. Yeah. Because it ain't nothing but what do they call it? Uh it's a form of resin which comes from trees. All the hard plastics that you see that we use on a daily basis. Cars are made with more plastic today than there are with steel. All of that is made from trees. All of that shit is. Styrofoam is made from trees. Rubber, plastic, all of it's made from trees. And also, when they got really good at it at the peak of their inventions, the World Fairs, bro, were made up of stones that first came up, that were first put up like wood. And they try to say that it was all stucco. Now that wasn't stucco, bro. They put all
So,
that.
so some of them World Fair statues, they be having on the pictures, they look like they had white people statues.
Yeah.
Like there was white people, there was white statues. I get that, but there was like what you see over in Europe. So
Europe right now is at the height of its civilization. That's the height of it right now.
where
America has been like that
where it is right now over there.
6 times already, bro. Yeah. America has been like that 5 or 6 times. See, because the concept of freedom, bro, brought about in the industry. And this is what drove industry, free people. You know, that's why they still coming over
So
here.
have you ever heard that the statues that's in the museums in Europe, the marble statues, they really got that from America?
Yeah, I mean, I can believe it. Same thing with the pyramids. They got that from America too. That type of, let me show you what I'm talking about when I say that the Capitol buildings were made of wood.
No, I got you. I understand what you're saying. That petrified wood go with the Namadal areas and shit.
Yeah,
But when they go to the Capitol buildings, that's a highly interesting thing because they took them shits down or burned them down, and that made more sense than wood. I mean, than stone. Because I was thinking, like, how the fuck does a fire burn down a city? You know how they was showing like cities that was burned down during great fires and shit, and then you just see a bunch of empty lots. And I'm thinking, like, how the fuck does a fire get rid of all those buildings if they was made out of stones, right? Like, so that means everybody's shit must have been wood, like, but that was like on them pictures. But now, yeah, it makes sense that they use these. I guess they would use mold, like a mold. They would mold. They would make the wood and then they would like cover it with some type of hardening plastic or something, plaster or something.
Nah, because what they were doing was the trees that used to grow abundantly here in America were silica trees. You ever had a feeling? You ever had a feeling with porcelain,
Yeah, I know what silica is.
and they put that light on it, and it becomes hard, just like your teeth? You know what I'm talking about? It starts off like
No,
a paste.
no.
Oh shit! Let me see if I can find it.
I understand what you're saying though. You're saying petrification of
Yeah.
silicon-based material.
Yep.
Okay, so to say that America is the only one with that, like I'm not sure I would go that far to say that. I would say that yeah, America got the evidence of it, of course. So what does that have to do with the buildings?
Well, because using the silica actually made the buildings like a grounded the buildings naturally. Instead of putting rebar into the ground and grounding it like that, you could just make the structure, and since it's organic, it would automatically ground the building. So the buildings were actually used industrially as well. These Capitol buildings were not politicians' buildings. These buildings were the mints where they made all the money. That's
Man,
why.
you know what? You know what? Like, yo, for real.
Yeah,
The Capitol build. Oh, I'm sorry. You saying Capitol buildings
yeah,
was mints?
yes.
Okay, and so the Capitol buildings was mints.
Hmm.
Okay, and so I guess all these coins, these pre-colonial coins, was confiscated and melted down.
Yes. This is
Hmm.
where each city would come to their capital to pick up funds and drop funds off, and that's where
Yo,
they.
you know what? That sounds like a cool detail, but I don't know, man. It just sounds like that's some extra toppings right there. Like we good at Capitol buildings and and the buildings made out of wood. Like I get that, and so the use of the buildings is kind of like second or third for real because just the fact that you got buildings over here pre-colonial is good. You know what I mean? Like we don't have to care about what they was used for. We could imagine what some shit was used for. But I think that things like, universities being houses and shit, like that gives people a frame of like what the buildings was used for. But I mean, just to say Capitol buildings, because there's a whole bunch of them. So
There's
it's
one.
like, all right, so that was set up. And then they broke down the World Fair buildings. They broke down some Capitol. They broke down hella buildings. They broke down a whole bunch of stuff. That's crazy to me because, damn, son, that seems like a lot of effort. I don't know why they would do that.
Because all of it's recyclable, all of it's reusable.
So what?
What do you mean?
That
So
don't
what?
mean nothing. That's like saying, look, the 7-Eleven down the street recyclable, but I still want that motherfucker there though. Like why would they break these buildings, these big, giant, glorious, beautiful buildings? Why would they break it down?
To take them to other places.
They didn't. No, they didn't take it to nobody else.
Yes, they did, bro. The World Fair went all around the place. It was like a fair. It was like a circus.
Nah, it was different in each city though. So in Chicago, you had some shit there. You can't just make that shit up for the weekend. It's not.
They did, bro. that's
No,
that's how
no.
they.
Well, no, no. None of those pictures suggest that they could be made for for a traveling circus band.
Really?
None of it.
So
You
how
don't
do
even see that many people in those pictures to
you don't
even do a little bit of that.
fairs either? When you go to a fair, you don't see that many people when they first get there.
Man, listen, man. There's no old picture where you see a shitload of people that is like taking that shit down or whatever. So
Bro, you don't understand the importance of this wood, bro. This silica wood. You don't understand the importance of it.
I would understand the importance of petrified wood.
Transport energy, like real electricity,
Right, I get it.
to anything that's a conduit that attaches to it. Like they didn't need wires. They could just take the light bulbs and just put them on the rocks and they would fucking come alive. Straight up.
Mm.
They try to do the same thing today by
So
using
so we're so you saying that this petrified wood or this method was limited or it was broad?
nah, it's broad, bro.
So you
Because
saying that the Tartarian buildings is that what you just speaking of?
I don't know about the Tartarian buildings.
I'm just saying all them old buildings across the world with the steeples.
Yeah. Bro, if you ever got a
So you
chunk,
saying that is you saying that those was wood buildings that was made into stone?
yeah, that's a piece of it right there. That's a piece of it right there. And it looks, look just like that. Look just like it, bro. That's it right there. Look at that white, that stuff right there. That's the part that actually is the chlorophyll inside of the wood. That's the valuable part. The outside part, it can be used for external structures. But this inside core of this wood right here is highly. Some of it's magnetized, some of it's highly conductive. With salt and water and agitation, you can create electricity. Yeah.
You can create electricity.
Yep. And look, if you were to eat some of this, what it would do to your body, bro,
Man,
is
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. That it seems like this layer of cabbage, man.
I'm sorry.
It's
It could be whatever.
positive though. But yo, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like yo, you talking about eating? You talking about eating rocks now? And I got
Talking about eating minerals, bro. Minerals.
minerals. All right,
Yeah.
wood. You talking about eating old? You know what I mean? Okay. Wood.
All rare
Like
metals come from wood, bro. All gold, silver, all of that shit.
yeah, I know about the tall giant trees and roots and stuff, man. Like, yo, Loyal, you be talking. Sometimes you be saying shit to me like I don't know what the fuck. But you know what? Nah, you're really cool though. I got it. It's interesting. Like you saying that them buildings was wood buildings, and that's what I'm really thinking about. The wood buildings, and so they white now because they was petrified. Is what I'm thinking. Is that what you're saying?
Nah, they white now is because that's I mean, shit, when stuff starts to oxidize, you know how
So they just got old
yeah, they will never
and became like stones and shit.
yeah, they'll last forever, bro.
So
Oxidation is the only thing that
why? So why still? Why did they break them down? And I mean, what is a good reason for that? You said recycling. I don't see that
yes. Bro,
because they broke down some shit that they didn't put back up.
they did, man. You just don't know it. Most of the
Mm.
monuments that we have were created for some of the material that they broke down from these world fairs and from these boneyards that they get the materials for the capitals for.
What the fuck is a boneyard?
Boneyard is like a scrap yard.
Shit. So, yeah, okay.
It's a
A
quarry.
scrapyard of what?
It's a
Humans or?
no. It's a quarry. Call it the
Oh,
boneyard because that's the skeletal system of a structure,
all
pretty much.
right. So, all right. So, bomb. We didn't even see none of these pieces in transport nowhere.
Nah, you didn't even see the buildings. You just saw pictures of them.
Right. So, I don't know, man. It should have
Yeah.
just. It's just the elements that's not there.
So check it out. They were talking about building the Statue of Liberty out of this material, but the only reason why they couldn't is because they had already had too much material already from France. They weren't going to replace it with the material we have. That shit, that Statue of Liberty is, man, that shit about to fall down, bro. Get up close.
Okay, so what if it's like um robots, evil robots? If it's evil robots, then the whole Israelites was cursed and had to be dispersed as bondmen because they turned from God. That all that makes sense. It makes sense because it's like, who are these people, right? Like, what would they be to who was here? Like, there's white people statues that is on them pictures from Chicago, and there's a giant white head in Guatemala, or was, and you know what I'm saying. Those type of connections with, let's say, what is Nordic people in Greenland, and like those type of things is real because that to me make the connection to uh, what we see in Europe. And so they wouldn't be saying is that there was a white person, potentially a redhead white, potentially a giant, right? I think that the Olympians was over here, right? Like the Greek gods and shit, I think was over here, man, because look, the Olympians, the Titans, and the gods, I think. The gods, Olympians, and the gods, the Titans, and the Olympians. Something like that. And so they the ones that went straight, like look at it on a map, like visualize the map and look at the top of Canada. And then not even the top of Canada, but just look at Canada and then just look at America, Canada, and then Greenland, and then Norway, and then Switzerland or Sweden, and then go down, and then you'd be right there where they say the Caucasus Mountains is. Like it shoot right down to like the Caucasus Mountains, and that's where they say Aryans came from. But I think that's part of the lie. That's like saying everybody came from Africa on the evolutionary shit. The
Yeah.
way they be pointing to them Caucasus Mountains because it looked like they came from America unless they came from there and went to America. But why would they record it and not tell us? So they giving us false information, telling us to focus on a cave. Just like the Outer Africa theory, just from the same narrative. So how does an Outer Africa theory got it to where they say we all come from out of Africa, but them people come up out of that area with that Caucasus Mountains? That's wild, man. But I think America has a connection to that. There's American evidence to show that there's some giant white people that was out here. And the Mongolians talking about they was nasty giants. That's all cabbage, man. That's the word. That's cat, right? That's cat right there, man. The way you hear them stories about how they had to chase a giant to get his girlfriend out of his stomach, the motherfuckers is tripping.
They
But
didn't
it's
see.
all a lie. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's a lie. So they was lying about the redhead giants, the Native Americans, or was they?
I think they was lying to make fear. You know, Native Americans at one time were creating folk, tales to scare off, people that wanted to occupy the land that they were given at one time,
That's funny.
creating all this folklore. But look, this is the thing. It was better to do that than to go to war.
I know there was some bullshitters from young.
Salute,
You
CZ.
know what I'm saying?
That's
Like the
good.
way they talk is really slow.
Now,
You
but
know what I'm
check this out,
saying?
though. The Native Americans, they do have a claim on land that was reserved, that was set aside for them when the United States was started, because that's their cousins. They were cousins.
You go back further than that.
Well, if we go any further back, the United States doesn't exist.
Well, the land exists. So somebody got to keep the original language, which is English.
And see, that's why I disagree, because I think English was already here, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Did you
Mhm.
hear what I'm saying?
It sounded
I,
the
Yeah,
same.
I said somebody was allowed to keep the original language at the Tower of Babel when the languages was confused. Somebody prayed to God that they keep the original tongue and not be confused with the rest of the people.
Hmm.
And that was a meatball over here in America.
Did you guys see anything what I was saying on the petrified wood? I have a little bit of experience with it.
Nah, what were you saying, brother?
Let
Build.
me roll back.
Okay, I see what you're saying about the.
The spring water. They say the underground, the spring water is like being cleaned by petrified wood, basically.
I
And then you get
believe.
the California crystal geyser water. Why is it called crystal geyser? Mount Shasta? It's like an old giant tree or something, maybe.
The giant redwoods, their taproot is said to go down so deep it penetrates bedrock, which is silica stone.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then I had a question like, could they like make plywood out of this and then like use some and petrify it after and turn it into this thing? Soak it,
Yeah,
maybe mix it like concrete, then electrify it.
it's not the
Frequency.
fibers that makes it petrified. It's the chlorophyll that makes it petrified.
That's weirder. Why would it need to be fresh or preserved underground or
Well,
something?
First of all, how the hell are you going to petrify it? And electricity is supposed to be grounded, right? But
mhm.
how does it get petrified if it's grounded?
Well, because the silica that's inside of it acts like a giant crystal, like a giant quartz. So
Fact.
electricity can flow through it, no problem.
All
Now,
right. So
go
the
ahead.
buildings
Mhm.
all over the world was contemporaries with one another. We agree to that.
What do you mean by contemporaries?
That these so-called Tartarian buildings, quote unquote, aka Capitol buildings,
Uh-huh.
aka World Fair buildings, wherever we see them in the world, they was all contemporary in the time of their heydays, meaning that they was fully functional at the same time, even though that there's some in Korea and there's some here in America. There's some in
Well,
Africa, believe it or not.
I'm convinced
So,
we still have one in my hometown. If you want to Google it.
they're everywhere, bro. They're still functional. See, the thing is that you can't take away the functionality unless you destroy it, unless you take it down.
Yeah,
you know,
there's
I
like
don't
a
know if there's any in
30
Africa though,
stair
for real.
set plus.
I don't
It's
think
made out
there's
of
any
one
in
piece of
Africa
granite.
now that I think about it. So yeah, don't believe it.
So, you guys ever heard of electroculture?
I think so, but I don't remember the definition, so I probably know about the concept.
So it's a real simple concept, bro. And the reason why it's not well known is because it increases the
Hey, Loyal.
uh
The Rainbow Mountains. Where do you think these tall trees that was silicon was at? Only in America, or they was everywhere?
they were everywhere.
So why only in America do we see evidence of them?
Nah, you don't see evidence of them only in America. Look at those sand dunes over there in Saudi Arabia. All of that sand is sawdust. We call it sand, but it's
Yeah.
actually sawdust.
Why
It's all
why
it's
yo
99% silica, bro.
yo
And the cows eat it.
Loyal? I don't know, man. Loyal. I know that this your I know, but damn, son. Like
It's in the grass.
I don't know, man. Like I know that already.
Okay.
But it just sounds like you telling me that shit for the first time. Like I don't know that shit. I don't know how I should treat that because it's like this is your channel and shit, and you got viewers that might not know that.
I'm not
But
trying to
it's
be.
like I don't know, man. It's like I know you
It's like,
know.
yeah, yeah.
It just I don't know. It's presentation. I'm just chilling, man.
Well, my apologies if it seems like I'm trying to.
No, it's
I
like
guess it's like,
it's
what's the deeper
sawdust.
purpose of this
That's
understanding?
Look,
Maybe.
that's why I said Rainbow Mountains, man. If you was going to stay on that, if you was going to talk about that, that's
So
why I brought Rainbow Mountains up because you talking about petrified wood, and petrified wood is something that I've seen in America, right? So the Rainbow Mountains is what the silica that you speak of, right? Mounds of that,
yeah.
but they
Did it
look
have
just
anything to
like
do with
that.
like time travel? Maybe.
So what does that have to do with the buildings? Do you think, oh Lord? Like,
And,
so the buildings is like sand castles, if
nah, see the
like technological, like natural.
what makes it
Because
so.
look, all right, let me. I'm sorry, I know this shit sound weird, right? But hold up. There's a picture of the Ainu people that's supposed to be from Japan, and this is what I'm thinking about. And so when I came across this picture, it looked like it looked like a big ass snow castle. I don't know what that shit was made out of, man. There's some weird shit going on. I'm lit, man. I'm sorry.
Nah, you good. So the sand mountains that you're talking about, or the Rainbow Mountains, the only true mountains are the trees that were once giant trees. All the other ones that you see are all mounds. They're all quarries. And so what makes that so important is that silica is a great conductor of energy. Now, when you send energy through silica, it'll send the energy out the other side of it the same way it came in, same intensity. There's no break in it.
I have a huge weird story, and I found a piece of petrified wood once. Like
What you
I mean, I could just be sounding crazy, but I found a piece of petrified wood, and I've heard this theory to not take powerful crystals on trains, right?
mhm.
And I had it, and I went to the back where the most energy was, and I was like just vibing out the whole time. And then I swear I walked through all the cars, and like I jumped, like the cars were jumping, and I was like getting lost, and I was like, "There's no way I was there, and now I'm here." And it looked so weird. And I get back to the train station, I walk down, like where I like had my coma in this town, like years later, and I go downtown, and it felt weird, and it was all deja vu. And then like I get down to downtown, and there's like 6 restaurants with smoke pouring out the window, like time froze, and all the food burned, and all the fire alarms were going off, like
And
6 of
that's a
them.
bullshit, man. That's all review.
It could have been, man. Come
I'm just
on, man.
telling you what I saw out of my eyes, and it was weird. Like, why would they all be going off at once, and there's just smoke pouring out these windows?
They do conduct energy, bro. and
So
they
all
use
right,
curve
so
And
they
then I
chemicals.
gave
conduct
it to a homeless
energy.
guy
They
right after.
conduct energy, but also them bone buildings conduct the energy too. I guess on a more primitive scale, huh?
Them bone buildings?
Yeah, yo.
What bone buildings?
So the people in Siberia
Uh-huh.
and Russia and whatever, they was building structures out of mammoth bones. And so it was like big old I guess they're not teepees, they would be like little Dragon Ball Z joints made out of mammoth bone skeletons. But there was like a huge complex though. One of them was a huge complex. And so like look, there's concepts in Europe you can find buildings made out of bones.
Ooh, like ivory.
No, not like ivory. But you see
Or
that
it
shit though?
looked
You see how he
crystallized.
said ivory, yo? He talking about black people, yo.
Yeah, it looks crystallized, right? And it's used like for powerful medicine.
Right.
Hey,
Like,
look,
but what are they
man,
taking away from nature if that's like a natural thing that needs to exist? Like, what are they taking? What if they take
man,
all these trees out and they fuck everything up and they're using it like for something?
whatever, man, yo.
That's the
For
good
real.
thing about this, though, man. You can never take out all the trees.
Okay, that's good to know.
Say they started at one side of the. Let's say they started at one side of the rainforest, and they just worked their way all the way to the end. By the
Nah, it
time,
won't get.
bro, guess what? All the trees would have grown back at the beginning.
So yeah, so we good on the trees, but so them
Right.
buildings don't work no more. You said they did though.
They do work, bro.
The pyramids too and shit.
The pyramids are a replica.
Oh, so you saying the buildings came before the pyramids?
What do you mean?
Like the Tartarian buildings came before pyramids.
Capitol building? Hell yeah, hell yeah.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Came before Stonehenge and all of that shit.
Hmm.
Now you was talking. I got an image of the bone buildings. Now I want to ask you a question, right? Uh, you guys know we use iron and wood to build our houses, right? How long you think a house that's built from iron and wood could last? Like let's say like you never replace anything. How long you think it could last?
Depends on the like treating of the wood and the treating of the iron, because I know they can make iron that doesn't rust.
They can make what they call that zinc iron. It
Hey yo,
oxidizes.
I
It
will make
doesn't
a
rust.
I will make a house with a highly technological plastic that's mixed between a super solid heat proof, melt proof glue slash glass, and I would create a frame with that, and then put some softening effects over all that. You know what I mean? So it'd be
Mhm.
like the bricks and the wood would just be decoration because that frame is impenetrable.
I see. Have you heard about the underground catacombs in Paris, and then the Eiffel Tower's built right over it, like it's vibrating for some reason, like
Yo, why you say
Walking
for some
Dead.
reason? We know it's for batteries that the skeletons make energy for, man. We know that shit already.
Well,
Okay,
I was
So
gonna
it's
say,
like you ask for some reason, like, yo, we know what the fuck that is.
yeah,
We
I
know what
didn't know
the
if
fuck.
anyone ever else heard about it.
Man, listen, man.
skeleton, bro. A human skeleton, even if treated and embalmed and coated, doesn't last over 100 years. And see, my thing is that I think that these bones that they building the building out of, that they're ceramic.
Nah. Well, look, I don't know what you're looking at,
I got it up on
Unless
the
those are some weird
but
skulls. I don't see those kind of
We
skulls
could
often.
look. The France shit that Isaac just brought up is an example, but there's definitely example of structures made out of skeletons, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at one right now, and I'm saying that they may have gotten the design from the skeletons,
Oh,
but I think,
I had theories on this.
yeah, they're
Like they could turn all those bones into one being and amplify it out of an antenna almost or something.
because porcelain is wood too. You know
Like
that,
the
right?
bulldozer.
And the acrylic, all of that stuff is wood, man.
They
And
say
we're
Yeah,
that's
that doesn't look
bone
as
china.
natural as bone. It doesn't look as natural as the
natural
underground one.
made of cells. Cells decay when they reach air, oxidation, and then not to mention bacteria eating away at the cells. So
So when you got cannibals and people that's into that macabre shit,
mhm.
that morbid stuff, like that trait is consistent historically, and you know what I mean. It's something that people that are Gentile in style gravitate towards. You know what I mean?
I believe
So
that.
sometimes, what I mean, it's cross national. You know what I mean? And it's like it's a spirit, it's a program / spirit
Mm-hmm. And they
that
whip
people is
Jesus
agreeing
with
to.
bones, right? Like
Huh?
mocking him with death. They're whipping him with bones, bone spurs, right? Like a
Nah, what the
demon.
fuck? What do you mean a bone spur? Listen, are you talking about judgment?
No, Jesus. Didn't they whip him with a bone spur whip?
I don't know, man.
To like represent something similar to that, like mocking of death type thing.
That's
And then like
they
underground, like you said,
those
oxygen. What if they could put
those
like
are
a
things
gas chamber?
Romans use. That's some Roman shit. What they was doing.
Mm-hmm. Just wondering if it's tied in.
Might be.
I believe that weird people, that evil people did make these structures, but I'm not agreeing that they're old like they say they are. I believe that they might be maybe a couple decades to
That
50 to
makes
60,
more sense. Yeah.
but I don't think
Decades.
they're hundreds to thousands of years old.
Uh, you talking about the buildings?
The bone structures, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Unless
yeah.
they,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Unless
yeah,
they could
yeah.
put
I
gas
mean, look,
underground into the chamber and preserve it. That's the only thing I
that's
can
some.
think of.
Yeah, yeah. There's no
You're saying
ancient
oxygen does it?
version of that shit. They found that shit and pieced it together. But that they definitely was moving like that.
But the
Yeah,
So
capital,
it definitely doesn't look peaceful. It doesn't look right to me. It doesn't look like something that I want to see my kids walk into and have a good time.
well,
nah,
you know what? It is a testimony of what time they was living in. But that was a shelter for them.
I don't know. For me personally,
It's like, that shit wild. That's what the movie Conan and shit be about. It's like two nations in thy womb. It'd be the smooth skinned Jacob and the hairy Esau.
it's scary that there's kids on both the tops, like they're the next one for the next ring of the ladder.
those are the New Year's or the Valentine Day, the angel.
Like astral ceremonies, you heard of that? Like these raves and stuff where they use Molly and crystals and they like deflower women and get them like to give up their birthright basically or something.
Hmm.
Super demonic.
Where the
Like
entire
Molly's a crystal. It's a weird
club
thing.
culture is demonic, bro. The entire club culture was created to worship. I think that one god you was talking about that one time, Squid Legba. Yeah, and Legba used to make liquor, and so he used to make his potions. Used to be liquors and shit.
No, listen, I wouldn't say that.
No.
But interesting that conversation has reached this point.
Oh, because
Uh,
we got off
yeah,
track
yeah,
a long time.
yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying, like Legba, okay. Yeah, Legba is Anu or the Heavenly Father. You know what I'm saying? Legba is not um a friend to enemies. So things like that is real.
But
Sounds good.
you know what I see when I see stuff like this with these skulls and everything. What I see is that some people have the tendency to go with their first thought, meaning that if they think something is good, instead of evaluating it and thinking it over, like that's not good. You know what I'm saying? They just go with it. Now, apply
Mhm.
that same mentality to what's going on today here with the immigration policy. If you were told by your local government that you're from Africa and we're going to deport all the Africans back to Africa, and then you got to go back through the immigration plot, because, bro, that's what they're going to do, man.
I would say thank God and get me the fuck out of here.
I don't know about all that. But what I'm saying is, there ain't no place like America. I'm telling you right now, brother. I done been
Yeah, I'm just
all
saying. I don't know if that's right. I'm just saying it sounds that way. Be like,
Well, they
at the
probably
current
gonna make it where
current
white
time.
people gonna stay here,
nah.
and Native Americans will be the only ones to be over here, according to their blood tests.
Everybody's subject to it. See, everybody. If you're an immigrant, there's a chance that you could be deported to update your immigrant status.
So, according to who? The
Black
government,
people,
right?
white people, huh?
Yeah,
According
I'm
to
like
the
6
government,
different DNA strands. What are they gonna do with me?
They're not going off
like
DNA, man. They're
if
going
the
off genealogy.
government, if the government already invalid dictates who is a foreigner or not. That's what you're saying.
Genealogy, bro. If you got a birth certificate, they know where you're from.
What
Now,
about
the
a
What's
live
the
birth
thing
problem?
certificate?
about it is, what do you claim? Because claiming where you're from is just like claiming a denomination of religion.
I would sarcastically always say when people ask me, I say I'm from heaven.
So what I mean, like, what do you mean? What do you claim? Like, you saying about like claiming? Anybody could claim anything.
Yeah,
Like you heard, you know what I mean?
that's why you
Right.
gotta
So
watch
what's
what
the
you
point?
claim.
So what? That's why
That's
you gotta what?
You gotta watch what you claiming.
Watch what you claiming.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, if anybody could claim anything, then why would there be pressure about what someone claims since there'll be so many claims out there?
it's not
Who is the
pressure. It's
judge?
all
Why would?
you
Hmm?
can claim what you want. It's not pressure. It's all free will. You can claim what you
But
want.
see, all right. So when it comes to claiming what you want, then it's just a matter of that's what is going on, and people should be honest about that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, why are we even talking about the Hebrew Israelites lying to black people and Mexicans? That's the whole conversation right there, bro.
The Hebrew Israelites lying to black people and Mexicans.
Yeah, because we're not the Hebrews. There's only a certain amount of black people that are. And they already know their genealogy. They already know their background.
Listen, the Israelites aren't a group of people who took blood tests before they got joined up. So the people who are Israelites in America are Israelite or American Israelites, and
That's
that's
funny.
pretty clear. And that's pretty clear cut. Like it's like you know what I mean. It's like the best concept out of all the different little communities that be on the internet. In the best positive type situation, empowerment type situation. You should listen to Israelite Social. You might like it.
Bro, I've listened
But
to them. They got a good message. They talking the Bible. They reading right out of the Bible.
right,
But the thing is that America was never an Israeli landmass.
Have you heard
Israeli is
about
not
the
even a real
DNA?
name. Israeli is not
Israel?
even a real name, bro. So
You're not allowed to get a DNA test in Israel. It's illegal.
Because it's all
yeah,
fake. It's
That's what I'm
all,
saying.
that's
bro.
wild.
The
That's
entire history and information about history has been so
Mhm.
convoluted that we don't even recognize the transition from Gentile to Goyim to African to black. We don't even recognize that.
Yeah. At this point, it takes
Nowhere.
discernment between good and evil, in my opinion, and then like the
Yeah,
rest is
yeah.
kind of gone to history because it's like mixed tied now. This person's mixed with that, and like they might look like that person and have the same DNA, but they work for the other homie now.
Yeah,
Good
I
and
agree.
evil has
It's
nothing to
straight
do
to the point.
in the rule of law, bro. And that's what we're looking at. The rule of law is what? There's no such thing as good and evil. It's all about legal and illegal.
Nah, it is good and
I
evil
mean, I
because you
get
got
it. I
karmic
get that
law.
too. But there is a deeper version of both, I think.
Spiritual, yeah. But that doesn't pertain to anything that we're going through with this government.
Yeah, I don't know
Of course
Israel
much
it
about
does. Of course it
has,
does.
maritime law and stuff.
Yo, of course it does. What is wrong?
huh?
Of course it does. Spiritual,
Uh-huh.
this government, y'all
Yeah.
got it.
This government is not a spiritual government.
It's not a spiritual law, yeah.
This government is letter of the law.
It's
That's
a
the
law of
only
the
way you
land.
can combat. That's the only way you can combat the United States government. It's letter of law.
And if law was accurate, it would be some sort of discernment. But I feel like they've taken advantage of the Constitution on some level and like hold it right on their side, but then won't give us our right. But I'm not sure. I could be totally wrong.
So if you read the Constitution, it'll tell you that it's not for the civilian. It's not for the citizen. It's actually for
Oh,
government.
okay. Then why don't they use the Constitution as their law? And what is maritime law then?
See, that's something that they made up to confuse you on what actual
That's
constitutional
my
law is.
point. Yeah. So are governors following the Constitution or are they following the maritime law?
They're not following either one. It's up to you to make sure that they're following the Constitution. Like, let's say that
Okay.
you're talking about putting
What
up.
power do I have over that? Or
Huh?
like what power or who would I speak to about that?
Who you speak to about that?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like slow
Court.
down a
Who would I
little bit.
call
Slow down a
right
little
now?
bit. Cause I'm trying. Yo, so
Court.
you saying it's up? You said it's up to the person to make sure that they doing their job, but they not really doing their job because they doing neither of them.
So look, their job is to make sure that the currency and the borders are secured. All right. Everything else besides that is your job to make sure it's carried out. Like if somebody violates
Well,
your
what about the
freedom,
currency and the borders of going to shit? Are they doing their job?
no, that's what I'm saying. They're getting ready to restart this entire thing over again. Like I said, America has been through the reset like five or
I see.
six times already.
You
Because
said America. Wait a minute. You said America, but what do you mean the reset in America? Like,
yeah,
yo,
they, they
yo,
reset
this. All right, all right. So you're gonna have to. You know what? This is a pattern. Let's go ahead. You're gonna have to clarify your rendition of a reset. And when you like glaze over it so fast, it's like, all right, you saying America's a reset. Like, damn. Like, how would you take the concept of a reset and you isolate it for America?
the reset is the population immigration policies. That's the reset.
Mm-mm.
People coming
No.
in from this country.
Well, you
That's the
saying the reset is popular? Oh my goodness, Lord.
bro.
What more?
I'll be
All
right
right.
back.
You saying reset? You saying a reset?
Yeah.
What do you mean by a reset? That's probably what I need to know. Like,
Okay, tracking and enforcing the immigration laws. When they get ready to reset the population, that means that they're gonna do. That's why they've been doing census all these years, man.
Are you meaning population control?
Yes.
Okay, so you saying just okay? You saying you talking about genocide and shit?
No, not genocide. It can be that though. What I'm saying by population control, every citizen has to have a country.
What you mean they gotta have in the metaverse?
No, in the real world.
How everybody gonna have a country, yo, Lawyer?
Bro, these people that are coming over here right now by large numbers, they don't have a country. You know that, right? Immigration
I
policy,
guess so.
the
Yeah,
national, the national immigration policy
they
is
in
that
limbo.
whatever country you're fleeing from has to release you, allow you to leave, and any country that you encounter, the first country you encounter, becomes your homeland. But see,
Uh,
but they're not
yeah, but
operating.
international law would have to agree to that for
Yeah,
multiple countries to have the same laws.
it's already into international law, bro.
So all right, so what were you saying about the immigrants that they brought over here? Because that's what it sounds like you talking about. The alien immigrants brought over. You mean like in Chicago?
In Chicago, in Texas, in Nevada, California, all over, even in France and all these places, and South America and Canada.
Okay.
So they're doing a great exodus of these countries
Into America.
into all of the countries, into all of them.
Oh, so where they exodus from?
They're exiting from over there in the Middle East.
You know what, man? Look, that shit ain't even like that, man.
Bro, they're
You
getting
know
ready
what
to allow all of
I
the
mean?
Hebrews and the Israelites to come back to to retribe up over there in Israel.
Yeah. Okay. So you know,
They don't have enough. They don't have enough land to do that, bro.
hey, you
So
know
they're
what? That land is a desolate and laid to waste.
bro,
Things are going to be better than that.
bro.
So it
America
don't
has
matter what they're doing.
America is desolate and undeveloped. You know how you get it
Yo
developed?
said desolate and undeveloped. Yo, you funny, yo.
Straight up, bro. We got some large freaking deserts in America.
So there's a lot of places. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
What I'm talking
Right.
about.
There's
The
no
only
difference.
the only way that these places become developed and undestitute is if people develop them.
Right. Terraforming. That's what I'm talking about. But you
Well,
talking about people doing it. Like, look, man, you you're gonna have to acknowledge a power greater than thine self to even get a remedy or to respect the remedy to it all. Like it's just facts because what the lost sheep of Israel do is they fit the bill, but they just don't know like where to direct the plea, where to send the plea to. Like, yeah, you don't know the Heavenly Father, like, yo, for real, like you got all the complaints. It's like you know them by blood, but you don't know. Like you complain like
friend,
like you might be
without works,
Israelite.
I'm a firm believer in I'm a firm believer in that. If you're waiting
Hey
on God,
yo, listen. Hey yo, the Aboriginal Israelites is real, man.
well,
Straight from
first of all,
Pangea, man.
bro, look at when that word came to be. That word is new, man.
Oh, my bad. Original Israelites in the building. OI. You know what I mean?
Building.
More
To make a choice there pretty soon.
Oi.
They're gonna have to make a choice here pretty soon, man. You know they've been asking for the black Israelites to come back to Israel a long time ago.
Man, them motherfuckers is kicking people out if they black, yo. What you doing, yo?
Okay,
Hey, yo, look. They kick out the Africans. They kick out black Israelites. They kick out black Jews, black Hebrews, Africans. Palestinians, you feel me? When they ain't no more Africans, they go straight to the Palestinians, you know what I mean? Bomb them.
You think they bombing?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they telling the world. They try. No, I'm not gonna say that. So anyways, so
There was
yeah.
there was a few videos that they were asking the black Israelites to come home.
That's not true. That's fake
Why is that not?
propaganda.
Why can't they? Why couldn't they come to their senses and bring all their tribesmen home?
Because that's, first of all, that's not what it's about, and second of all, like that's that's a psyop or some shit. Like they trying to make people think, they trying to see what people will say, I guess. Because there's never a what do you call the opposite of an exodus?
Infiltration.
Psst, no, the opposite of the exodus. It'd be like a yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, infiltration. So yeah, but not that. Anyways, though,
Huh? They've been making it easier for Israel to expand for decades, man. But the people that they asking to come and help with the expansion don't want to leave. They don't want to leave. You
they
know?
stuck with that mestizo issue, man.
Oh man.
Yeah, yo, that's like super mestizo lane for like all the way up to India. The motherfuckers is straight sandals and AKs from the Mediterranean all the way to India. The motherfuckers got turbans, sandals, AKs, and religious fervor. Like, do not fuck with. Do not, the motherfuckers be around a bunch of guys. I'm talking about bandits. You know what I mean? Bandits, desert bandits, like in Star Wars. Yeah, man. Why would you be out in the desert? You know what I thought when I was a child watching Star Wars, seeing the desert heart or whatever the fuck they call that dude. You remember?
The little
I was
hooded
like,
guy?
yeah, the dude in the desert. That was like an animal, but it had on clothes and shit. Had the mask on.
I don't recall.
It was it was like in part 1. Which was like he got jumped. He got jumped and kidnapped. They took his robots and sold it to the to the Jawas. And then, anyways, my bad.
Oh, you good. I just hopped back. I had to call my mom real quick.
Mm-hmm. Nah, you're good.
Everything's going good.
No, you're fine.
So all right. So the Aboriginal stance is remembering, right? That's like a strong point. And so in the world of people who have potential to rememorize or remember, it become a matter of, well, who is really connected and who knows, you know what I mean? What there is to know. And it's like, I think we in a time where the ancestors, the good people of the ancient times, right, that's connected to us, is their time to shine is nigh. You know what I mean? And I think we're reflecting that by the communities waking up. You know what I mean? I say we are, the people are already at a point where all they got to do is claim it and start banging. They're already about to try to pseudo activate something, anyways. Just me.
I hear you. Nothing sparked, but I hear you.
I mean, we might as well figure out the details now, because look, them cats ain't put no effort to the shit, didn't they? It's like, yo, people is lifting up covers and shit and seeing a whole bunch of like ways of, there's zero respect for the narrative. For real. That's crazy, man. We've been living amongst lies. It's so much that it's like it's too much to put in a presentation. Yeah.
We're basically referencing small pieces of a whole that we see. And it's like we wouldn't even need to give the information out. Like, it's like, I don't know, it's like we're talking about the same thing to each other, but it takes you seeing it for yourself. But all these pieces can help. That's for sure. For someone like, yeah.
But yo, Lord, man, I'm gonna tap out, man. I appreciate you letting me up, though, bro.
All right, I appreciate you too, bro. Stay safe, man. I was taking a call. My bad.
No problem, man. Y'all stay up. Isaac, peace to you, man. Y'all stay safe. Peace to the chat. All right, Lord, man. Yo, great conversation, bro.
Thanks, man. You too, man. Appreciate you.
Peace.
Hey, so look.
That's good.
Hey, so these blocks right here that I was opening up earlier, these are silica blocks. These are the same blocks that they use to build the Capitol buildings.
Okay.
And just like that wood that I was showing earlier, how it had the burn marks in it, how it kept on,
yeah, the web,
see to it. That's regular wood. Imagine with the silica wood, what could be done.
Yeah, I thought of this like on a similar concept with metal and alchemy, like a day ago, but this is very similar. Like, if you added certain elements, like liquid elements, and then added like certain frequencies and certain voltages, could you make something out of it?
Shit, you can make all kind of stuff, man. But that's why I was saying that I think that the pyramids are replicas, because that stone that they're using are casted sandstone, which is nothing but
silver. Weird how they're so perfect, though. Like, disgustingly perfect. At least that's what they told us. But now they're weathered, so maybe it was never perfect like that.
Man, they showed us all kind of stuff with a gold capstone on them and everything.
True.
And
we have pyramids here in California that I swear that they're just covered up, and like that's where all the clouds come from.
For the pyramid?
Where all the energy comes from.
Or if you go up to Donner and you want to check out where the storm systems are being generated when it comes to wintertime, bro, they got snow machines up there on the mountain in California, in between California and Nevada.
Yeah, I'm in the Central Valley, and I swear there's one on the horizon, right? And like I've always had this theory, and then there was evidence like 2 years later came to light. If there's a certain cloud type in the sky, it'll make a shape of a pyramid in the sky in that cloud, and then like say an hour later goes by, and it's still there if the cloud is like in that form above it, in that vapor density or whatever.
I mean, they
like right out my backyard, we're seeing like clouds that go like 40,000 feet tall almost, it looks like, or something stupid.
You ever wonder why they have burn restrictions?
No, not exactly. Maybe a couple theories, but not. I don't think I know what you mean.
So burn restrictions prevent you from putting salt in the sky.
And
Too much
carbon?
salt in the sky will cause, heavy rainfall.
Mm.
So, for instance, where you get the salt from, you get it from the ash of the wood, and the salt is called potassium dioxide. It's lye. You know what I'm saying? So when the ash
Mhm.
burns, and when the wood burns, it creates ash, and then it creates smoke. The smoke is not even microscopic. It's just so fine. Uh, dust of smoke is actually wood ashes. The
Is it carbon? Because
yeah, carbon.
carbon could now be a conductor, right? And it could create that system.
Once that salt gets up there, it collects moisture. And imagine if there's thousands of people burning in California, there wouldn't be a drought in California. That's why they put burn restrictions out there where you guys are at.
Makes sense.
Yeah. In the desert
100%.
of Nevada, you can burn whatever you want. And we're not even 5 hours away from each other. So what is a burn restriction for you guys going to do that burning, man, people burn out here all the time.
Yeah,
All
we have burn days, and I live like in an orchard county, so we have a lot of burn dust, and it's only about 30 miles from this so-called pyramid or whatever. But it's
yeah,
also
so
at the base of Yosemite, so there's a bunch of energy there too. Could be a coincidence.
well, if you want to test if there's energy in the ground, do you have a what do they call it? Where you check
Omnometer or whatever.
one of those meters. You can check the
Ohm
ground,
meter.
the energy in the ground of your backyard. It'll be a couple digits, but it won't be high enough to push a current. And the reason being
Yeah,
is because they don't allow people to dig wells no more. That's why.
and yeah, have you heard that? Like, if you have your shoes on, you could measure your like conductivity to the ground. You take them off, it like jumps from like 3 to 60.
Yeah, but you know what that is actually? That's not conductivity, bro. We
Oh, it's
already
something else.
give off energy, right? We give off energy because we have what we call a torus field inside
Yep,
of us.
yep, yep.
It's, it's created by the lungs. Now, when you take your shoes off and you put it on the ground, that's two poles of energy coming in contact with each other.
Hmm.
It's like taking a battery from your car, hooking it up, and instead of hooking up the ground, you just hook up both of them to the power side, to the positive side, and that spark is what you get. That's what we're creating when we put our bare feet on the ground. We're actually causing a energy traffic jam. If
And
that
yeah, I
makes
didn't know that.
because the energy is trying
I've had
to.
experience with frequencies though, like in electricity in the body. I had this golden plated brass coin, and I'd flip it in the air and I'd play frequencies on my TV.
Uh-huh.
And then I would go to touch the doorknob, and I was like a giant blue spark that went like 2 inches, and it made like a huge snapping sound.
And you had your shoes on and everything.
Yeah,
So how did you create that energy that it was big enough so you can see the spark?
and hear it. I'm not sure. It was just a theory I had, and it worked.
So if you go outside, let's say you take your shoes off, you go outside and you get that energy pulse. Do you think it's pulsing to you or away from you?
Away.
Yeah, it's pulsing away from you.
Yeah, because
So
I've had experiences where I've slept with my shoes on, and slept with my shoes on in a plastic bag, and had very like powerful experiences. And I wake up and the power's out.
the power's out.
Yeah, like twice. It's happened twice, and I only ever had my shoes on, and and then one time I was in a plastic bag, homeless, sleeping on a quartz bench, like a stone quartz, and the
Mhm.
transformer would blow up. And then in my dreams, I could like prove to people that I could meditate so hard I'll blow up a transformer and shit.
In your dreams.
Yeah, but
Well, that's
never in
crazy.
real life, except for when I was asleep.
Yeah.
And then like
So
with the petrified crystal, also around the exact same time, within 2 weeks of the train thing, with this crystal, I slept with it under my pillow behind my head, and this black hand like tried to come at me, but I had a light barrier around me and it couldn't get to me. And I was in sleep paralysis.
Yeah, that's usually. See, I'm not a big proponent on the energy work and all of that stuff because I think it's a deterrent to keep you away from the natural order of things. All of that stuff that they want us to do, like take your shoes off and go work in the grass, that might be good for people. But I think it deters you from using the energy. If the energy
That
is
makes
leaving,
no sense.
that means it's draining you. And see, we're perpetual motion machines. That means that we're always breathing and our heart is always beating. We actually have two pumps in our body. That's one's in our brain and the other one's in our heart. One's our heart. Well, our heart is functioning because we're breathing. If you hold your breath, your heart will increase its beating to compensate for the lack of what people are calling oxygen, but it's not. It's actually etherical energy. The air is etherical, meaning that when I was telling you guys about electroculture, what you're
It's like
doing
when
is
you make pressure in your lungs and your like veins pop out of your head type shit.
well, this is the thing. Electroculture utilizes etherical energy. It grabs it right out of the sky. It's like fishing without a hook. And your line is the copper wire that's coming away from the little wooden stake. Now, when the air blows up against that wire, it causes friction, and that's the etherical fluid or frequency that allows the energy to go back into the ground. And that's constantly happening if you're doing what they call electroculture. Now, check this out. You stop breathing, right? And your heart speeds up. Let's say you keep holding your breath. What is your heart going to do? It's going to stop, bro. It's going to stop because it needs that kinetic energy that air is creating when your lungs fill up. Because see, your lungs, if you ever looked at one of those videos, you ever dissect animals in school?
No, I was like too squeamish. I said no.
Bro, if you open up the chest of an animal, we did it with like mice and pigs and stuff like that, and you take the lungs out and you cut them, the lungs don't look the way we think they do. We think they look like roots coming from the arteries and stuff like that, but in actuality, your lungs is like layers of skin that flap on top of each other. Like you know how you take paper and you flip through the paper where you can make like a little drawing and you can see the entire drawing like a cartoon.
Yeah.
Your lungs are like that on the inside too. See, and your lungs have like little flaps, and those little flaps, when you inhale, they separate and allow air coming in, and when you exhale, all those little flaps collapse. They collapse on each other, and that's what causes the kinetic energy that your body needs in order for your heart to keep pumping. Now, when somebody falls and they have a heart attack and they put the AED on them, where do they put it at? Why they don't put it on their hips or on their arm? They put one on your chest, right above your heart. They put one on your side, on the opposite side, like up under your arm. And what that's going to do is it's going to send a current through your lungs, through your heart, out to the other pad on the side of up under your arms. And what that's going to do is it's going to cause your lungs. You think that your body's jerking like that from the electricity. It's actually trying to induce an artificial breath, like an artificial chest
pump too at the same time.
Yeah, bro.
Have you heard that I've heard the electrical field of the heart is like insanely bigger than the one of the brain. Like I want to say like 5,000 times bigger.
Because it's constantly the brain. It doesn't have to pump that often. Matter of fact, it only has one pump. It has the cerebrum that's right at the back, at the base of your neck, and what people are calling the pineal gland is actually the pump. And see, there's fluid that goes around your brain, down your spine, back up your spine, around your brain again. It makes like a big ass circle. And the fluid,
know about that.
Yeah, the way the fluid gets into your brain is the cerebrum absorbs the fluid. It's like a sponge on the back of your head, on the back of your
Yeah.
brain. That little round thing is like a sponge. Once it absorbs enough cerebral fluid, it
Yeah.
flexes and pushes the fluid inside the pineal gland, and the pineal gland pushes it through the brain and back out into circulation. Now,
Yeah.
how you prove this is, when babies are born, they can't control their limbs, they can't control anything. You know why? Because they have a hole in the top of their head. There's a soft spot where the cranium hasn't filled in yet. So cerebral fluid is not going around the brain fully. So what the people from the ancients did, they developed a method of curing that so the children were able to walk faster and be able to comprehend quicker, just like
Is that
animals
when they
doing.
would wrap it
Yes,
and like push it to fuse it together?
exactly, bro. It's called cranial
Wow.
deformation. And what they did
Wow.
was they wrapped the head, and we thought it was because of ETs. This is what they taught us.
Yeah. Now it makes more sense. They evolved the brain on like a fast pace.
Exactly. And see, the
Gee.
rap people were the elites because they were the ones that were developing faster than everybody else.
And they knew the technique but didn't share it.
They did, but
I'm just
cranial
kidding. I don't know. Yeah. No one told
cranial,
me.
it was looked at one time like cutting yourself.
Oh shit! I got a weird spider crawling in my room. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So what people used to do was they deterred from using those methods. So what they did was they created a class of dumbed down people that weren't walking faster than all the rest of them and weren't thinking as fast. When that connection of that fluid is made and is able to circulate around the spines, the nerve endings along the spine, they fill up with fluid. And that fluid is what helps the limbs move. It also helps hand and eye coordination, and it helps you think faster. And that cranial deformation is what they created in order to compensate for the lack of, what they call, it's not evolution, it's called adaptation.
Hmm.
Animals born like quadrupeds, like cows, horses, dogs, they're walking as soon as they come out of the womb.
Yeah, it is weird.
It's because they got a full cranium. They got a full cranium. For some reason, humans have a soft spot in the middle of their head, and it takes up to a year for that to close up. That's why it takes kids 9 to 8 weeks, 9 to 8 months, some of them to walk. The faster that cranium closes up, the faster they'll be able to walk, talk, and comprehend faster. And
That
that's,
makes me wonder, like, if you're working out harder when you're pregnant, that there'd be more pressure on that system.
well, the only pressure you got to worry about when it's
Like, if
like
you were
that.
walking around more and we weren't always like, I don't know. I'm just thinking because I used to know girls that would work out like high intensity and have their kid, and they're perfectly fine still.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, you got to imagine before they had the hospitals, you had women having babies at home in the woods and shit like that.
For real, that's terrifying. I don't. Yeah, respect.
Mhm.
I couldn't do it. Well, I could, but terrifying.
Yeah, they do have some kids do have a bruise. My bad, Isaac. I'm talking. I'm talking to somebody on the other line too.
Oh, you good? Yeah. I lost. Yeah, nothing's sparking right now. I'm just gonna listen real quick.
Okay. Yeah. Well, they do. Tell you the truth, they do know everything. Can you see my? Can you see this? See this image on the screen, Sean? Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay.
Were you asking me or the chat?
I was asking the chat, and then this other call.
Oh,
I'm
right.
trying to direct someone over to the show, but it's just loyal. Loyal. That's it. It doesn't have any.
If you do like loyal open panel and then hit the filter for live, it should work.
Oh yeah. So look, one of the panelists said if you type in loyal and then you put open panel and hit the button that says live, because we're live right now on YouTube. I've been live for like 7 hours. Yeah, and then you'll see like a crescent moon with stars. It's like an emblem that shows all the religions. But the reason why I put this picture up here is because I wanted to show that how they show that the cranium actually is set up to where if you was to see it, each part of the skull is overlapping, almost like a yin yang. You know what I'm saying? So you got the left side of the brain, left side of the cranium is overlapping a little bit on the right, and the right part is overlapping a little bit over the back right, and the back right is overlapping a little bit over the left right, and it's like that. And as the brain as the skull matures, those overlappings come apart, and then it becomes just one skull.
You see how the back right is like a little bit more extended?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
why is my brain like that? Why is my brain like that? Tiny bit more on that side.
Well, it's because you either laid down on this side more than that side. But look,
okay.
You can change that. You can still change that as an adult, and most people don't realize this. You can change every, like, let's say
I've heard of it with the mouth too.
With the what?
With the mouth, they do similar practices with the jaw.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
I've never thought about this.
They use those little caps, like beanie caps.
Yeah, I'm wearing one right now.
Some people say that that's the whole meaning behind wearing the yarmulke in Judaism.
That makes sense. That's my hair. I mean, I went bald. That's where my hair looks like. It looks like I'm wearing one all the time.
Yeah, cranium. See, but what makes it happen, what makes the cranium thing is, it's not just forceful pressure, just crushing the skull, because you'll kill them like that.
Yeah, I'd assume it has to be on a certain level.
Yeah, subtle pressure over a period of time. And see, what you're doing you do it like over a 7 to 10 day period.
I think it's awesome.
They usually start off with that with like a mild pressure from like a cap or something like that, and then they go from that to a wrap only on certain parts of the skull, and then they go from a partial wrap to a half wrap to a full wrap.
Cap. Yeah. Oh, full. Okay.
And once they get the full wrap on there, they don't take it off. They just wrap another layer around that. You see what I'm saying? They just keep
wild.
Until you got a head full of wraps. See, the reason why it's not irritating to the kids is because
that makes me think about the crystal skull, dude, and like the petrified wood.
Bro, they have been experimenting with these techniques way before we had AI or computers or any of this stuff.
Jeez.
Because these were the first artificial intelligence.
I hit my head so hard. I went into a coma for 2 days, had 3 brain hemorrhages, and I drank spring well water my whole life. And I actually attribute to me not breaking my skull to that process of drinking well water that would like calcify the end of your faucet.
Yeah.
On God, I can actually give that credit to it.
Well, everything you've done, eating. I mean, salt is a good proponent on healing the body. If
Yeah,
you
I've been
have a
doing salt for like 10 days, heavy, and
yeah,
I feel pretty good. But it took the herbal botanical drink I have with like 10, 13 plants in it to feel good. It has like
probably.
prebiotics in the plants.
Well, my thing is this right here. These little tidbits that you can find out through just a little bit of research and collaboration with other people is these are like valuable tools. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because you
That's
can
why I feel
increase,
it's important.
yeah, you can increase your your cognitive abilities by wrapping your head too as well. A lot of people used to think the Rastafarians would wrap their hair because they didn't want, people to see their dreadlocks. But in actuality, the closer your hair is to your skull, the better it is, not only for insulation, but your hair is like nerve endings for your scalp.
And like neck strength, and then they could cover the size of their head with it too.
Exactly. It'll promote your hair to grow back, and not only will it promote that, but it'll generate a little bit more. I don't know if it's called cognitive thinking or something like that, but it's
Like
just
vortex energy almost. They're fibers, right?
yeah, it's like the technique with them when you put a harness on a dog. You know what I'm saying? It's sort of
Uh-huh.
like that, treating like that. Is or the weighted blanket. You know how autistic kids have weighted blankets and stuff like that. Have you
Yeah,
ever
those
heard?
are nice.
Yeah. So the weighted blanket, it doesn't really do anything. It's not magical. It's just the fact that it's a pressure that's being put on the body. That's a subtle pressure,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what changes things. The subtle changes, not the intense changes. If you had subtle changes in your skull, your brain would develop normally in your cranium. But if you
Yeah,
had an
like
intense change,
after my coma,
then
like I was wired for like 2 years. I was like one of the best athletes I've ever been. I was healthier than ever, and all this crazy stuff. And it kind of went away because I got put on pharmaceuticals, and I swear it changed my DNA.
it changed some. So check it out, man. I done got way off of my. But this is what I do. Though. I do a lot of this stuff where I try and show people how to debunk this shit.
Yeah, it
Now,
all seems connected to me. Don't put it off. That sounds good.
you know what DNA stands for?
Dibonucleic acid, something die.
Deoxy,
Oh, okay,
like deoxyribonucleic acid.
nucleic acid. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so deoxyribonucleic acid, bro, is like saying you have a liquid that's oxidized from the air or from oxygen, and then you have a acid that's only located in the nucleus of a cell. That's deoxyribonucleic acid. Okay, so look, what part of the cell you think is the part that thinks for the cell, like a regular blood cell? What part do you think
Like
thinks for
the mitochondria or mitochondria.
okay? I thought you were going to say the nucleus, but the mitochondria, that's a good guess. But in
Yeah,
actuality,
I've just heard of it. I don't know.
if you watch cells, like I used to watch in science class, I used to watch under a microscope single cell organisms.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you watch cells, the part that functions and operates as if it was thinking is actually the what do they call it? The membrane.
That's weird.
The membrane, bro. The
That's
membrane
all
of a
like frequency talking to each other.
bro. That entire thing is the arms, because the membrane will grab things and bring it into the cell. That means the membrane has to split to allow the substance, whatever it's grabbing, to enter the cell. Believe it or not, the mitochondria and the nucleus, they're like the intestines and the stomach of the cell.
It's like what turns a like human like what's the word? A human compatible cell into a usable cell. What's that part of the cell? Like what's
I'm glad
speaking
you
to the
asked,
other one?
because there's two types of cells. There's differentiated cells and there's undifferentiated cells. The undifferentiated cells are what they call stem cells. The differentiated cells are like cells that make up your skin, your eyes. They have a purpose already.
Yeah,
Stem
that's kind of what
cells
I'm
are
asking.
undifferentiated.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Yeah. So they're undifferentiated because they're used to repair damaged tissues and all kind of shit over your body. Guess what
have you
species?
heard of you heard of cacao and what it does to the stem cells?
Nuh-uh.
Dark chocolate. They say there was a study where if you take dark chocolate cacao, like pure natural organic cacao, not like
Mm-hmm.
Hershey's or something, like real cacao, they
Yeah.
say it'll increase the stem cell count in your body by 50%. And then there's this old other theory that makes human compatible cells, which I'm guessing is like the more skin tissue lung one, by burning turmeric in a smudge, like incense, and like I would used to put it in my blunt and smoke the turmeric, like a lot of it. And
Yeah.
I was healthier and I was vegan at the time.
I don't believe in that vegan stuff, brother. But
Yeah,
look, I
no,
do want to
I'm
talk
not
to you
saying it's
about
right,
though.
but I was vegan for a year and a half and I was the best athlete I've ever been, but I will say I was 135 pounds.
Damn. So you said something about the cells being stimulated from stuff like incense and what did you say the other one was?
Dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate. Okay, so where do you think the stem cells originate inside of your body?
Cerebral spinal fluid, maybe.
Okay, so all cells, blood cells, come from the bone, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Now the cerebral fluid comes from the cerebrum. That sponge I was talking about in the back of your
Yep.
brain. That's what
That's why
creates
it hit my head.
the back. Yeah, you got to be
Yeah.
careful with it, yeah, because you could cause that thing to collapse and it'll take a long ass time to come back out. But look,
Yeah, and
check it
then
out.
they tried to fix it with like brain electric therapy and it made it worse. And I tried to talk to them about it and they won't listen.
Motherfuckers, they suck. I did a presentation on where stem cells come from because stem cells actually come from the
And it's
gonad.
deja vu.
Huh?
And it was deja vu when I said it.
Oh, yeah, it comes from the gonads, bro. So after a woman has a baby, she don't produce stem cells, and she don't produce stem cells. Yeah, women when they have the baby, all the stem cells come from the man, and they're incubated in the womb of a woman.
Yeah,
They
I've heard
told
of like theories
science
on like this
like that, bro.
and like feeding the stem cells and stuff.
Yeah. So when you have a baby with a woman, you're actually giving her stem cells. The baby cells that are that's left over in the placenta and the embryonic
Yeah,
fluid and
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
embryonic sac. The reason why the female animals eat that stuff is because those are the baby stem cells that are left behind from the pregnancy, and those
But
cells
they
will
need
stay.
to recover.
They'll stay with her forever, man. Those stem cells regenerate themselves. Those
Yeah, then
cells
we're
are
getting into like harvesting shit and
well,
why they even do
only
it.
true stem cells from the men.
I see.
The female don't create the stem cells. They have what they call the housing, the uteral. That right there is where the stem cells attach to. It's like the perfect environment for life to grow. So when we infect a woman, she's infected for 9 to 10 months. In actuality, for a year, and then after the baby's born, she's infected for lifetime, for life. That's why
With
the children are
infected
so
with,
attached to the
is
woman.
that like a good term or a bad term?
That's the good term. That's why
Okay, that's what I thought.
always
That's what I
you
thought.
always have more admiration for your mother than your father because your
Okay,
cell is still inside of her after you're already born.
that's why.
It's like it's like self-preservation. You don't want to hurt your mother because she contains you or you are in her.
See, yeah, I'm gonna hit some medicine. I'll be right back.
All right, bro. So when I talk about the certain forms of uh of understanding with some of this stuff, I'm not by any means saying that I'm the resident expert on any of this stuff because I'm reading other people's work. I'm just discerning whether or not it's factual or fiction. That's all I'm doing. So anybody can do that. Anybody can discern whether something's factual or fiction. For instance, when they were telling us about childbirth, how women lay eggs, you know that no other animals besides reptiles and amphibians, even snakes, not all snakes, but even fish lay eggs. But that's it. No other animal lays eggs. Women don't lay eggs, primates don't lay eggs. They have their babies in a womb. The womb is
Yeah,
the egg.
they lay them, but we almost have a womb for it.
Yeah. So the
And
egg,
then have you heard the theory that, or the study under a microscope, that it's not about the first, fastest, strongest sperm that gets there; it's the one that the egg accepts.
I've heard about that, but the entire
And then they say
all
there's a flash of light too when it happens.
yeah, I heard about that, man. But that's the same thing as a chemical reaction. That's just like mixing vinegar and sodium bicarbonate together. It makes a spark too.
Yeah, it's like it's probably resonating with it's like a chemical resonation. Yeah,
But the story they told us, bro, about the sperm having all these little wiggly worms, that's lie. That's all CGI.
how does it work then?
The sperm in itself is one organism. By itself.
Ah,
It's one organism.
so yeah, it'll pick. It might even pick the best one.
Well, what happens is the
Speak to
sperm
it.
as the clump of sperm, it's not no wigglies in it at all. The sperm itself is the primordial fluid that attaches to the mother. Once it attaches, it it doesn't mutate and it doesn't adapt. Well, it adapts. It doesn't evolve. No mutations or evolution is involved. Adaptation is what's involved. When you
So then,
adapt,
like, what does it do to the host?
it doesn't do anything. It actually assists the host.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah.
When a woman is
Okay.
pregnant, she digests better. She gets rid of waste better, and
Hmm.
also all of the weight. The reason why she gets rid of it because it's accelerated. The
My
umbilical
sister just had a baby. It's
eats.
beautiful.
Yeah, that's not where the baby eats. The umbilical cord is not where the baby eats. The umbilical cord is attached to the lady's duodenum inside of
Like
her and lower intestine.
oxygen, maybe.
It's the shit. It's the shit tube, bro.
Oh, oh.
You know, at the end of your large intestine, you have something that they call the what do they call it? The appendix.
Yeah.
That was attached to the umbilical cord. Everybody has it, and they tell you it doesn't serve a purpose. The purpose was it was attached to the large intestine because that's the last stage of digestion. That's the last stage before defecation. The the umbilical cord is attached to that, and it's attached to the baby's stomach, which in turn is attached to its appendix. So you see what I'm saying? So whatever the baby intakes into its mouth and into its lung, which is what they call the fluid. What do they
Am-
call it?
amniotic.
Yeah, the embryonic fluid is the substance
Oh yeah,
or the
ambry.
that the baby eats. And guess what it becomes after 6 or 7 months? It's
I don't know,
all
like a wine.
yeah, it is. It is like that is right, bro. It's urine. It's fermented urine. So the baby is drinking its own urine.
That's where they say they make a lot of antibiotics and stuff from.
Well, the antibiotic, man, you don't even want to know about antibiotics, bro.
I've done a few experiments with like the shaman golden malt.
Well, you know antibiotics is a bacteria slash fungus, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, antibiotic penicillin was the first one.
Oh yeah, and like that's what they use for inoculation, and how they started making vaccines in like the 1700s was through inoculation. But before it was like probably blood serums.
Well, we're not even supposed to inject. Well, I'm not going to say that because I'll get my channel struck. But
Okay.
again, the penicillin, right?
Oh yeah, my bad.
The decay or the mold on rye bread on like from yeast. Now they say yeast is a bacteria as well. So if yeast makes bread rise and then yeast is still inside of the bread, then what is the mold that grows on the bread, which they call penicillin?
I've heard a few theories on it, but I'm not sure.
It's the tertiary stage of yeast. So yeast.
I've heard you can even turn it into like a conscious altering chemical with bread mold.
You can turn it into alcohol.
Yeah, and then which also is like tied to like the lysergic stuff.
Mm-hmm. Because bread it ferments naturally. If you take water, distilled
I heard
water,
there's small amounts of it in all of beer. A small amount.
Now this is the
That
thing
makes
about
sense why I wake up tripping balls, and I can't quit.
if you don't want to get affected by beer, the thing is that you can't binge drink.
Yeah, I'm trying to quit, and I almost died. I went cold turkey, and it was bad. It was scary.
But you can continuously drink though.
That's
Meaning
what's
like
weirder.
so everybody has different tolerances based on our body weight. Okay, so if you drinking beer,
And maybe history.
yeah, instead of drinking it depends. It depends on the type of person. If you're drinking beer and you get drunk off a 6-pack, well, instead of getting
No.
drunk off a 6-pack in 3 hours, right? You spread it out longer. The reason why it's bad to binge drink is because the stomach doesn't digest alcohol. It's absorbed through the stomach.
Yep. And that's
So-
why I think the prebiotics help me so much. And I'm stuck on it, and I don't want to be on it anymore. And I've been asking for help, and I'm actually down a lot. Like I've cut probably a good 40% out slowly.
You know what
Which is a
prebiotics?
start. Huh?
You know what prebiotics and probiotics are?
I don't know the difference between the two. No.
Okay, so if antibiotics is a bacteria slash fungus, right? Then prebiotics is a bacteria. And probiotics is a bacteria. So
Do
people
you
are
need both? Or
Huh?
no, we don't need both. Do we need both, or do we only need one?
well, it depends. It depends on what you believe.
I
But-
see.
Bacteria to me is parasites
I see.
because they survive off a host. That's a parasite. Now, if
But what about a friendly one? Why don't they attack the body?
they do attack the body,
I didn't know that.
yeah, they do.
Okay, yeah. Why when I take mushrooms, I feel better than ever before on an empty
Because-
sone?
All
Because of what?
mushrooms have hallucinogens in them, even the ones you eat, the cooked ones.
Yeah, I know. I've done like a huge bowl of shiitakes, and I'm like, I've never done this much, but I swear I have a small effect. I was telling my friend, I was like, this is weird.
Let me show you
And
something,
they're
bro.
so healthy. That's what when I was vegan, I was eating mushrooms every day, like the ones you get at the store.
Watch this.
and I heard that's where they make medicine from.
You hear that? Can you hear it?
No, you don't have the audio on the input through your streaming service, probably.
It's not streaming through the sound.
No, it's probably it's playing on the YouTube, but it's not playing through your input. Because I looked like the speaker was on in the top right of the YouTube video.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I've heard that. But it'd be good to hear it again.
Okay, let me see. Here you go.
Yep. Oh, wait. I heard it for a second.
Damn, man. I don't know why it's doing that.
Are you using Streamlabs or StreamYard?
I'm using StreamYard, yeah.
Go to the panel that is the overlay at the bottom with the list that's like in a horizontal, maybe on the right side. There could be a mic button. It might pop up if you mouse over it.
Talking about the bottom buttons at the bottom, or?
Yeah, the little bottom horizontal list where you could pick what screen showing on the right side. I think if you mouse over it, there's a mic button, but that could just be on mine. I might have the other one than you. I'm not sure which one you have. I forgot which one I have. I mean, I forgot which one I have.
Shit. Well,
yeah, I'm not the best. I'm guessing, but I know what he's saying. Like, he talks about a lot of the derivatives from like the medical benefits from mushrooms, basically, and how they could even derive medicine from it, huh?
No, he was talking about a bacteria that's in the portobello mushrooms that creates a substance that can make you sick.
Yeah. I know about this. I don't trust the white mushrooms at all.
Well, all mushrooms, because mushrooms grow on what they call like a what they call it, mycosin, like
mycelium.
Mycelium. They have like a mycelium pathways. So even if
that's how the trees communicate with each other.
Yes, exactly. There you go.
And that's how they pass nutrients to each other. So maybe he's saying it's a good thing, but the way I heard the interview was he was saying it's a bad thing.
He is saying it's a bad thing. And the reason why it's a bad thing is because of the substance that makes you sick. He's not saying where it came from, though. So, let me see. Hold on.
Try clicking the volume button in the top right and then turning it back on the YouTube.
Right here?
It's on the square. Yeah, that one.
Hold on. Let me check my other YouTube page.
But usually it's Streamlabs or StreamYard.
So this right here that he's showing that equation or that molecule of right there.
Mm-hmm.
That right there is urea, bro.
An organic computer chip.
Look, that word right there, hydrazine. When you look that up, that's animal urine. So why do mushrooms produce animal urine? It doesn't. Urea is only created by animals. Plants don't create urea. Plants create chlorophyll.
So what is a mushroom then?
A mushroom is a fungus. It's parasitic too, though.
It's not a plant. They say it's more human than it is a plant.
Well, it functions because it communicates simultaneously while it's living off of the host.
Yeah.
So
but but what about the mycelium part with the trees? They'll use the mycelium to pass nutrients to like the sapling. Say it's not getting enough, it'll use the mycelium and send it through it like a warp tunnel and give it to it. Is it a good
Yeah,
thing or a bad thing?
that's a good thing. But
then could they make a genetically modified version of a fruit that evolves out of mycelium, and this came from a long time ago in a lab?
well, they started growing their own mycelium for commercial use. Before it
I had
only
this
grew
theory
out in the,
before too.
yeah. I mean, it only grew in the woods before. Now mycelium is everywhere. You know
The
why? Because
biggest
they sell it.
organ on earth.
Yeah. And look, what that did was it made it possible for you to be infected easier. The same thing
Wow.
with using microorganisms to help your plants. Because
Makes me wonder
if you
why I'm
don't
in
cook
this
vegetables,
situation.
you're infecting yourself every time you eat. And I try to tell people about this because this is the reason why people are getting sick. They're not
I
getting sick.
rarely eat. I
Well,
don't even like it.
everything like so. If the vegetables have it in them, that means all the animals have it in them too. That's why cooking your
Okay.
food is so important. Boiling your water is so important. But people
Yeah,
don't want
but don't boil um, fluoride water. It turns into a more poisonous chemical. You gotta only drink spring water.
Well, you talking about it turns into chlorine gas?
Turns way worse. Like even worse than chlorine, probably. If you
Mm.
boil fluoride water, you're making a very deadly chemical, a neurotoxin, like a mind-numbing, turn you into like a slave and run around in circles, and you wouldn't even notice.
Yeah, that's
And
sort of like,
everyone's boiling their fluoride water every day for their meal.
well, in actuality, it's boiling inside the hot water tank. But
That too.
you can
I got
evaporate.
well water here. I'm lucky, you know.
Well, chlorine and fluoride will evaporate out of water at room temperature. We used to do that when I used to have fish tanks. Before you
Yeah.
put the water into the fish tank, you have to let the water sit. And as it sits, the chlorine and the fluoride would because fluoride and chlorine is a salt.
No, I didn't know that. I
Man,
got over chlorinated at my high school for like 3 to 4 months, and our hair turned blonde and was falling out. You could rip it off, and it would break off in the ends. And then I had to get my dad to call them and to shut the pool down and fix it because they wouldn't listen to me. I'd tell the coaches, no, they wouldn't listen.
so here's fluorine. And this is one of the things they create fluoride out of fluorine.
Yeah, I think it turns into fluorine or hydra weird something chlorine when you boil it.
And
You
all
can
of
look it
these
up because I
are
know
salt.
I've heard it.
The only element that ain't salt on here is the noble gases and the halogens. They're not salts. Halogens and noble gases. But everything else, they're all salts. Everything on here. Even uranium is a salt. And see, the reason why that's important is because all of your national parks, for instance, like what do you call it? Yellowstone, and what's the other one that they say?
Yosemite.
Yosemite. Those are giant uranium mines. That's not volcanic. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I live like 40 miles from Yosemite's base right now.
Yeah, you have nothing to worry about, not unless
And I know there's weird mining that goes on all day, every day mining. All day, every day.
And look, you know how I know this? It's because they got uranium mines that go down almost a half a mile underground out there in these national parks, right? But the geysers are right on the surface. So where's the magma at? Why these guys that are in these uranium mines haven't ran into magma yet?
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know where
talking
the
about
energy's coming from or what's making it boil.
that's what they call, well, when you activate uranium through heat and pressure, it'll activate and it'll try to turn into plutonium. So what it's doing is it's going through an oxidation phase, but the shelf life of it is like 100 and some years. It'll burn for like
Where you said uranium, right?
uranium, bro. I
Uranium.
get hell yeah, man.
Is it
I've been
is it more expensive than gold?
nah. What the most expensive mineral on Earth is salt.
Oh, wow, that's
That's the
weird.
most expensive one. Salt. Everything, every metal on the periodic table is a salt. Copper, zinc, iron, nickel, magnesium, chromium, uh,
Wow, it's like
poly-
electrolytes and shit.
all of them, bro, except for like I said, the noble gases and the halogens. These aren't
And we're
salts
made
because
out of the periodic table. What?
yeah,
And we don't even know everything we're made out of yet.
that's because there's two elements on the periodic table. I mean, in us that doesn't exist.
Oh, which ones?
There's no water on there.
Mercury.
There's no water. There's no water on the periodic table. The only two
Well,
liquids in the
there's
periodic
hydrogen and then there's oxygen, though, right?
yeah, but those are gases.
Hydrogen's not, is it?
Yeah. Hydrogen's the noble gas. That's the Higgs boson. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's blue. I see.
It takes two hydrogen to make a helium. It takes a hydrogen and it takes two hydrogen and one helium to make a lithium.
What's like the biggest summary for what we've been talking about? If you have anything for that, if it helps me out, I mean, like, what's the what's like the basis to take from that to grow off of?
The basis to grow off of this, if you eat if you eat copper, you've just eaten every element that comes before copper on the periodic table. You've eaten hydrogen.
And that was my theory about alchemy about like a day and a half ago.
Yeah.
How you could make it.
Hey, have you seen the alchemic periodic table?
No, but I'm gonna hit a little bit more medicine. I'll be right back. It's been helping me out with this nausea.
Go ahead, bro. But I'm gonna put it up anyway so people can see it. This is the alchemic periodic table. And this alchemic periodic table shows you how this periodic table can be mixed to create these elements. For instance, let me see if I can see it. You can't. That's a bad picture. Crap. Let me get this one. See, this is the regular periodic table with all the alchemical symbols and shit. That's not it. All right, so look at the you guys can see this.
It almost sounds like it has something to do with like the 1 to 64-bit, 128-bit ratio where like everything has a half-life, but then it's like the opposite process. If you were to make the other elements, you'd do the opposite of its half-life or something. Like you need this one to get that one. Oh, now we're at 1 out of 2. Now we're at 1 out of 4. Oh, now we're at 1 out of 8. Now we're at 1 out of 16, and it just keeps going. To make the biggest element on the table, you need like exponential amounts of these resources to make that chemical or that element.
The biggest element in the periodic table is hydrogen. That's the biggest one. Because you can't have any of these elements without hydrogen. That's why they were looking for the God particle. They were trying to look what created hydrogen, but they weren't able to do it. So they were like, we're going to create the Higgs boson. We're going to create the Hadron Collider to crash two hydrogen molecules together to see what we get out of it. And they were never able to do it. That's why when I hear people talk about, oh, CERN is going to do this and CERN's going to do that, bro, I'm laughing on the inside because they can't even find out what makes what makes hydrogen. And they've been trying to crash the hydrogen into one another, but hydrogen is so durable that when it travels at high speeds and crashes into each other, the only thing it does It's caused explosions. That's it. It's like you remember those balls they used to have that when you clack them together they make a spark like pow, 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 pow. They used to call them clackers back in the
Yeah,
day.
those were sick.
Yeah, bro. Well, they had those that had like what they call a hydrocarbon on the outside. They would once they connect, they would make a spark. I saw him at a fair one year. There was a guy, he was demonstrating them, and he was clacking them together. And every time they clack above and below his hand, they would make a big ass spark.
Mhm.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
then the last map you showed of the periodic table elements was like alchemy symbols.
Yeah, those right there is what help you see. All of this is used for the regeneration of life. Alchemy is only for the adaptation of life, adaptation. It's
Why are
not
the
for
zodiac signs? Is that? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's weird.
look. They got
What does that
copper.
mean?
Well, these signs right here are what they would consider the equivalent exchange for the mineral or the element.
Uh,
You see how
and
they
what's
have
inside the composite of the body? They want to harvest to make chemicals or elements.
well, they're for adaptation. So when you add copper to your body, guess what you've added to it? You've added nickel, you've added cobalt, iron, and
Yes, I
all of
used to
them.
eat gold and smoke gold papers.
Yeah. So gold is down here somewhere, right here. So above gold, you have palladium, all of these, bro. And look, this is what it means. Gold is one of the most potent cell salts for the body. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
And I was so healthy at the time. I just haven't had the money and the resources to get gold paper.
You don't really need it. You can make gold paper. You can make gold salt by yourself. You can grow gold. All gold is a is a salt, bro.
But
You
then
can
you
grow.
need to buy like some sort of still system with electrodes and salt.
Yeah, you need something that does the. And where is it? I had a table that had all of them on it. Here we
Like
go.
the
Here.
electrode systems that would make hydrogen powered cars with like glass bottles.
13 essential mineral salts, and these are cell salts for the body. Gold biochloride. What you would do is you can mix certain chemicals like together that will create the equivalent to gold. And you can also get gold from the sun in the form of what we call vitamin D3.
Oh shit, I have some vitamin D3 tablets sitting right next to me. I haven't taken it.
But you got to mix them with something in order to
Like
get
magnesium.
orbit. You got to mix D3 with magnesium and
That's what
selenium.
I have in the same bag
Yeah,
right
and
next
that's
to
how
me.
you get it. You can also get it from alfalfa and sea vegetation like sea moss and all that stuff.
I've heard about that too, and then they try to sell the fake sea moss.
I used to know this entire chart by heart, bro.
I
Because
got you, bro. That's insane, dude. Well, you blow my mind. I thought I knew some shit.
and look,
I mean, it's
look
actually
right
sparking
here.
it, and I do know it, but it's connecting what I already know. Silica, yeah. This girl down the street from me, when she was a baby, she would eat chalk. She was born with 6 hands, or 6 fingers, I mean. They cut them off, and 2 warts appeared where they cut them off. And I have like matching 2 warts on my hands and on my pinky toes. There's two little like appendages trying to come off and grow. Is like a fleshly half nail, half flesh.
Damn, you trying to grow another human out of your body?
I don't know what they're doing. I'm just saying it's weirdly connected to silica.
Bro, silica, bro, is skin, nails, hair, skeleton, and teeth. This
Yeah, she
was
was like a curly-headed, like brown, probably like 90% African brown, or what? I don't know where they come from, but you don't know, like looked like one of the most pure DNAs out there.
but look,
But she would eat chalk with silica in it. That's what I mean. That's why it's weird.
I mean, she probably had a taste for it. You know your body will make you crave things that you're lacking.
Yeah, that she was too young to know about that. That's what I'm saying. It made her do it.
Yep.
Like kids will eat dirt, right?
They're not, man. Don't ever let your kid eat dirt.
Okay. No, but I've heard about that, and they say it's actually good for you in your beginning stages, but not your whole life, of course.
Bro, back
I've only.
oh, hold on. There was a science experiment. They wanted to find out what had the most bacteria in it. Lake water or just soil, just dirt, right?
So
And
it's a
they, and
psyop.
in every gram of dirt, you have over 1 million bacteria in it.
That's trippy.
In
So yeah, it
every
could be a psyops or something.
bro, the thing is that that's where all bacteria comes from. It comes from the earth, it comes from the
But
ground.
then so does the fungi.
Yeah,
So how
but
does that
that's
work?
the reason why it's not good for you is because nothing should live inside of another living organism. Shouldn't live inside
And that's
of another
like where the
organism.
salt comes into play, the copper, right?
The copper, yeah, copper's antibacterial.
My family all told me to take copper and like told me this shit, but I never listened. I never
How
even had the money to get it.
you can buy copper, what they call copper vessels, like a copper jug. The
Oh,
copper
and you
is not,
pour your water in it?
yeah, the copper is not what you want. You want what they call the patina.
Okay.
It's when copper oxidizes and you get that green film inside of it.
So like when you wear those cheap rings even?
Nah, that's something else.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like
I was like,
it's like
is
a
it
bright
hiding?
it's like a bright green, like if you got copper pipes at your house and they're old, you'll see that it's like green streaks that's coming down it.
I'm not
That
sure. I would hope so, but I doubt it.
that's from oxidation. That's from water leaching the copper out of the metal, leaching the mineral salt out of the metal. So what you do is you don't worry about the metal. You just get the leachings off because with that patina, with that oxidation, you can grow new copper strands,
So copper bowls are good.
copper vessels. Like
That's okay. I
I used to
actually
teach a lot
rubbed a
of
copper vessel of a lamp in this hometown when I was a kid that my cousins had, and I swear I saw a gen before in the same town, in the country, in the cuts.
what it looked like.
A black werewolf looking like, but he was in like normal wolf form, like stood 4 feet tall, glowing green eyes. I looked at it, I looked back, and it disappeared. I went back to my cousin's house to tell him I saw it, and before I could tell him, he's like, "Yo, I got this crazy story." I'm like, "So do I. What's yours?" He's like, "I saw this giant black wolf standing with glowing green eyes, and I looked at it, and I looked away, and I tried to look back at it, and it disappeared."
Man,
So like,
you
I
ever?
went to tell him the same story, and he beat me to it.
Oh, this is what I'm
So
talking about. You see this stuff right here? Can you look at this? Can you see the screen?
yeah, it's a little small right there. Maybe click on it. Yeah, there we go.
That
Yeah,
right
I've heard
there,
copper like splinters are actually hella good for you.
that's salt, bro. That's copper salt. I'm not saying go lick some pipes or anything, but if you had copper vessels, that occurs inside the vessel. As long as you keep water in it, it'll leach out gradually into the water. And that right there, copper actually has iron in it as well. Because see on the periodic table, let me show you. On the periodic table, copper comes after iron, comes after
Yeah,
nickel and bar.
they make up like that amount of protons, mass, weight, whatever you want to call it, right? And like frequency at the same time.
It takes all of these elements to create copper. And it takes all of those elements plus copper to create zinc. It takes
Yeah,
all the
that's my
elements.
theory on it. And you
Yeah.
confirmed it. And I had this theory like a day and a half ago. Yeah.
I learned that when I was going to junior high school. My physical science teacher told me if you wanted to learn how this works, first recognize the building blocks of elements. To
That's
ha- to
wild. I never got that concept of it.
Most people do, man. And then when it comes time to teach your kids, the teachers they don't teach that no more. They don't make kids memorize the periodic table anymore.
No, that's
No,
weird.
they don't make them. They'll make them memorize the food pyramid, and that's a whole
Oh wow, that's a
crazy
lie.
thing.
The
Yeah.
food pyramid's a lie, huh?
Well, it's not a lie that it's food. It's a lie
But it's
that
not the right order of operations.
bro, you don't need a certain food to get healthy. You know what you need in order to get healthy? Why do you think when you get into a serious bad injury, when you get into an accident, you have a serious bad injury, they put you in a medically induced coma? Your body is like a machine, right? When you're putting strain on one side of the body, another part of the body suffers. You know, it's like when bodybuilders go to the gym and all they do is lift weights, on the upper body, their legs suffer. They get pencil legs, chicken legs and shit. So when you're looking at this and they're telling you you need certain minerals and nutrients, no, you don't, man. You need all of it. There's one thing you need. You need all of it.
Is that
And
why you
see,
see people like bathing in the radioactive waters of Chernobyl and they're fine or something?
well, radioactivity is not bad for you anyway because the sun puts off more radiation than uranium does.
Huh.
Yeah. All of these anthonine and lanthanine things down here at the bottom, these are elements that have been mixed. That means that when they get down to the bottom right here,
Oh, they're
when they
man-made.
yeah,
That makes sense. Oh, okay, but they actually exist. We just can't find them.
well, uranium's everywhere, but it's not active until you add certain things to it. Where you
Like
start
frequencies, electrons, something.
heat and pressure is what activates uranium,
Sounds similar.
and then the activation of uranium creates neptunium, and then the activation of those creates plutonium.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. This is very enlightening. This is great.
But see, what they don't tell you is that once you cook off uranium and it becomes plutonium and it becomes active, you've created the same force of the sun in a mineral.
Is the offset decay the mineral before it, or do you create something toxic that we don't know what to do with?
You create radiant heat. Yeah. When they
And then
have
you're looking at like Antarctica, like, oh, you got to cool off your lab.
well, Antarctica has the most uranium, I think, in the whole world because it hasn't been explored, it hasn't been mined. The only
Okay.
part
Well,
that is when
apparently.
they mine it and they don't mine it the right way. And that's the
Oh.
reason why we have so-called volcanoes. These are mining operations that have gone bad.
That's
You
just one of my theories behind it. Like underground, like earthquakes are like explosions or like mining accidents.
oh, bro, tornadoes, hurricanes, all of that stuff. I've pointed it out to people, and I've been hoping that somebody would catch on to it.
That's weird because I've just came across it myself. It sounds like Red. He'll be like, dude, there's no way you thought of that. I thought of that shit just by myself and it became true. Like with the AI and the Eve game and how it builds like an AI system. And then you're looking at Tesla cars that all build an AI system working together too. He's like,
Let me tell you
we
something.
never heard of that, but now it's true and it broke the news today. And we
Look at
talked
that.
about it 3 days ago.
Tornado Alley map. Check this out. Let me show you something. Look at this map right here. This is Tornado Alley, right?
Mhm.
Can you see it?
Yeah,
Look at
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Look at this map of all the salt mines in America. These are bedded salt and domal a domo salt. I mean, like the bedrock salt is the hardest shit. That's like silica. That's like
Is like
bedrock.
any of it? Is any salt iodized naturally, like from the ocean,
Nah, it's all
or
from
do they have to
underground.
add it in?
But look at Tornado Island. Let me switch back and forth so you can see it. Look at Tornado
Oh,
Alley. I mean, watch, bro. It follows. This is where the tornadoes hit, right? This is where the hurricanes hit. You know what I'm saying? They say warm air and cool air. These are the most dangerous areas. Look at the map. Look at
I
this.
see how it's connected, but I don't get the variables of it, like the physics part.
I used to have an overlay so people can see what I'm talking about. So
No, I see
when
the
they go in,
overlay. I don't get the physics, like what's causing it if they're mining it.
okay, so check it out. These are salt mines underground. How do you think they get these pristine walls to where the whole thing don't cave in? What do you think that? And here goes another salt mine map, sort of like that one.
Frequency or
Exactly, bro.
electrode, something.
They're
Like
they
I
are
have a theory, like you make two fracking points with a, like you have one stake tuned at the fracking point of the mineral, and then you have another one, and you make a grid, and then you harmonicize them and all, and it could like cut it into that shape, just like through that whatever like pattern you put out, like, you know, connect the dots type. That's my theory behind it. So like everything has a fracking point with a frequency, so you could match it, and it'll just like shear. It'll just follow the line and break it in half.
the mines, the drills that we use today are not drills that use a corkscrew drill anymore. That's old shit. Everything is sonic mine. This is a water well drill right here. It's called a mini sonic, introducing the LS250 mini sonic, a versatile compact sonic rig. The rig goes down in the ground. The wand that goes into it don't even have a tip, bro. It's a blunt object. When they turn the machine on, it's like the ground moves away from the tip.
Yeah, I get the sonic frequency part, but I couldn't tell you how it works. That's for sure. I could guess, but I couldn't tell you.
Look,
Unless there are the nodes, and that machine is the one making the nodes all vibrate at the same time to a certain frequency based on the mineral that they're trying to frack.
bro,
Why is it called
it
fracking?
it's so
If it's
fast
a
and
fracture,
that no excess dirt is above the ground, that no excess waste is created. It's like the dirt is displaced. See, it says core barrel advancement, no fluid, air, or mud used during coring. Look at that. They just sonic drilling this thing into the ground. It's like the ground moves to the side away from it because it's vibrating so fast. Then they put a casing on it, the same way water possibly used between casings. And that's just to separate the dirt away from that first casing. And then once they do a core barrel retriever, they pull up the plug that's created inside of the drill. They pulling it up, and then it creates an empty shaft. This
have
right
you heard
here.
the? Sorry,
Go
what?
ahead. Now go
I
ahead.
was saying, have you heard the distance of how deep you would have to be for it to be unheard? It's like, I think it's 5 miles, and no one would even hear it.
Oh, bro. You know the furthest
That's
they've
where
ever
it gets
dug
weird.
in history, in the history of drilling, throughout
No.
all times, is 8 miles. They can't drill any
Gee.
further.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
And see,
That actually adds a lot to it. Yeah.
this is a
That's
sonic
cool.
drill. Where are the blades? Where are the drills? This
That's my
machine
only theory. You know,
vibrates the air so fast
the node.
that the shit just drops off. It just falls off. It just
Okay, so you look at the old like roads they built in California through Yosemite and stuff, and you see the giant drills that go down that look like nodes, right? And they say it's an explosion, but they left the old barrels behind. Those old barrels should have also disappeared unless they're using some sort of like frequency to break it.
It's all frequency now, man. Look at
But
this
you'd have
shit.
to drill nodes, right? You'd have to drill a node. You put in 10 deep, like horizontally parallel, or parallel, like no, horizontally in, and you make a grid, and then you match it like with maybe one of them. And if you match like a harmonic agent, like of one 432 hertz tuning fork and another one, and you hit them across the room, they'll both vibrate at the same frequency. So now you're matching that frequency on all the nodes underground, like to the structure of that actual mineral. Everything has a breaking point, everything has a flash point, everything has a fracking point. So you just have to find that frequency and match it, right?
Or increase both
That's my
frequencies,
only theory. Yeah.
creating some type of distortion and resonance. Well, if you put two frequencies together in the same area, and whatever's in between them will start to vibrate according to the strongest frequency, like a metal rod. And that's what they're doing. They're sending a frequency through that rod that is
Yeah.
you can tell that it's vibrating. It's moving so damn fast. It's crazy.
That's just my theory, but it makes sense, right? That's the only thing I can come up with, because like I took geology for 3 years, and like everything has a fracking point where if you hit it at the right frequency with a hammer, it'll just break. But they learned how to grid it probably.
Mm-hmm. Same thing that they do with using frequency to break crystals and glasses and shit. But this is the type of technology they're using. They're using ultrasonic levitation type devices, which uses sound wave. And instead of it just being, this little ass, gimmick right here, they got tools that emit the same frequency. And if they can make these little things levitate, bro, imagine what they can do.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. How are they moving them, and how are they even getting them out? You'd need like a upright shaft, like a huge upright channel, like a deep ass upright channel, a straight hole to rise it out. There's no way they're like going side by side and shit.
Bro, they don't even need to drive it in there. This thing will float by itself.
Yeah, but how are they getting it out and move and like creating room? That's what I'm saying. Like where are they putting these slabs? Like for example, in my hometown, you could look it up. It's Merced, California courthouse. There's like a 35-foot or 35 staircase, perfectly carved, but it's made out of one piece of granite, and it has like 4 statues on top that like we couldn't even make. But it's one piece of granite, 35 stairs. How did it get up there?
That's not a solid piece of granite. See, and that's the same.
It looks like it.
It does.
Unless they hit. Yeah, it might not be. It sure looks like it. Like I've looked at it a couple of times, but I could be wrong. Unless they made it blend in or something.
Well, see, this is the same thing they did with the pyramids. They did.
Yeah, it's the same question I have.
So this is the courthouse right here. The Merced County Courthouse. Because these domes right here, believe it or not, they're not even connected. They're just cut to the point where they don't leave any imperfections. So they don't even have to seal them up or plaster them together. They can just put them together and they'll stay like that as long as they don't go through too much vibration and shit. They won't fall apart. And if you notice, all the Capitol buildings in America have these, even the ones overseas too as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering how it's so precise. We don't really know how to do that, right?
Well, with the silica, bro, it's like sand. If you get a silica stone, right, all you have to do, you could scrape it to the specifications you need it.
That makes more sense.
So they're not cutting these stones like they would out of the ground. And plus, we're talking about a stone that's made from, petrified wood.
All right, I'll be right back again.
So all right, cool. When I be talking about these buildings and stuff like that, I mean every city, every state has one in it. Every city or capital of that state has a Capitol building. If you go down and you look at the Capitol building, you can tell the stones that were created, the old stones from the new ones, the ones that they try to bring in and shit to try to do, remodeling and stuff. And they look totally different. They feel different and everything. They even have a totally different, what do you call them, like a temperature. You know, the trees, the ones that were made out of trees, they don't allow heat and cold air or temperature to transfer through the stones. These things are insulated because that's how the trees survived in nature. And see, this stuff is easy to recognize, and all they can say is that no, these are made by a certain type of stone. But bro, come on, man. They didn't already found all of the large trees. They didn't already found the ones that were cut down, the ones that they didn't cut. And it ain't been, these trees haven't been cut down for no thousands of years. So petrification is not something that's created by time. It's created by reaction.
Yeah, that's my biggest question with that, with what you were saying earlier. Yep.
And the reaction is
It has to be a process.
I was trying to find that case you said that granted that.
So like, yeah, I don't know. There's weird stuff like in Merced, even like the sheriff stations are put over each of the underground tunnels that exist, like throughout Atwater, Merced, probably Turlock, all this, the whole Central Valley. The sheriff stations are all on top of the holes to like travel that way.
Well, those used to be contingency escape routes.
Yeah, and then there's another thing. They redid one of the hotels downtown Merced, and like there was an underground painting of like mosques underground, like under the dirt in the basement, like as if that used to be ground level. And like it was only open for like 2 days, and I had a picture of it, and they were like the mosques, Indian mosques with like the temple, the round top, and the gold rod coming out the top. And then like 2 days later, they covered it up. It's gone.
Well, you know that the Capitol buildings, when they first were designed, they were designed from the capstone, which was called the flagstone. That's the very first stone that was laid in order to create the foundation for these buildings. And usually it had like a metal spike put in it in order for it to achieve better grounding.
Yeah, and it went all the way to the center to the ground.
Yeah, it went all the way through the ground.
Sense.
And they were
looking at some Tartarian shit still.
Well, see, the stuff about Tartaria, man, what gets me with that, because I used to watch shows about the Tartarian, was that they leave out the fact that the reason why the Capitol buildings were created was to create the mints. The mints were inside of the building, and they were running all the time. So people were bringing gold and precious metals in all.
Were they charging the metal inside of that? You know, used to hold a charge or something.
They were pressing it. They were cooking it and pressing it in there.
Yeah. So what is it adding anything to the frequency of the gold? Was it changing something inside of it? Because why else? What was the purpose of that?
I don't think so. It probably.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the first thought I got. That's random.
But you know how much energy it would take to heat a building and a forge inside of that building without fire?
Oh, now it makes sense. Now I see what you're saying. They needed it to power the press.
Exactly, bro. They had these big electrical forges in there that looked like hydroelectric forges or hydroelectric pumps, and the building was powering it, and it was powering it because the entire building was collecting etheric energy, like that dome up at the top with the little thing at the very top of all these Capitol buildings, works just like those culture rods that I put in the ground around my car.
It's funny. Everyone be going to that courthouse to go play Pokemon Go all the time.
Yeah, and everybody don't even know that building doesn't even. It's not even hooked up to the grid.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know. And
if you're
homeless
still,
people love that area.
well, it's high energy.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah. I
Yeah,
used to love it too.
grounding
It's right next
yourself.
to the skate park. I was born next to it, actually. I was born like 700 to 800 feet from that building.
Well, do you ever go inside of it?
No, it's yeah, I've been in like 3 times, but the weird part is they also claim to have held in a glass case the first haunted Raggedy Ann doll ever there, the very first one. And now they moved it. It's not there anymore, and like it took like a top secret organization to move it even.
Now,
So that's weird.
another thing about these buildings too, bro, is that these buildings they're mentioned in the Bible. These are the altars where God actually came. This is the altar. This
That's
is
what
like
I've heard.
that Abraham built, where the tabernacle was. This is where energy can accumulate and you can interact with it. You didn't even have to go inside of these buildings to get a charge. You could just be outside and put whatever thing you wanted to run off electricity, just put it right on the the step or something, and it would run it.
But you would need that technology in that phone to do it, or
Well,
they'd block it, right?
well, if it's not open for the public, yeah, they're not going to allow you to come there and get free energy.
Yeah.
But look, you
Because
ever wonder?
they got plugs out the front, but for anyone, but
That's exactly what I was just about to ask you. Do you ever wonder why they put power outlets out in the public along the Capitol Drive? Wouldn't that be free electricity, right?
yeah, and that is free. They don't charge for it.
They don't charge for it because they're not getting charged for it because it's coming from another source other than the grid.
That's
If
why.
there's people in California that they having rolling blackouts in California, right?
Yeah,
How can they afford to keep the lights on at the Capitol building and around the Capitol building all the time?
there we go.
But they can't afford to keep the public's power going. That's on the grid.
Yeah, that probably doesn't have enough capacity, and there's not enough of them, and they're all destroyed. And we can't make it again because we don't even know how.
Well, you guys probably getting your electricity from the Sacramento River anyway.
Yeah, and Lake McClure, Lake Don Pedro, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Where they have
Hydropower plants, gravity, and centrifuges.
Yep. And see, we think the hydropower plants coming from terrestrial volcanic water, right?
I've even heard there's so much of it, even coming from the water, that to sell it is almost pointless. There's so much of it. You're powering the whole grid and it's constant. There's no holding on to it. So the fact they're even charging for it is ridiculous. It's already powering the whole thing.
There's wells that have been pumping 1 million plus gallons of water a day for the past 100 years. And people know about it right now. Matter of fact, Lake Superior.
My dad runs the lakes in the water in Merced County.
Does he ever
He knows all about it.
Does he ever talk about the wells that keep on pumping millions of gallons of water and can't be stopped?
No, but like I have heard stories that lakes are actually just dammed off giant springs.
Yep. They're not even dammed off.
It's not about rainfall or snowpack.
It's really
There's
something.
no such thing as drought either. Sorry, my dog's being loud.
Nah, you're fine. I can't even hear it. Nah, but what I've been looking at is that these situations where they talk about the water and stuff like that, they don't want people to know that they can drill down just 100 feet, man, and get water for life. Water for
Yeah.
life. And in some instances, you don't even need a pump, a water pump. It's just the pressure from the water, since it's abiotic, it keeps on pumping it up. What you would need is a shutoff to create that leveling process that the lakes create.
Yeah, it'd probably help the whole thing. There'd probably be too much water spewing out the earth. It's probably good to direct it.
Well, they've been having it happen like that up in Lake Superior for how many years?
Wouldn't know.
Lake Superior is one of the biggest lakes in the United States. And look, each one of these lakes is their own well system. They're not connected to any ocean.
Yeah, there's no river going in.
Bro. And Niagara Falls into a sinkhole, bro, that never fills. Ain't that some shit? It never fills. It does
That's
its
some
run,
real shit, dude. That's hilarious.
but these lakes are man-made wells, bro. I could show you where when they first
That's
created.
what I've heard. 100%, dude. You could show me, but it's more clear now.
Okay, let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
And is the white outed area the cape, like the capacity of it?
Huh?
Is the whited out area the state, or is that the capacity?
Oh, that's the water too.
Yeah, it's the capacity. It could have that much.
Yeah.
Damn, and then they tried to poison all this water, bro.
Man,
What the fuck? What a bunch of haters, dude.
This is how it looked when they first started the wells and shit.
God damn. That makes me fucking sad and mad at the same time.
Crazy, man. When they first did this shit, that was no Great Lakes and all of that shit, man. They started doing these lakes, just like when they filled in the sea between California and the rest of the United States.
Yeah, it looks like the Central Valley right there. But there's no water in it. But it's full of water.
Hold on, what happened? Yeah, see.
Yeah, I've heard about this map.
Man, there's tons of them, man. People don't want to acknowledge them as being real because they're afraid that it's gonna fuck up their paradigm.
Oh, of course.
This used to be the Red Sea.
Outer walls, ice walls.
Yeah.
Outer lands, I mean.
That's Baja. No, it ain't.
You know about the, like, okay, so if I'm in California, but California's an island and I'm not on an island, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like you have this, like, the military or the Air Force, whatever, off San Diego, and there's an island they go to, but it's blocked by like a fog.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about.
So that's kind of weird, but they made it seem hella small. Like that would be like 1,000 times bigger than what they told us the size was.
Whidbey Island.
1,000.
Yeah. I think that's what the name of it is. It's called Whidbey Island.
I've heard about this. And like you get the old maps that like the old continents were named Thoth or Hermes and stuff. And why is everyone going to Antarctica now? And like, what'd they find? An AI system and a spaceship?
Nah. They ain't find shit.
Alright, they found a trap probably. They thought they found the real thing, but it was probably part of the whole. They're
trying to see, they're going to space, but they're going not to lateral space, they're going to linear space.
Yeah, I can understand that concept, but I don't know the physics behind it.
Well, linear space is just flying on, straight across the ground. You know, that's why when a shuttle goes to a certain altitude, it starts to tip over and go like in like a rainbow type fashion off into the distance. They never see it disappear above them. They always see it disappearing off in the distance, just like a plane when it takes off. And the plane gets smaller and smaller. Next thing you know, it's gone, but it's still there in the sky. You just can't see it. Same thing with the shuttle, and then they dump their giant afterburner rockets or whatever they call them. They dump those in the Atlantic, and then the shuttle just keeps on flying. It's actually a jet, man.
Why are they trying to break the firmament? Is that what it is?
Oh man, they ain't trying to do that. They be making up all kind of shit. Operation High Jump and Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah, I was
They
gonna say that both before you said it.
they didn't even have nukes, bro. They didn't
Yeah, it
have
was a
no.
facade.
So check this out. They would never be able to reach the solid of the sky. They'll only
Have
be
you
able
heard
to.
about what do you think about flat Earth at all? Is that anything that could be a concept that we're just not sure, or do you have? Or is that not even in the books?
Well, flat Earth without a dome, I believe that.
Okay, so now me too.
I
Have you
believe,
heard that there's two suns before?
yeah, I've
Have
seen
you
that.
heard maybe there's even three?
There's more than that. Let me see if I can
Yeah,
find my.
okay. So my theory is that I've heard from it was coast to coast. It was someone on coast to coast. So I'm just referencing this person. They said and I've seen the second sun. If you go to my YouTube channel, I have video of it. But my theory, or not my theory, what I heard was that the ice wall would basically be it's a cold sun. It's going in a circle in like a close atmosphere system, and it's creating the ice wall, and the spaceports or the whatever you want to call them, a spaceport basically, whatever, is actually just the port for the boats to go through the ice wall, and like the same way they control like the Suez canals and stuff would be the same way they control the spaceports on the Antarctic ice wall. And they're called stargates, where there's melting points from this in between. Just a theory. And it's like an old Mayan prophecy about these two suns. Or no, not Mayan, Hopi, I guess. But they probably all know about it.
Let me see. I'm trying to find this damn diagram I created months ago. I showed Squid it, but I was never able to get around to breaking it down and shit. Cause I create PowerPoint presentations and I do my PowerPoints on my show, on my channel and shit. But there's all kinds of things, man. I had a PowerPoint that I was thinking was going to be able to show people how the stars actually, why they see the stars going clockwise and counterclockwise based on the hemisphere you live on. But I was never able to do it. And then
that part gets me.
But I made something close to it.
It could be inner and outer Earth. Maybe there's parallel flat Earths on each side, and we're in like a donut type shit, or not even a donut, or something even weird, like a washer.
Well, if it's a donut, then it's a giant fucking donut, and it keeps on growing. It's infinite.
Yeah, an endless donut.
Mm-hmm.
We're in like the center. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. It's kind of fun to think about.
Damn, no, that's not it. Shit. Damn it. I don't know where the hell it is. I've opened all of these PowerPoints.
What's the FBI warning part?
Say again?
Why did it show an FBI warning?
Let me see. Which one
Am I
was
not
that?
supposed to speak about it?
Nah, you're good.
I had the FBI show up to my doorstep for my math like 4 years ago.
For your what?
My math, my numbers. I did math on paper and they found it and they showed up to my doorstep to make sure I wasn't a terrorist.
That motherfucker reported you like you was a terrorist. Man,
But I told them I took AP Physics, and I told them I made my own chemical equations and number equations because I wanted to solve a puzzle, but I wasn't trying to actually use it. I just wanted to I want to do something fun because I took physics, It's like Sherlock Holmes shit.
and what did the equation turn out to be?
I deducted the blast radius, the gunpowders, the newtons, and the grams of gunpowder you'd need for any equation you'd want for a blast radius, and then now I came up with an equation that you could plug in any element into the gunpowder equation to get any blast radius you would want in a bomb. All out of deduction.
Well, that's probably why they came to your house, because you was making diagrams and equations for bombs.
Yeah, no, that's why. But no, what's funny is he said, the guy that interviewed me, he's like, yeah, I get you. You were in AP Physics. You like to solve puzzles. This is what he said. He's like, I was in the same situation, and that's how I got my job here. They basically offered me a job. But obviously, I've never followed through with that.
Man, I got so many damn PowerPoints. Shame. But to this one right here, bro. This map right here. Let's see. No, not that. This map right here is the Mercator map plus this portion right here in the middle. And when everybody's talking about Pangea, this is what they're actually talking about. The connection between South America, North America, the North Pole, and Eurasia. And see, Africa's down here somewhere. Reason why that's important is because the first colonizers didn't come to the United States on boats. They walked right across. There's multiple locations.
And there's a warm spot on the left side of the right picture.
There's
a warm spot to walk across.
And there's this part right here where Russia and Alaska has like a little landmass in between it. And see, the reason why I don't believe in the mainstream flat earth shit is because they're trying to put us in a dome, which is...
boy, if you look at if you make the circle of the North Pole on the map on there's a different angle, it actually makes the circle of the North Pole connected to the South Pole. It's just a ring or something. I can't remember the map, but they explained it in a different way to write it. Similar to that, but not it was even different than that. I can't remember how they did it. It was an old one, very old one.
Well, I don't think that any of the flat earth stuff is going to matter, tell you the truth.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter because there's higher things going on than to be distracted by the shape of this dimension besides the powers and principles that exist inside of it.
Yeah.
Right? So it's very distracting.
Well, they've already debunked, the globe Earth, just by mere observation. They debunked the water going over the horizon. I mean, a boat going over the horizon in the water.
Yeah, and they've debunked also the horizon theory with lasers. They said, okay, the Earth's supposed to bend at this ratio, at this distance, and a laser should bounce off the water and not be able to connect to the receiver. But then they put the laser over the flat water, and the distance that they said the Earth should have broke the laser, it didn't break. They connected the land bridge.
Hmm.
And that's a weird study. If you never heard about that, I would look it up.
I've
But
never heard.
I've only heard it like probably 5 years ago, so I don't know where it exists or if they don't want it out there, but I know I've seen it where, and they could be lying, who knows? It could be fake. So you could keep that in mind too. But because really, I mean, I'd have to do it for myself to say it's valid. But that's what they said happened.
And that's what most people should be. That's what all people should be doing. You should be testing your limitations first at home, and then slowly start to branch out. And when you see people trying to push the negative shit, it'd be easier to come and tell them, "Hey, man, I've been doing this for a year, and and the whole time I've never experienced any of the stuff you're talking about." And that's the same thing the debate about immigration is doing. These people are saying that I don't know who you are, but good that you're here and you're wanting to be an American, but I really don't know anything that's going to help you. You're going to pretty much have to
I
wait.
have talked to a pilot on his deathbed. He was like, I don't know, he said he was going through a bunch of shit and he was a pilot, right? And he was super like depressed and he wanted to commit suicide. And he said one day he was flying and he saw like two suns or something and like a flat earth, and he like got the hope to keep moving on. We in a bus randomly. And I showed him the video that I had on my YouTube page, and then he's like, yo, like, I've seen this shit before.
Well, what I would be really worried about, man, is not any of this stuff that's going on in the news, but anything that occurs locally. Because the news could tell the entire population whatever they want to tell them. And believe me, they're not going to believe anything other than that.
Yeah, so my theory on this was like, okay, all the media and all the news, and we know it for a fact, doesn't want to speak about true shit. They want to keep us running around in circles, and they all work in all of our little small towns. Let's fucking look at who they are. Let's see who they work for. Let's see who they hang out for, and let's see where their fucking money goes.
It's something else. Man, Sean, you still there? Man, she must have hung up. You still there? Yeah.
Is it on? Oh, you're on the phone.
Yeah, it was my sister.
My bad. I thought you meant they were on panel.
Nah, she likes to sit in on these conversations I'll be having when I be talking about this crap.
Yeah, I love it.
It's really
I don't know why. It's so interesting.
Bro, it's like a
it's
mind
fun.
It's just useless information.
But it also feels important. That's the weird part. Why does it feel important, but it also feels fun at the same time? Like it's part of it. Funny shit.
I use this type of analyzing stuff to make decisions, like life decisions for myself, man.
Yeah. I'll take and add variables, and I'll have all these variables in my head, and when they become valid with like a whole thing that I've seen that is valid, like I'll add it to that category, and I'll still hold it as a variable until I've seen more evidence that it's true. Weird process. Weird process.
Well, the
But hey,
process.
I'm gonna hop out. I don't know how long you're gonna be on. I know you've been on for a long time, but I'm gonna hop out. I think my homie popped on. I'm gonna say what's up to them. But if you're on still, I'm gonna pop back.
All right, yeah, I might be on for about another 30 minutes. Shit, going on 9 hours, bro. God
That's what I'm
damn,
saying. That's baller, dude.
I didn't even realize that.
I'm just feeling healthy again. I've been struggling to sleep and eat. I've been fasting. Like I'm barely eating right now, and it feels good. It's just kind of scary. A few intense moments. Shit.
Well, just don't fall victim to the intensity.
All right. Much love, dude. I always keep up with Red for the last like 6, 7 days. I go off a few times, but we seem to make a lot of sense. So I'll see you there or I'll see you here.
For sure, bro.
Much love. Peace and love. Respect.
All right, for sure. Stay safe, bro.
Gotcha.
Gosh, this is an old man. I can't believe this is one of my old collages, y'all. I made this to try and show people how refraction is the reason why we see stars in the sky. You know, we're not actually looking at our stars because the stars that we would see in the sky would be our sun and our moon. That's what the stars would be, the sun and the moon. Well, when we're seeing the stars in our sky, we're actually looking at another area like ours, sun and the moon. And they're everywhere around us. You got little ponds like this all around us. And the reason why they talk in the language of space language, where they talk about traveling through space is like traveling to the next sun as light years, they're talking about how many years it takes until you reach the next light source and you reach the next pond. And they're talking about some of these places are thousands of light years away. So it takes one light year, right, to leave a year away from this. So 1 year of traveling is one light year. 2 years of traveling is 2 light years. You guys get. But yeah, that's how they've been doing this stuff, man. They've been explaining it to us but not giving us total details. And the reason why we see the stars above us in the sky instead of right in front of us, or we're walking through them, because literally we are walking through the stars. Because when you're talking about refraction, light travels in all directions. It's just the light, as it gets to a point where there's intensity, is where you're looking up in the sky. But in actuality, the stars are shining all around us. I mean, they're shining down on you on the ground and shit too, because the light is being bent through refraction. And I just made these little diagrams and shit to try to show people what my thought process is. Yeah. Again, explaining words. I've been on these word kick for a while, man. Trying to explain, how certain things in the Bible, they're not talking about religious things. They're talking about actual events or time frames or experiments, shit. And the only way to understand them is to dissect these words and break them down and and see how these words are, affecting people. For instance, I broke down this part about Nephilim, you know, and how that word in itself. I mean, I tried to find that word in the Torah, and it doesn't. The word Nephilim isn't in the Torah. It's not in the Torah, and it's not in the Bible. So where do we get that word from? Well, that word is like a three-pronged word. Me, five, helium. And helium is the biggest bone, the pelvic bone of the body. Also, it's the largest intestine where the large and small intestine connect. Ileum. So you got ileum and ileum. And this is actually a type of illness where the small intestine will blow up to a bubble because of the gases and it's clogged and shit. And see how the appendix right here comes off of the large intestine? That's the part that connects to the umbilical cord. Yeah. At one point, this was attached to your navel. And they say we don't use it nowhere. It's just a useless piece of skin. But that's not a useless. There's a lot of shit. We got the five spices. I mentioned explicitly in medicinal plants in the Bible: fig, the nard, the hyssop, the balm of Gilead, and the mandrake. These are all mentioned in the Bible, and these are all medicinal to help your body with this type of illness, the Nephi disease. Yeah, because usually this clog that's causing the small intestine to inflate is caused by a backup, usually because of parasites that are tearing down the walls of your intestine, causing leaky gut. You, uh, Leaking ileum. You know, if I say that right. You got the fig, uh, Genesis 3:7, and the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. You guys know that fig leaves are medicinal. Then you got the spikenard, this from Psalm of Solomon 4:14, King James, spikenard and saffron, helium and cinnamon. That's a remedy for some type of, almost like saying a type of lesions on the skin, leprosy. That's spikenard, saffron, calamus, and cinnamon. You know, that's for the internal treatment of your leprosy if you ever get leprosy. Spikenard and saffron, calamus, and cinnamon, with all trees of frankincense, myrrh, and aloes, with all the chief spices. See, myrrh and frankincense are medicinal oils, just like castor oil. When you eat this stuff, it does a full body cleanse to the point where it will flush out any bacteria that's in your the smallest arteries of your body, and that's around the capillaries of the fingernails, the little veins of the fingernails and shit. And some people, when they start to this shit to happen, they'll start to get the cuticles will start to look all raggedy and shit. That's because those microscopic parasites are trying to escape that frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon, calamus, and saffron and spikenard. You know, and then this one right here, Leviticus 14:6. As for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them in the living bird, in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And this is what they were using to kill any bacteria that was on the meat before they cook it. You know, they were mixing these oils together. Uh, and this is myrrh, which comes from a plant. Is That's the sap from the plant. And then you got mandrake, grows on the ground. It's a wild plant. I think this was like a little remedy video showing people how they can cure this Nephilim disease. Yep. And then, if you didn't know what pH stand for, pH was first brought to light in 1909 from a German pH introduced by S.P.L. Sorensen from the German potence or potency or power plus H, and the H means hydrogen. So potency of hydrogen. So when the pH in your water is high, that means that you have a high potency of hydrogen in it. When it's low, that means you have a low one. So either way, you can supplement and get it back to where it was. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is one of those PowerPoints I was using for research. Torch field. Oh, that's what he was talking about. The fair use. Uh, damn slide. Talking about the torch field and all of that shit. And a torch field is a closed circuit. When I hear people talk about the torch field, like I listen to Bro Sanchez, I hear him talk about the torch field and a holography and holographic universe. And what I don't hear him talk about is the closed circuitry of the torus field and what it represents. See, because we think we have a torus field that reaches the ground. The torus field actually is you got one half of the torus field on your left side and you got the other half on your right side. And it depends on your lungs. So when you inhale, you increase the vibration of this torus field. When you exhale, it stops. And the reason why it stops is because if it didn't stop, you wouldn't be able to take an exhale because it's constantly flowing out of you, right? You wouldn't be able to breathe back in. And a lot of people experience that if they take a fall, like if they fall on their back, they get the wind knocked out of them. It's because what this is doing is this is still generating energy. That's why you're gasping for that air. The torus field is still creating energy. And once you get your breath, it's like the torus field stops and resets itself. Because this was creates your lungs create this torus field, not nothing else. The most electrical part of your body is your lungs. That's the part that comes in contact with the ether on a daily basis. You're constantly breathing in ether and pushing out ether. Like I was telling them earlier, how you have these different little flaps inside of your lungs. When you breathe in and your lungs expand, those flaps raise up like little windows, allowing air in. And then when it closed, they kind of got like, they all travel downward. But they're skin flaps. They're not like metal or anything. Just giving you an example of it. Well, when you do that, that creates a kinetic energy. Well, not kinetic because it's not it's not photosynthesis for us. It's electrolysis. So, and that also creates your constant 98.6 degree temperature. This is actually what it looks like right here. Those are your lungs right there. That's exactly how it looks. And I'll be wondering why people that be talking about this don't explain that. Because the torus field don't go from your feet to your head. It expands outward like it's wings for your back. And you know why? Because when you rub your feet on the carpet and you touch something with your feet, it doesn't shock you. The shock only occurs when you touch something with your arms. Because that's where the torus field is expanding out. It's almost reached its limit when you get ready to get shot. But this is how it looks. You got one for your right side and one for your left side. Hey, sister girl. Yep, 9 hours of this shit. So when people be talking about this, now this right here is one side of your torus field, and see, this is showing you how it would look if we were talking about a terrestrial type of field. And then I was showing them how these guys created in this one, how they created the idea of the DNA helix. Believe it or not, this is its own little video that's overlapping, what they call the solar system, our solar system traveling through space, 65 million miles through space. So I was showing how this is how they created the concept or the theory around DNA, the DNA helix, by mimicking the theory of how our planets are traveling through space. And they don't care. So they want you to think about this all the time. They want you to think about this. Same thing with this. The solar system right here and a torus field from the top view right there. This is it without it. The DNA helix and the torus field. Same thing when you breathe in, this is actually what the air is doing when it enters your lungs. It swirls around and it causes a vortex in your lungs, just small, just minute little vortex. And then when you breathe out, it leaves out the same way. So, if anything, this is how the torus field actually looks. This is what it looks like. It's expanding from this way. It's like it's floating up and expanding. Let's see if I can do that transparent. So that's what it's doing. But instead of one torus field on creating enough torus for both of them, is this. Just like that. So you have two torus fields put together, one representing each lung, and as you inhale, the energy is created like that. That's why if you ever had a collapsed lung, it feels like you're being drained of energy. You're still breathing, it's just that one side of the torus is not working. Your lungs is what creates that field for your body. Yep. And they used to use these words, these letters, to make these fields increase and decrease. That's where they came up with the concept of meditation and yoga. Is to control that torus. Because if you control that torus field, you can create a safety barrier around your body, especially in areas where you have a lot of flora in the air, like uh, pollen and shit like that. You ever wonder why most people they can go out and they can exercise in the pollen and shit, and most people they can't even open their door? It's because they're generating such an electrical impulse because pollen has. Let me show you what I'm talking about with pollen. Pollen has a positive and negative. Let's see if I can show you that. They talking about all kind of weird shit with the pollen. But see, a pollen ball is just like a magnet. It has a north and a south pole. Because that's how it knows. That's how it's being directed. When pollen blows through the air, it's actually being magnetically pulled towards the plant with a subtle energy that's being created by the plant through the process of what they call a photosynthesis. Photosynthesis creates its own torus field as well, especially when you got leaves going up the base of the stem of a plant or a trunk of a tree. You got branches. Each branch is like lungs. You look at the branches of a tree and you look at the end where the leaves and shit start coming out, it looks just like how your lungs look. Damn near similar, man. Um, used to have a bunch of these images on standby so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. This right here is considered healthy lungs. Each one of those little leaves is what's pushing the kinetic energy, or not the kinetic energy, but the subtle energy of the ether, which is the wind, which is the air. That's the ether. The air is ether, and you have this inside of your lungs. Check it out. They made this look like that, but in actuality, there's not just little bulbs like that. These little things, they're all over the lungs. They look like little shutters. And when you inhale, those shutters open up to allow air, which is actually what they're allowing in is CO2. And then when you exhale out, it's trapping the remainder of CO2 and releasing the rest. Because the air, believe it or not, is not oxygen. It's only 2% oxygen. The main portion of air is CO2. So the other 90% is CO2. You got 2% oxygen, and then you also have another 6% of vapors and other gases like helium and shit like that. But mostly what we're breathing in is CO2. It's carbon monoxide. And if you want to know how I know that, it's because when you give CPR breaths, right? Check it out. When you're breathing for somebody, you're breathing out CO2 into their lungs. And their lungs fill with CO2. And the body accepts it. Because they don't tell you to take a deep breath from outside and breathe in fresh. No, they want you to breathe out your air into their lungs. Because we breathe out CO2 because we inhale CO2. How are you going to breathe in oxygen and create CO2. That's not even possible. Oxygen is water. Oxygen is actually water. It's the it's the 1 part water to the 2 parts hydrogen that creates the liquid. So you're breathing out CO2. You're breathing out mostly, I say 90% CO2. So why aren't these people dying from carbon monoxide poisoning? Because that's what the body breathes on a natural basis. The only deadly part about this CPR treatment is this right here. That's it. That's the part that's bad. Because when you crush someone's sternum and you break their ribs, you possibly puncture their lungs. And you're really not pushing any blood throughout the body. When you're pushing down on the chest, you're only pushing blood to the major arteries, none of the arms, none of the legs, and some of the shit that's in the face because you're not getting blood to the brain. This right here is causing more damage than anything. Yeah, that's not pushing blood around the body. What's pushing blood around the body is this right here. Rescue breaths. Creating that that kinetic or that etherical energy by inflating the lungs. When you inflate the rib cage, that's what you do. You take pressure off the heart. And it allows the heart to do what? It allows the heart to expand. And then when you let the air out, guess what? You're putting pressure back on the heart. And the heart collapses. And if there's blood in the heart, you gotta imagine, man. When we're pushing on somebody's chest, we're putting 4 to 5 pounds of pressure on their chest. Right? How much pressure do you think it takes for your heart to beat? It don't even take a pound for each side of your heart to push blood from one ventricle to the other one. Let me show you. The biggest part of the heart is down here. And that right there doesn't fill up with that much blood. So you don't need that much pressure put on it. And I try to ask people about this. These little valves right here, man, they're just little pieces of cartilage. They don't really force or prevent blood from going through there. They just keep blood from clotting and just being overflowed in there. It's like a partition. Like when you have an office and you have cubicles, the cubicles aren't walls. You can kick those damn walls down. The cubicles are just there to separate you visually from your other employees, from your other coworkers. Same thing with this. It doesn't stop the blood. It just prevents the blood from filling the chamber because the chamber fills the just amount of blood that it needs. And then as soon as it fills, it immediately pushes it through the aorta. Same thing down here with the ventricles. This stuff is not, the blood is not going to need that much pressure to be forced from one side of the heart through these veins. Because you got to imagine what's causing it to beat in the first place. The lungs. Check it out. The lungs are directly over the heart, bro. Y'all, it's directly over the heart. So check it out. When you push on the lungs, right, or breathe into the lungs, it puts pressure on the heart. It puts pressure on the heart. The rib cage is on the outside of all of this shit. You're breaking ribs to put pressure on this. It's not even in front of the heart, in front of the lungs. The heart is behind the lungs. Look at that. It's behind, it's like in between the lungs. So pushing down on this is not going to force blood all throughout your body. What's going to force blood throughout your body is the inflating and deflating of these two bags right here. That's what's causing the kinetic energy. And then when you put the EAD on there, you're putting one side over here and another side on this one right there. So the electrical shock is going from across the chest. Why? It's because it's shocking the lungs too. That's what makes your chest jump. That's what makes your body jump like that. Yeah, it's a muscle reaction to electrical stimuli, but it's also the lungs being artificially inflated. You see? And that's what you want to cause. But if you cause too much damage to these ribs, those lungs ain't gonna artificially inflate. See? That's not gonna happen. So they've been teaching us to kill each other with CPR, man. This is how it looks. They don't have a lung on this side because they want to let you see the heart on the inside with the ventricles and shit like that. But they've been teaching us to kill each other with CPR. All you need for CPR is rescue breath. You don't need chest compression. You don't need any chest compression. Because if you use chest compressions over your ribs, over your ribs, there's a thin coating of skin that keeps the pressure inside of your rib cage so your lungs can inflate and deflate with ease. If you puncture that, that's what they call a punctured lung. That means the air that's inside, because you got air inside of your rib cage at all times. It's a pressurized system. When you puncture that, now the pressure doesn't equalize and the lung will collapse under the lack of pressure. Now it's like the lungs are floating inside your rib cage. And when you puncture that rib cage, now the lungs are under their own weight and pressure. And the only thing that's keeping them together or keeping them in place is this esophageal right here. Yep, that's the only thing that's keeping it in place. And when it doesn't have the proper pressure, the lungs will weigh itself down. That's how you get a lung collapse. This will inflate like a damn inner tube or deflate like an inner tube. Yeah. Now look at this though. Look at the different sections of the lungs. Why do you think the lungs are like that? You think the lungs are like that because it just looks deep like that with the separation of the lungs and shit? No. It's like that because the lungs are just like gills. When they inhale, those spaces that line right there and shit, that right there expands, as well as those little traps I said that were inside your lungs. Those little traps that are inside your lungs, those lines help it inflate, so it'll trap CO2 inside of the lung tissue, so it can be absorbed into the bloodstream. CO2 is the most potentest medicine or potentest material the body needs to create energy. It's just like putting charcoal inside of a furnace or a fireplace. That's what the CO2 does. Oxygen does the same thing, but it has to be pure oxygen. We don't inhale enough pure oxygen to create a natural body temperature, a 98.6-degree body temperature. We got to have something that's combustible. Oxygen is combustible when it's a gas, not when it's a liquid. CO2 is still combustible, it's still flammable, or it's still a carbon even when it's in liquid. And your lungs is filled with liquid. So when you're running and you feel that burning in your lungs, what that is you're over activating the process of trapping CO2 and releasing CO2. Trapping CO2, releasing CO2. And when you keep on doing that, you're creating something in your lungs, believe it or not, that's called, you get the same thing when you're smoking. Right there. Right there. They're creating potassium hydroxide. Yep. A caustic white dysliquid solid. I don't know what that means. Deliquescent solid. Used as a bleach and in manufacturers of soap, dyes, alkaline batteries, and many potassium compounds. So you see the things that they create with potassium hydroxide, alkaline batteries. Now you know how electrolysis works inside the body. It works from breathing in CO2, creating potassium hydroxide. Because all potassium hydroxide is wood ash. Wood ash is a powdery residue remaining after combustion of wood, such as burning wood in a fireplace. It doesn't say that it creates potassium hydroxide. Wood ash mixed with water is not a harmless ingredient. Wood ash by itself is non-toxic, though it contains potassium carbonate and potassium hydroxide residue. When ashes react with water, it creates lye. Same shit that happens in your body, but at small quantities. When you run and you feel that burning in your lungs, that's what you're accumulating more of that in the lungs. Now, as you become a better runner, you begin to adapt to that burn and utilize that potassium hydroxide throughout your entire body. That's what goes through your arteries and burns away all of that scum, that those parasite poop piles and urine and shit. That goes through there. It just burns all that shit up. It clears it all up. And then you eventually urinate it out or shit it out or sweat it out or breathe it out. Those are only four ways you can do that. But that's what you're doing when you're doing CPR. Rescue breaths is all you need for CPR. You don't need chest compressions. I remember at one time they were saying all you need is chest compression. You don't really need the rescue breath. And this was around the same time they were getting ready to ramp up for the pandemic because they didn't want you to make mouth-to-mouth contact. So they issued everybody, these little mouth coverings. But let me tell you something. You know how much spit you would have to digest in order to catch a bacteria or a disease from somebody? Gallons of it. Because that's not where parasites thrive. And bacteria can survive for long times outside of a mucous membrane. And even if they do got bacteria in the mouth, when it comes in contact with your saliva, it hasn't adapted to your what they call amino acids in your saliva. So they're being wiped out as they come in contact with your saliva. See, parasites are just like plants. When they're moved to a new environment, they have to acclimate. If the acclimation process isn't, just right, a shitload of them will perish. And that's what the doctors want. They want your body to kill these parasites and these bacteria. That's why they introduce them to the body in such a small quantity. That way you'll build up an adaptive ability to deal with the stress that the parasites create when they're dumping shit and piss and eating the walls of your lungs and soft tissues. Your body will be able to adapt to it. Not mutate, adapt. Because adaptation is what we do. We get stronger the more we lift, and we get faster the more we run. That's That's adaptation. That's adaptation. That's not evolution. We don't grow extra legs and shit to support speed. The limbs that we have become stronger and they become more flexible, which allows us to move them quicker and be more durable when they come in contact with hard surfaces. The reason why that's important is because shit. Because I think it's important. Food for thought. Everybody should be hungry. Food for thought. Everybody should be hungry. But look, oh man, if you guys hit that like button, if you didn't catch it at the beginning, this is a 9-hour stream. Yeah, most people ain't gonna look at no 9 hours. But I appreciate you guys for coming out and checking me out, man. You know, I'm always talking about stuff, but it takes me a little bit to make these videos because if I ain't got nothing good to talk about, I'm not talking about nothing at all. I can ramble on and just go over all the shit that I have in my mind. Man, I got a Rolodex in my mind. I got a file cabinet of a lot of shit that I be hitting on. Religion, politics, everything. But right now, I'm just doing brainstorming. I don't really want to touch on one particular subject because I noticed that YouTube will hit me if I concentrate on one thing and I just poke the bear. You know what I mean? So I'm just gonna be hitting on random topics, giving little bullets. Man, these are bullet points for people. This is gonna help people figure out certain things that if they, apply this in their life, make it their own application, they might be able to get better results than I have. And here I am, 46, about to be 47, and I'm healthy as a horse. No medication, besides a little weed, maybe some alcohol. But other than that, man, you shouldn't be waking up in pain. And I've had 2 back surgeries. I've been shot. I've been run over by cars, stabbed, broken arms and wrists and shit like that. I've had bruised bones. And if you get a body enough chance to heal itself, man, it'll heal itself and it'll come back stronger. No lie. It'll come back stronger. So do your due diligence, guys. Don't don't let people manipulate you into doing anything you don't feel is right for you. That's the whole point of this. There's no one size fit all remedy for everything. We are animals that adapt. All animals adapt. Tell you the truth. Same thing with plants and the environment. Everything is adaptable. If you do not experiment with different remedies to find out which one of your body is more susceptible to, you're cutting yourself short. Because what do you think they do when they write you a prescription? A prescription is just a prescribed treatment. That's like saying a suggestion. You know what I'm saying? So they're doing the experiment for you. I feel more comfortable with experimenting on myself than allowing other people to experiment on me because I know what my tolerance is. I can feel when my body is starting to change when I put something inside of it. I can feel my body becoming more adaptive to the healing process. And then, if all else fails, sleep and fast. It's another thing. Put yourself through a voluntary, what they call a self-induced coma. You're not really in a coma. It's just that you're putting yourself on bed rest for a period of time, not in taking anything that's going to put the metabolism in overdrive so the body can take its time healing itself. That's the thing. It doesn't take long either, man. It takes about 72 hours for all the cells in your body to be replaced. That's 3 days. And that's continuous. It's continuously doing that. It could be shorter, it could be longer, depending on the person's ability. But on average, it's about 3 days for every cell in your body to replace itself. And that's with differentiated cells and undifferentiated cells. Yeah. So women, better get you a man because I'm telling you, if you need a surplus of undifferentiated cells, we create them in the abundance. We create them every day, all the time. We got them on standby. We got a nice little compartment where they created and on standby to be given to y'all at any time you want. Yeah, I'm telling you. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, do a little research. The primary supply of stem cells come from the males. All right? They just started talking about females creating undifferentiated cells. And they don't even know how they're creating them. And it's usually during in vitro or during childbirth. And they've already told us that the child leaves behind stem cells for the mother that stick with her for life, undifferentiated and differentiated cells. So that might be the cells that women are getting that they just now so-called discovered in 2014. But they've been knew about the male stem cells since 1902. They've been taking them from us. You know what I'm saying? So, and we're not talking about blood plasma. We're talking about them stem cells, them procreation cells. That's what's being created. So, thanks for checking in, guys. There's a topic you guys would like me to hit on. What is that? PEMF? PEMF. What is that, King Samo? I probably heard about it or read about it and don't remember what the acronym means. Let me check. And see. Pulse electromagnetic field therapy. That's what you're talking about? Oh, okay, yeah. Hey, that is great, man. Because you know why? Because you have the same thing already naturally in your body, in your lungs. Yeah, your lungs create torus fields, one on each side. Let me see if I can bring that picture up again. Right here, man. This right here is how the lungs look. That's how they work. When you inhale, you create an electrical pulse. This is where the esophageal comes in, where the esophagus comes in right here. When you breathe in air, it travels down through your lungs. And then when you exhale it out, it travels right the hell back out. The same way it came in. It's like it creates a whirlpool effect inside of your lungs. This is where your torus field comes from. It doesn't come from your heart. Because if you stop breathing, your heart is going to stop beating. And that's a direct indication that your heart works in tandem with your lungs. Yep, with your lungs. That's what it does. What up, Izzy? Man, I was just about to bail out, brother. You're on mute. And King Samo, detox only takes place in 4 areas.
Yeah, this phone interface is not easy to work with. I don't have unlimited Wi-Fi yet.
I know what you mean, man.
It's annoying. Like I could only stream for like 4 days and talk to people, and I'm out. But I could game and make the AI system for 30 days, and I'm not out.
Damn.
But yeah, with the object on the right looks like something we use for healing that they don't want us to know about, but I've seen it on Instagram.
That's your lung. I got this picture because that represents your lung torus field. This is how it was set up. I saw it and I was like, man, that's the lung torus field. If I give you, let me show you this right here. If I get a picture of the lungs real quick, let me show you. Most people don't know why breathing exercises make you feel good. You know what I'm saying?
I thought I was on mute. My bad.
Nah, you're fine. So let me copy this image and paste it. right there. I'm gonna shrink it down and show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna make this transparent. When you breathe in, you see that air comes down your esophagus into your lungs and it fills the lung cavities. And when you breathe out, the same thing happens, just like the torus field. And that's what we're going through. That's what creates our electrical impulse and keeps us at a healthy 98.6 degrees right there. It's because we're constantly burning carbon. We're constantly burning CO2.
Oh my god. Off mic, I just went from like 0 to 1,000,000 octaves trying that shit.
What?
Throat singing.
Well, breathing
or diaphragm vibrating.
There's a certain breathing technique
it that broke like sound barriers.
So have you ever heard of
it might hurt the mic, but I could try it.
The blackout game? Have you ever heard of the blackout game?
No.
The pass out game? They used to.
Yeah, I almost felt like I was gonna pass out doing it and see how high I could get.
Bro, if you ever suffer a panic attack, bro, you know a panic attack is equivalent to what people would say the Holy Spirit was.
Yeah, like the last days I've been fasting and couldn't eat, and I'm barely back to eating again or sleeping.
Bro, if you mix that with
the last 2 weeks, probably,
man, bro, you would really change something in your body if you did that with breathing exercises. Because when a person gets the Holy Spirit,
I trusted you, and that's why I did it.
Huh?
I trusted you, and that's why I just tried it, and it worked out hella good.
But if depending on how long you do it, I don't recommend the pass out game, but I do recommend the way they do it in church. You know how they do it in church? They got a system that's set up to where they know that the older people are going to experience a feeling of euphoria when they mix fast breathing, slow breathing, quick breathing, slow breathing, fast breathing. Did you
like
get the
4-4-4?
Yeah, bro. Fast, slow, quick, slow. Fast, slow, quick, slow. Fast, slow, quick. It's like, and then
it's like a 4 oscillation.
Incorporate in shallow breathing and deep breathing. So it's fast, deep, slow, shallow, fast.
And then you could
deep.
probably mix a chant with that vibration itself too.
Bro, what do you think the Indians do that? Yeah, bro. They're trying to get to that euphoric state that's caused by deep breathing exercises. Believe it or not, smoking is way better, way healthy for you than you believe. Because when smoking was invented, it wasn't even with smoke. It wasn't even with fire. It was just a tube that people would inhale and exhale through, which caused that tightening of the lungs and that shallow and deep breathing with it.
Yeah, I could probably break someone's eardrums with what I just did behind the mic.
Well, you probably need to get you what they call a didgeridoo.
Yeah, I could do it with my throat by itself. I don't need one.
Didgeridoo? Man, I was going to buy one when I was in Australia when I was in the military.
That's so beautiful. That just the sound of the word itself makes me remember it, and that instrument is perfect.
Yeah, bro, and it's made out of just a hollow piece of wood and some wax. That's all it's made out of. And these guys sit there for hours, bro, and it seems like they don't take breaths. It's like I watched a guy one time that was selling these things. He sat there, and it seemed like he did that wow, 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 wow for 3 minutes straight, bro. Me and my buddy, we was, watching and see how long he did it. But what he's actually doing is a series of inhaling and exhaling at the same time. No lie.
Yeah, you could do it. I could do it smoking.
Oh hell yeah, bro! And look, I
exhale out my nose, breathe in, exhale out my nose, breathe in, like at the same time.
You want
it's hella hard, but there's an oscillation, right? there is like a slight second where you are cut off.
Yeah,
I think.
there is. Now
So there's capacity.
there's a device you can get, bro, that I use that it works exactly like the didgeridoo, and it's called
Yeah, I could do like saxophone even with my lips or and throat.
yeah, trumpet players, man, and all horn
Like
players.
or something like I could do better, but that's just as simple as I could get.
Why you think the tool of an angel in spirituality is a horn?
I'm not sure.
Because the Holy Spirit is called healthy breath. That's what the Holy Spirit is, healthy breath. This thing right here, bro. This thing right here. I ain't gonna even lie.
What are we supposed to do with the poison in the air right now then? I used to have theories like, hey, in my county it's illegal to spray chemicals in the sky and we're not doing it, so we're gonna shoot you down type shit and we'll just make a law about it.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, bro. And a lot of people hate me for this. They can't put enough shit in the air, bro, to poison you.
Alright, that's the answer I was hoping to hear.
You know why? You ever saw somebody die of asphyxiation from a house fire?
No, but I've had dreams of having white poison fall into the sky and I couldn't escape it and I couldn't breathe and I accepted death and I just sat there until I died and I accepted it.
Well,
I said,
seen
okay.
somebody almost die from asphyxiation from a house fire. And the reason why they were dying from asphyxiation is because there was no ventilation at all. If the fire was outside and they were walking through that smoke, they would not even choke. It would irritate them, but it wouldn't choke them. The concentration of the smoke in a closed area is what kills you, bro, because it displaces all of the air. It displaces it. It's like breathing in a charcoal.
All right.
And the worst thing they can do when you come up out of a burning building and you have smoke inhalation is put you on oxygen. Yep. They're not supposed to put you on oxygen. They're supposed to put you on air. Not oxygen, air. Because air is 90% CO2, bro.
Oh, wow.
Yep. If they put you on oxygen, bro, your lungs will go through a phase of oxidation. All the iron in your lungs will rust, and your lungs will pretty much will have what they call what do they call it? Fucking sclerosis. You'll have sclerosis of the lungs, bro.
Terrifying.
Like, yeah, it will get hard as hell. Your lungs will be hard, petrified, because that oxidation of that oxygen and that liquid in your lungs will rust all the iron. You're talking about you have the most purest elements in your body right now because it's not exposed to air. Air is what causes impurities. Air is what causes rust and oxidation. But you see this device right here?
Yeah, that goes back to that.
Yeah, I got this, man. I got this for free from a VA doctor. I wish
I could link a couple things based on this, but running out of 40 gigs in 4 days streaming is ridiculous. Like, they don't even want us to speak or what?
Bro, you got to get you that free, what do you call it? Unlimited data. Yeah,
exactly. I have it, but I'm moving out in like a week, so, but it keeps getting pushed back.
Yeah, this device right here took the place of, that breathing machine that give you in the hospital where you inhale to try to suck that little ball up to a certain level.
Yeah, I heard more people died from it than lived.
Yeah, because it caused what they call the scientific name for it. I don't know, but it was causing what do you call it? Shit, where your lung deflates.
I'm not sure.
You're trying to fill it over capacity with air, and if you have a lung injury, you have a collapsed lung. That's why I'm about to say collapsed lung.
So they would just rip it more.
Inside of this thing is a little ball bearing, a steel ball. And as you blow through it, you blow. You don't inhale, you blow. As you blow through this thing, that ball rises and falls and causes a vibration that goes through your entire chest. The faster you blow it, the faster the vibration. And bro, you can clear up a lot of mucus in your chest. And also, like I was saying, those little flaps that are in there, it'll work those out big time, bro. And then you can also
I feel high just from trying the throat singing.
Man, that shit is crazy, bro. You can get the Holy Spirit by breathing. That's what they do.
That's like a DMT release then.
It is.
I've done it 60 times. like pure acacia pink crystal extract.
And can you hear that?
Acacia. Yeah.
That little breathing noise. That's that little ball bearing in there that's rising and falling. It goes.
I can't do that one though.
Man, this thing is a lifesaver. I'm telling you, bro. Anytime I feel like I got something in my chest.
Oh, it's a device. Yeah, that makes sense though. You could probably just do it without it too, but it probably does help also. There's probably a way to chant it.
Yeah, if you got the skill, you can do it because that's what these guys are doing with the little didgeridoo.
It was insane, dude. I could like break a sound barriers with like high octaves.
Shit.
I think I freak my neighbors out sometimes.
Yeah.
But I like to practice it. How else am I supposed to practice it? Like, what do I do? How else am I supposed to practice this shit?
You need to get you one of these. Look at this little lady right here blowing into that shit is like 3 times the length of her.
You throat sing into it? Is that what it is?
Or
you go like or like into it?
Like that, and you also are using your lips to regulate it's like blowing into a big ass trumpet.
Yeah, it's like
and so they're doing that, and they're putting pressure on the tip, and it's not allowing the air to escape except for the amount of space that they're making with their lips.
Yeah, so create like some sort of vacuum or opposite of a vacuum.
It's crazy, man. When you see these,
like a pump. Yeah, it's like a pump.
Yep.
That's beautiful.
It's crazy, bro. I can run this one right here. Let me see.
I want to see how similar it sounds too. They'll be like, "Holy shit, I might be able to pull this off." It's not playing on our end.
You see what he just did? See how he took a breath in at the same time as blowing that thing out?
Yeah, but it's not. The audio's not on our end.
Oh fuck!
The old. Who knows? Yeah.
Can't hear it?
Nope.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know how to. I don't remember how to fix it. Oh, there it is.
What about now?
Yeah, I'd reset it real quick, maybe.
Can you still hear it?
It was. No, it was there for a second. Now it's gone. Yeah.
All right, well, watch this. Watch what this guy does. Watch. You see what he just did? He took a breath in while he was blowing that damn thing.
Yeah, he took an oscillation. That's what I was going to say. He took an oscillation. That's how I smoke my blunts sometimes.
Look how long he's doing that one sound, though, bro.
Yeah, now I get it.
Man, that dude's probably on cloud 9 right now, bro. He's feeling it, man. He probably feel like he rocking out right now, bro.
Dude, just for me doing it, I feel the same way.
He's zoning out, man. I'm telling you, I watched these dudes do that in person, man, and they eyes be watering and shit, and they love doing it. They just can't stop.
I agree, dude. Someone send me one. I don't think I could afford it.
Bro, and just think about it. There's only 4 ways to detox the body, and what he's doing is one of the major ones. Well, not really the major ones. He's probably doing the major one from the last. So the only ways you can detox the body is respiration, perspiration, defecation, and urination. That's the only ways. There's no other way, man.
That's why you get a fever when you're sick.
Yup.
And then you gotta start chanting or something.
Man, this dude, man, he is good, man. He's been going longer than, look, almost 3 minutes, look.
He should be passed out. How deep can he fish in the ocean, too?
I'm telling you, man, you can reach that heightened state like that. That's just like the pass out game, man.
Yeah, you know what I meant with that ocean shit, though? He's on the beach doing that shit, and he's about to go fish underwater like 30 feet.
He gigging like a motherfucker, bro. Look at that shit. He into it, man. Look at that shit. 3 minutes, bro. That shit ain't no joke, man. These guys, man, this thing right here, people look at it like it's a bullshit ass instrument, but in actuality, that's a deep breathing exercise. Same thing as smoking a pipe.
And that's how you release DMT, is deep breathing exercise.
Mm-hmm. And just imagine if you had some raw tobacco, bro, and you was smoking
It's in my
raw
hand
tobacco.
when you said it.
Look, what's the name? Said Rico.
How can I imagine? It's in my hand.
Ricola. You crazy, King Samu. Hey, brother, I appreciate you coming, man. I swear. And I was just about to get off before you came back, man. It's almost 10 hours.
Oh, yeah. Don't hold me. There's a few people I wanted to talk to also there. I think they're on right now.
For sure. I'm about to go holler at the wifey. But
Much
yeah,
love.
take it easy, brother.
Yeah. Blessings, prayer, honor, respect. Take a bullet for you.
Same to you, brother. Stay safe.
Much love.
Later.